Good morning. It's February 23rd, 2023. This is the Montgomery County Planning Board. I have a note that on this day in history in 1861, President-elect Abraham Lincoln traveled secretly from Baltimore to Washington by rail, passing through Prince George's County. He was avoiding an assassination plot, by the way. Also on this date in 2011, the first segment of the ICE and CC opened. It was the first electronically tolled road in the county, and I'm told Lincoln did not travel on the ICC, just so nobody gets confused on the transportation issue. Okay, we have a lot to do today. The first is we have the adoption of a resolution, Battery Lanes District Site C, Site Plan 8/2022-0230, and I'd accept a motion to approve the resolution.
Move approval of the resolution you just referenced.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Commissioner Presley will join us as soon as she can. The second item is record plats. We have 3 record plats. 2-2022-0810, Kevin John. 2-2022-1030, Falconhurst, and 2-2022-1130, and I guess that's a subdivision plan, as well as 2-2022-1180, and that's the public service PSTA subdivision, which we saw just a couple of days ago, it seems like. I'll entertain a motion to approve those record plats.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, having a motion and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, no opposed. We have a regulatory extension, interesting, because it's an administrative subdivision, relatively small. It's 6/20/23/0060. This is their first extension. They do want 7 months on a process that generally takes 90 days. But I understand it's to work out all the issues so that when it comes to us, it might be non-controversial as opposed to a controversial administrative subdivision. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the regulatory extension for, let me get the number right, 6/2023/0060.
And Mr. Chair, I second that motion.
Okay, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I thought that might have been tougher, but that was, I never know. Item 4, roundtable. We'll turn it over to the acting planning director.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director for the record. For today, I'm actually going to turn over my time to our Historic Preservation team to talk about our Historic Markers program.
Good morning.
The team is assembling. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Rebecca Ballo, Historic Preservation Supervisor. I'm joined this morning by our Historic Markers team, and I will let them introduce themselves.
Yep. Casey Roan, Historic Preservation Staff.
Darrell Godfrey, Communications.
So we have a brief presentation for you this morning as part of the Planning Director's report. The Historic Preservation Office, working with our team in communications, has completed a small historic markers program. We've been working on this for the better part of the last 3 years. We've completed 4 historic markers. This is a new initiative for the Historic Preservation Office in the Planning Department. And this morning we wanted to present 2 of the historic markers for Black History Month. These markers have to do specifically with African American history in Montgomery County. And with that, I will turn it over to Casey for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good morning. Thank you for allowing us the time to talk about the Historic Marker Program. I think over the past several years, we've had a really great collaborative effort to finish these markers. We've worked closely with the communications staff as well as with our colleagues in Montgomery Parks to develop a new shared vision for the marker program in both departments. This work acknowledges that our past interpretation of the county's history has often marginalized many people's stories and contributions to the county, particularly those of people of color. And the Untold Stories program seeks to bring those narratives to the center of our interpretation of history. Both Montgomery Parks and Planning will be installing Remarkable Montgomery Untold Stories markers around the county that will bring greater recognition to these histories that we've undervalued in the past. Staff have worked closely with Montgomery Parks Cultural Resources Stewardship Section to develop a shared branding for these markers that will communicate to the audience that the signs placed by both departments are part of the Untold Stories program. All Untold Stories markers will have the shared Untold Stories logo, which you can see at the upper left here, that was designed by Parks, and the logo of the authoring department. And in cases where Planning is placing markers on Parks land, then both departments' logos would appear. The first of 4 markers are in production now, as Rebecca said, and today we're going to share 2 of these stories that have a close association with Black History Month, and particularly this month's theme of Black resistance, which explores ways in which African Americans have taken on historic and ongoing injustice through proactive action. Before moving into these histories, I do want to recognize again our graphic designer, Daryl Godfrey, who worked with us very closely on this effort and was a major part of this project, and whose great designs here really help bring these histories to life. So thank you, Daryl.
Thank you.
So the first marker addresses the Beltway March of 1966. And before delving into the history, I want to point out one important feature of this marker. It's being printed in a bilingual format in both English and Spanish to make the marker more accessible and to draw more people in. This marker will be placed along a pedestrian walkway near the entrance to the Forest Glen Metro, where it should get regular foot traffic. Our other markers will be translated on our website, which is accessible through a QR code, and our goal is to move towards providing on-site translation for our markers in the future. This marker commemorates an important civil rights action that began in Montgomery County on June 8, 1966, that targeted segregated housing in the Washington, D.C. suburbs. This was a time when local developers, property owners, property management companies, and realtors were systematically excluding African Americans from housing options in the Washington suburbs. This severely limited their options and prevented Black families from moving out to the suburbs. The Beltway March was an action planned and led by J. Charles Jones, who's seen at right here. Jones was a veteran civil rights activist who had led lunch counter protests in North Carolina and participated in the founding of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, through which he went to South Carolina and was arrested and jailed for 30 days, among other actions that he took part in. He came to the DC area to attend the Howard University School of Law and earned his JD in 1966. While he was here, he helped found the Action Coordinating Committee to End Segregation in the Suburbs, known as ACCESS. Through 1966 and 67, Access led picketing campaigns of segregated apartment complexes in Virginia and Maryland. They also targeted developers' homes and offices, including that of Carl Freeman in Silver Spring. J. Charles Jones, who was president of Access, developed a new tactic in early June 1966 after the shooting of civil rights activist James Meredith, who was attempting a solo march from Memphis, Tennessee to Jackson, Mississippi. And Jones was really inspired by Meredith's march and decided to bring this tactic to the work here in the DC metro area. So Jones planned a 66-mile march around the Capitol Beltway to draw attention to the housing segregation that kept Black residents out of the suburbs. So he was joined by a small group that began a march around the shoulder of the Beltway, walking counterclockwise against the flow of traffic. And they began their march at the Georgia Avenue off-ramp, which you can see in the historic photo on the right. You can see the Georgia Avenue exit signs over their heads, and that's Jones at the front of the group there. The march lasted 4 days and drew significant media attention to their cause. Access continued to demonstrate, primarily through continued picketing and advocacy through 1966 and 67, to advocate for governmental action on housing segregation and discrimination. Progress was finally achieved when the Montgomery County Council adopted a fair housing ordinance on July 20th, 1967, and on August 15th, 1968, a broad fair housing law that complemented the fair housing provisions of the U.S. Civil Rights Act of 1968. Our second marker commemorates a powerful history of a local African-American homestead very close to our office here in Wheaton. The brick home at the center of the marker still stands at 2118 University Boulevard West, just past the intersection with Amherst Avenue, and the marker will be placed at Wheaton Veterans Park nearby. With this marker, we attempted to capture the broad sweep of this family's history while focusing on the achievements of two of its members, Elsie Sewell Horad and Romeo W. Horad Sr., whose brick home is at the center of the marker here. The family first settled here in 1894 when Charles Webster purchased an acre of land along present-day University Boulevard. He and his wife, Jane Webster, established a homestead here with several homes, an orchard, a barn, smokehouse, chicken house, and Charles Webster built a playhouse for his granddaughter, Elsie. And this farm and home was a gathering place for the community and for the family for several generations, which you can see a family photo here at right. Charles Webster made a mark on the local African-American community near Wheaton. He served as a trustee for the nearby school for Black students and was involved in political advocacy for candidates that pledged to support the county's Black residents. And this was in the late 19th and early 20th century. And he set a tradition of sort of engagement and altruism that was carried on by his descendants. The Webster's granddaughter, Elsie Sewell Horad, is seen here in the front row as a child. She's second from the right, and she became part of the third generation of the family to settle here. Elsie Sewell Horad, pictured at the center, standing here. She's with her parents and her two brothers. I want to note one of her brothers, Dr. Webster Sewell, standing at right. He was a pioneering Black physician who served Montgomery County's African-American residents at a time when there were few options for medical care available. He practiced out of this location and later opened a dedicated medical facility in Norwood. His daughter, Dorita Sewell, shared her family photos and her memories of the family with us for this project, so I want to thank her for her contributions too. Elsie Sewell Horad served as a DC public school teacher for nearly 3 decades, and she carried on her grandfather's tradition of civic engagement. She was a senior member in a local chapter of the United Order of Tents, one of the earliest Black women's mutual aid groups to be established in the country. She was a church leader, and she was an elected officer of the Montgomery County Colored Republican Club in 1928, only 8 years after women won the right to vote. After her husband's death, she carried on the family's real estate business. Her husband, Romeo W. Horad Sr., was a real estate broker, a lawyer, and a civil rights activist who helped fight the region's racially restrictive housing covenants. He was a graduate of the Howard University School of Law, and he spent time working in the DC Recorder of Deeds office, where he saw firsthand the ways that racism was written into real estate transactions. In the late 1930s and 1940s, he partnered through his real estate firm with several white realtors to sell homes to Black buyers in areas of the district with racial restrictive covenants. And this work over time led to a lawsuit and a Supreme Court decision in 1948 that held racially restrictive covenants in the district to be legally unenforceable. And the Supreme Court found restrictive covenants to be illegal nationwide later that same year. Horad also led the county's Citizens Council for Mutual Improvement, which advocated for public investment in African American communities and desegregation of public restrooms. He also ran a groundbreaking but unsuccessful campaign for county council when the council was first established in 1948. So really a trailblazing figure. And through his work and his public comments, he really expressed his belief that quality housing was fundamental to quality of life. And he saw their home in Wheaton as emblematic of these values. The Horad's home at 2118 University Boulevard in Wheaton still stands today as a legacy of this family and their contributions to the county. We think these are really exciting histories, and we're really excited to share them with the public and get these markers out there. We're hoping for an installation and ribbon cutting for both of these markers in the spring. We also have several markers in production dealing with women's history that we may preview next month for Women's History Month. And we hope to pursue additional markers through the Untold Stories program in the future as funding allows. There's more information about these stories and 2 great videos about these histories that I shared today available on the project's website at montgomeryplanning.org/remarkablemontgomery. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions about the markers in this history.
Thank you. Commissioner Pranson.
Hi, yeah, how big are the markers?
They are 2 feet by 3 feet, so a horizontal panel. And we have a full-size printout of both of these markers available in the lobby outside the auditorium, so you can see, but they're the standard National Park Service marker.
So one will be at Forest Glen and the other one will be at the Veterans Park over here in Wheaton? Okay, thank you.
That's right.
No, excellent program. You know, we were asking about markers the other day on rustic roads, and we're glad you brought this information to us and look for a successful program. Commissioner?
Thank you. I just wanted to say, I think this is a great idea. I think, I mean, you guys have done tremendous research going into some of these primary documents, historical documents, so I look forward to seeing them. And you said that one of them was going to be at the Forest Glen Metro, is that? Okay.
That's right.
And the other one?
The other one is in the Wheaton Veterans
Plaza?
Park. Yeah, right.
Okay,
Here in Wheaton.
fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So just to close, I just wanted to reiterate that this effort is entirely in-house, using our wonderful staff talent and expertise, both in communications through Daryl Godfrey's, fantastic designs, as well as our historic preservation team, particularly Casey Roan, in doing the research. I also, again, wanted to give a note of appreciation to our colleagues in the Parks Department. This was indeed and is a joint effort. We decided, instead of having 2 separate historic markers programs, to collaborate and to create this joint branding to celebrate Montgomery County's history. So again, looking forward to sharing more markers in the future.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do we need to pause or no? No? Good morning. It's still February 23rd, 2023. This is the Planning Board, Item 6, Oarsman Ford at Montgomery Mall. The site plan number is 820-09-014C. This is an amendment to that plan. I'll hear from staff first. We have one speaker for this who I'll then allow, and then hear from the applicant.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Emily Tettelbaum with the Mid-County Planning Division, and I am here to present to you the Oarsman Ford and Montgomery Mall Site Plan Amendment Number 8-2009-014C. And staff is recommending approval of this site plan amendment with the modified condition that's in the staff report. So this property is located on Westlake Terrace. You can see the property outlined in red here, directly west of the I-270 spur and across the street from Westfield Montgomery Mall. An office building and a post office are located just north of the property on Motor City Drive. A Home Depot is located to the west here across Motor City Drive. The zoning of the property is CRT, Commercial Residential Town, and the property is within the Rock Spring Sector Plan area. The site is just over 4 acres in size, and one of the important features to note about this property as we discussed this amendment application is a PEPCO easement with underground utility infrastructure that's along the south and east sides of the property, and I'll show you a slide with an exhibit of the easement in a moment. As you can guess from the name of this application, a car dealership used to occupy the property, and you can see that in the aerial view here. This is the former car dealership. But currently, the project that was approved by the previous site plan is currently under construction. You can see the apartment building here. This was from the fall of last year. So there's been further progress made on the building. So in 2018, I'm hearing some feedback. In 2018, this project received sketch and site plan approval for an apartment building with 343 dwelling units and a 75-foot tall building. And along with the site plan, the applicant proposed 8-foot sound fencing to mitigate noise from I-270 within the common outdoor areas of the project. The building itself was designed and approved to mitigate the exterior noise to acceptable levels inside the building, and that aspect of the project remains unchanged. So the board is reviewing this amendment today specifically because of the removal of the sound fence, as the applicant has exhausted all the alternatives that are available to construct the sound fencing in a location that would effectively mitigate the noise in the outdoor areas. You can see on this graphic the existing PEPCO easement in purple here. It occupies a 60-foot wide area of the property, so the property line is approximately here. Just to the east is the I-270 right-of-way, and then the building is located just to the west of this easement area. PEPCO will not allow the installation of the fence footers within the easement area because there's insufficient space to avoid conflicts with the underground infrastructure here. And the applicant and planning staff coordinated extensively with SHA, and they ultimately decided to deny the applicant's request to place the fencing within the right-of-way because of the planned improvements to I-270. So again, the lack of the sound fencing will expose some of the outdoor common areas of the project to additional noise, but it will not impact the noise levels within the building. Architectural treatments have always been planned to mitigate the indoor noise. In this case, a waiver of the noise guidelines is appropriate because of the 60-foot wide PEPCO easement that's on the property that precludes installation of the fence, and SHA's denial of the applicant's request to install the fence within the right-of-way. So in addition to the removal of the sound fence, which is really what the board is reviewing with this amendment. That's why we're bringing it before you today. There are also some adjustments to the site plan that are very typical for a project after the site plan as it goes through further review and final engineering with DPS. We often see changes to landscaping, minor revisions to open spaces, and architecture. And as the project goes through final engineering and the drainage facilities are locked in, the stormwater management plan is finalized with DPS. Often we review these at the staff level and work closely with DPS on these minor changes. So I did receive a call during review of this amendment from an occupant of the adjacent office building who asked me some questions and expressed some concerns about the traffic that this project would generate and some concerns about the state of Motor City Drive. So I provided the neighbor with information and informed them that all traffic impacts because of this project have already been reviewed and approved with prior approvals by this board. And this amendment does not propose any changes to transportation impacts. So this application satisfies all the findings of the zoning ordinance and continues to conform to the recommendations of the Rock Spring Sector Plan. So staff recommends approval of the site plan amendment. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Yeah, I'll make a question. I'll have a question. I'm trying to understand. I mean, there's construction going on right now. I mean, that picture that you made on what was it, page 4, was that from I-270? The one on the left.
No, that is from Westlake Terrace.
Okay. So I mean, there's already construction. When did the construction begin in relation to when they knew that the fence was not accepted by MDOT and by PEPCO?
I'm going to defer to the applicant team to answer that question because I'm not sure of the exact timing.
Okay.
I do think the applicant let us know as soon as they received word from SHA about the fence situation, and we've been working with them for quite some time. I mean, I think since probably last spring, maybe a little earlier.
Okay.
about
My
this.
concern is whether the fact that their sound barrier fence was rejected, did that in any way, I mean, in my opinion, they should have come here and say, we have this issue before they started construction. So the timing there, to me, it's kind of important.
I think the timing has been a tricky issue because they were coordinating with SHA, I think, for a few years, and I'll let the applicant go into more details about the exact timing. They almost had an approval with SHA, and then at the last minute, I think SHA withdrew the approval because of the planned improvements along I-270. So the timing for this has been difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Does the applicant want to answer any of those timing questions?
Good morning. For the record, Philip Hummel of Miles and Stockbridge. Our firm is land use counsel to the applicant. It's my understanding that outreach began with PEPCO at the end of 2017, well before construction started in 2021, which is when the building permit was issued. So applicant's been at this for about 4.5 years to try to get this wall built, and ultimately PEPCO declined authorization, and same with SHA.
Was it the more or less around the same time that MDOT and PEPCO declined the sound barrier fence? Was it around 2017?
No, so coordination began between applicant and PEPCO starting at the end of 2017. And then PEPCO eventually refused to grant consent for the construction of the sound wall about a few months thereafter. So after that, applicant then turned to SHA. And as staff mentioned, that was a years-long process. It got very far down the line. And it was only in 2022, last year in May, I believe, that SHA finally said that they were not going to grant permission to construct the wall in their right-of-way.
So you were still hopeful in 2022 that
Correct. I
that
mean, I can,
that SHA would allow the fence, even though Pepco had said in
correct. So,
2017 that they were not going to allow.
right, so as we noted in our statement of justification, applicant actually went very far down the line with SHA. The applicant prepared a landscape mitigation plan. They received approval of a DNR permit to allow tree impacts. They provided construction details for the proposed sound barrier fence to SHA. They filed an SHA permit application with cost estimate. They submitted a bond, performance bond for the construction of the fence. And they actually went very far down the line because SHA then required an MOU between the applicant and SHA for the construction of the fence and maintaining new trees. And it was, again, only in May of 2022 did SHA say, sorry, we're working on this program for the improvement of I-270, 495, the Op Lanes project. And they said that our proposed sound wall would conflict with their plans for the I-270 expansion, which I believe at this point does include a sound wall, but they're at very preliminary engineering at this point.
And in May 2022, how far were you in terms of the construction, the actual construction going on?
That'll have to defer to the applicant, to Cassie of Folger Pratt.
Hi, Cassie Shoup, Folger Pratt. May of 2022, we were topped out. The building, the structure was entirely there.
Was there already, the building construction?
Commissioner Branson?
So I am concerned about the noise abatement. You said that there would be internal things done that would abate the noise. Could you explain what those are?
So there is an obligation under the site plan as it currently exists to mitigate interior noise to 45 decibels. Nothing in this amendment is proposing to change that obligation, and I'll defer to our sound engineer to describe exactly what those attenuation features might be.
Hi, I'm Chris Carner with Polysonics. I'm the acoustic consultant on the project. Before we even knew about the barrier, we don't really include the barrier in our interior modeling for the because we're only trying to mitigate for people 5 feet tall, not for the face of the building. So we had a model of every unit, every room of every unit in the building, and applied the noise that we had found in our traffic model, and then increased the window and door STC ratings until we met 45 within each room, within each unit.
So, so basically, if I stand in the parking lot of this building, it'll be noisy, but once I get inside, everything will be fine.
Yeah, at 45, the county standard is a pretty well-established standard for HUD or for other counties, so it'll be typical background noise level,
Okay,
industry standard.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about, even though I know we're not, it's not a subject for today, but I just want to express some concern about this traffic pattern. I believe in your report it said that that the applicant has consented to repave or something, Motor City Drive. Is that accurate?
Correct, right, along the property frontage.
And so at the back, where that big box store, Home Depot, is located, behind that, there's another little strip center, right?
I believe there is a strip shopping center just north of the Home
right
Depot.
And so if I'm in the building at Motor City Drive, my options become kind of limited. I mean, and I say this because I've been to that Home Depot at lunchtime and tried to get out of that parking lot onto Westlake Terrace. And it is no easy task. And there's nothing there, right? There was nothing there then except an empty parking lot or empty car lot. So, you really, it does trouble me that people will probably do exactly what I used to do, which is cut back around through that little strip center lot and come around the other side. That's not exactly the safest thing in the world to do. So I just want to express my concern about this whole, in and out pattern for this development, because I don't think it really takes into consideration that there's a strip mall. There may well still be a post office. I know there used to be one over to the side. So there's a lot of stuff going on in there. And when people that start living there, it's going to be even more congested. And I'm just concerned about that. That doesn't seem very walkable to me.
It's a concern not before us with these
Yeah.
amendments.
Exactly. I mean, I know it's not before us, but I just want it known that this does not seem to be fulfilling what we talk about when we talk about walkable communities. This just doesn't seem to cut it.
Let me call upon our one speaker on Teams, Mr. Mulcahy, I hope. I pronounced that not too badly. You have 3 minutes if you'd like to speak. You're muted. Sir, if you'd like to speak, you need to unmute yourself. There you
Hi,
go.
can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, we could barely hear you, but a part of my complaints have been expressed. It was the noise level, and the second complaint, which cannot be sent in a picture, and the second primary complaint was the front entrance. The way the building is shown on the picture is beautiful on the front side, but look at our side and the noise from I-270. So if you would so kindly focus on the top line, which is our building, and we've been there. The slide just went away. All right, the arrow should be at our building for a minute, please, right there. And go to the red line right below it and look at the distance we have from our building to the property line, and what they show is not correct. That's the old Orsman, that's not the new building. So that's that picture of 10401 Motor City Drive is the old Orsman building. Now let's look at the backside. The backside, the noise level, I'm right now sitting on the 7th floor of our building, and I can hear the traffic. You may even hear an ambulance in my office. And we are 60 foot above the ground level of the highway, and we can hear it. And when you were speaking, I could barely hear you. Anyway, we all talk loudly because we have the traffic in a closed office. There's no balcony on that side. There's no window open. It's all glass there towards the highway. And I do have a balcony which never opens. The door's shut. But anyway, may I please, now that I've heard the past two speakers, and I more than fully agree with them, and I thank them so much for expressing our concern. And Your Honor, the Chairman, I say that to you. We did complain at the first hearing 4 or 5 years ago at the library, but there was no attention given. We complained again, no attention given. We spoke to MNC PPC about about our dead trees in the corner, which was 60 feet tall. And if you see my picture, you'll see the tree behind me also.
You have
because
15 seconds.
Well, my 15-second, I would have to submit the report, which explains the severe traffic congestion on Motor City Drive. I was told I was going to have 15 minutes, but if I got 15 seconds left of the 3-minute conversation, then you should not deprive yourself of the written document that I was going to read, which would have taken no more than 10 minutes, but I had to support the previous two presenters who presented the noise level and the concern of the shopping strip, and the U.S. Post Office, 150 cars at 450 trips.
Thank you.
Our building,
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
well, it's incomplete. It's incomplete. Thank you.
I'm sorry. We have the amendment before us. We have a building under construction. We have a ton of decisions that were made before we are sitting here today. We have a relatively minor change, well, depending upon how you look at it, a minor change to a condition we imposed, and we apparently allowed the construction to occur before the approvals for the sound wall. That would be on us. And that would be us to look forward to in other conditions in the future. Although you have to admit on this one, you're subject to SHA and state highways on an evolving project that they don't know about. And what the state has now put themselves in the position of is they may be required to do that sound wall under the noise regulations for the highway without the developer's contribution. So with that, I'll turn it over to the applicant if you have anything to say before we take a vote.
Not just very briefly, we wanted to thank all of staff for their hard work and attention to this case. We have reviewed the staff report and the proposed conditions of approval. We agree and ask the planning board respectfully approve the amendment as conditioned by staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, a couple hopefully quick points. One is I'm reassured to hear that there's not an impact to the sound inside the building. I assumed that the sound wall had a contributory effect to that, but you're testifying otherwise. You need to answer that one. Just
That's correct. There is an obligation that's pre-existing that we have to mitigate to 45 inside, and that will continue to be the case.
But I was also interested in whether we might require a disclosure that this building's not meeting the sound ordinance, but I don't think that's really in the interest if the inside is okay. What we're talking about is the sound next to the highway outside is going to be louder. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone.
That's exactly right. Well said.
And then I do want to ask staff, because you've characterized this as the sound wall is triggering this review, and then you've got other, I was startled by the number of alterations that are in this application for the amendment. But apparently that is normally things that would be happening through staff because we have it coming before us, you're sending it before us. That's not something to be alarmed about.
Yes, you've characterized it exactly right. This is, often we see this as projects go through the construction process and final engineering is completed and DPS permits are issued. We often see little tweaks to the projects and we review them at a staff level.
You didn't describe really fully the stormwater management, but it struck me that eliminating 4, I think, wells on the site and collapsing those into one facility doesn't strike me as de minimis. But you are asserting that that's sort of a normal engineering modification.
It is, and the engineer can provide you with more details about that, but that is something we see fairly typically. DPS has purview over the stormwater management facilities, and as long as there's not any other major conflict with another site plan element, then we don't consider that a major change, because I think otherwise we would probably be bringing amendments here very often if we were to, bring all those changes before you.
And while I have the floor, I just want to respond to the testimony we just heard, which is I think the person testifying was commenting on the noise inside their building, which is not at issue here. And the traffic component of this was already heard and decided and is not before us, is my understanding. Okay.
Right. I suspect this applicant might have gotten a different result from this board. I'm not sure, but it is what it is. And we're here today to decide on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, let me just make a comment. I had some concerns about the sound issue. I think the sound engineer has clarified that inside the building, it's not going to be inside the housing, it's not going to be an issue. I'm still a little bit concerned about the outside areas. But I hear your comments that it's really on us, well, on a previous board that decided to go ahead with the construction. And at this point in time, I mean, to me, it's a done deal. I mean, the construction is going on. Construction has been allowed by the planning board. So we really don't have any other choice but to support this project. I only wish in the past that they had considered maybe putting the housing more to the west of the property and putting the parking lot on the east, because the issues with sound in the parking lot is not as crucial as the people living there maybe hearing some of the noise. But again, I mean, that's just in hindsight, my opinion. But I will support this project. And are you hearing a motion?
I am hearing a
Okay, I
motion,
move
think.
that we approve
I
this
think
project
I'll second.
with the conditions
with the conditions, yeah, of the staff.
recommended by staff. Okay, I seeing no other conversation. All those in favor say aye.
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 And Commissioner Presnell is still not with us, so it's 4-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry for your heartaches with SHA and PEPCO. Good morning. This is the February 23rd session of the Planning Board. We are on item 5 for our agenda today, the Master Plan for Historic Preservation amendments. This is a public hearing. We have 2 sites that are recommended by the Historic Preservation Commission. I'll turn it over to staff first.
Good morning, John Lieberts, Cultural Resource Planner. So the purpose of this morning's public hearing and work session is to determine whether the Edward U. Taylor Elementary School and Weller's dry cleaning site meet designation criteria for listing in the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites and Master Plan for Historic Preservation, and whether the Planning Board should recommend that the County Council designate the properties as Master Plan Historic Sites. So staff finds that the Planning Board recommends that the Planning Board finds that the Edward U. Taylor Elementary School and Weller's dry cleaning meets the designation criteria as outlined in the County Code, list both sites in the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites, and recommends that the County Council list both sites in the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. And lastly, staff recommends that the Planning Board approves the public hearing draft plan as the Planning Board draft and permits staff to make any technical edits prior to transmission to the County Executive and County Council. Our presentation today first will provide an overview of the relevant guidance from Thrive and the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. Then, we will examine both properties, the Taylor School and Weller's Dry Cleaning, with respect to conformance with the relevant master plans and an evaluation of buildings against the designation criteria. And lastly, the presentation will conclude with staff's recommendations. Thrive recognized that historic preservation is an integral part of creating and maintaining a vibrant environment. As part of Thrive, the County Council and their equity consultant added language to focus on the preservation of African American and indigenous cultural sites and resources. The County Council established the Master Plan for Historic Preservation in 1979. This is a functional master plan covering the designation of historic sites and districts countywide. The plan recognizes that historic preservation provides community and economic benefits. The plan does not set a date restriction on resources to be considered, and it was envisioned that additional 20th century resources would be examined as the office's work moved forward. In making a recommendation about whether to list a property in the master plan or to the locational atlas, the Historic Preservation Commission and the Planning Board must determine whether the property meets the designation criteria. The Planning Board may also balance the importance of the historic property with other public interests to determine whether it should be designated. The designation criteria includes historical and cultural significance or architectural and design significance. As listed on the bottom of the slide, the designation process includes hearings at the Historic Preservation Commission, Planning Board, and County Council. The Council ultimately decides whether a resource is listed as a Master Plan Historic Site. I'll begin with the Taylor School. In 2019, the approved and adopted Mark Rails Community Sector Plan directed the Historic Preservation Office to evaluate the property. The plan recognized the building as one of the few modern schools constructed for African American students during the era of segregation. Historic preservation staff started archival research for the project that year. In 2021, Rebecca Ballo, Historic Preservation Supervisor, briefed the Montgomery County Board of Education on the historic significance of the school. The former superintendent and board supported the moving the process forward through the designation process. In 2022, the Historic Preservation Commission held a public hearing, work session, and action on the item, where they recommended listing the building in the Locational Atlas and Master Plan for Historic Preservation. We have a short video for the board to watch that highlights the school, its history, and its significance, and just give me one moment as I pull that up.
Approximately 1 mile southwest of Boyds, Maryland at 19501 White Ground Road is the Edward U. Taylor School. Built in 1952, the modern movement-influenced building was home to black elementary schoolers at a time when Montgomery County used legally sanctioned racial segregation to prohibit black children from attending white schools. 2 years after the Taylor School was constructed, the United States Supreme Court's ruling in Brown v. the Board of Education struck down the separate but equal doctrine in 1954, forcing Montgomery County Public Schools to end its system of racial segregation. 7 years later, in 1961, the Taylor School became one of the last county schools to desegregate and was the only segregated black elementary school to retain its original function. The Edward U. Taylor Elementary School serves as a reminder of segregated life in the 20th century and desegregation of public education in Montgomery County. Local black teachers, parents, and advocates fought against injustice to improve educational environments for black school children during segregation. Today, the Taylor School continues to serve the students of Montgomery County as the Taylor Science Center for processing and storage of science kits for Montgomery County Public Schools. These are the stories of some of the students who walked the halls of the Taylor School and its legacy on their lives.
So when we came here, all of us were family. Everybody was family. If I didn't know them when they first got here, I knew them by the end of the day because we were just a community. It was a major part of my life from the time I learned to walk and play and be outside with family. It was a major part of my life in elementary, for my elementary age. This is where they say it takes a village to raise a child, and that's exactly what this was.
Taylor was the only thing that we really had, that helped us kind of emerge from ourselves, and that's where we had fun. Like I said, we didn't have access to swimming pools, or the closest theater, and we didn't go there, was Rockville. We couldn't afford it, actually. And this was the only entertainment that we had.
It's my foundation, but it's foundation for a lot of people in Montgomery County. A lot of people have gone on now. However, they've left their mark, they've left their stamp, and it was just a great environment to grow up in.
I used to just come to volunteer, go outside, play with the children, and then the cafeteria manager, she said, well, why don't you come on over and work with me? Okay. And I came over and I started to working in the cafeteria, feeding the children, or preparing their meals, and it was very rewarding to me.
As a hallmark of the era of de jure racial segregation, the Taylor School captures the struggle and perseverance of the county's black communities as they fought for equal rights during the segregation and integration of the public school system. The story of this once segregated public school can teach future generations about an important chapter in county history as an addition to Montgomery County's Master Plan for Historic Preservation.
So, the Edward U. Taylor School's history is representative of the closure and consolidation of one-room and two-room elementary schools for black students in the mid-20th century prior to desegregation, the sustained advocacy for modern school facilities and a pressure applied from state and national litigation against the separate but equal doctrine, the desegregation of the school system, and the burden placed on African American communities to achieve the desegregation policy set forth by the county. And on the slide, we have a picture on the right of Edward U. Taylor, superintendent of the segregated schools, who played a significant role in the education of and advocacy for African American students in Montgomery County in the first half of the 20th century. Staff finds that the site meets one designation criterion related to architectural and design significance, and two designation criteria related to historic and cultural significance. Furthermore, the building retains sufficient historic integrity. Preserving the architecture of racial segregation creates a forum to educate the public, provide spaces to deliberate past and modern race relations, and discuss social justice and tolerance. The proposed environmental setting incorporates the entire parcel acquired by Montgomery County Public Schools in 1951. The environmental setting does not include the parcel to the southwest, also owned by schools. And while the Board of Education acquired the parcel during the period of significance, the property was never actively developed into athletic fields or baseball fields prior to 1979. All present-day uses were initiated in the late 20th century. Therefore, the parcel is not within the environmental setting. The design guidelines section of the plan is a collaborative document created by historic preservation staff in consultation with Montgomery County Public Schools and approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. I'll now shift focus to our second site, Weller's Dry Cleaning. The department's evaluation of Weller's Dry Cleaning started in 2002. A consultant from Montgomery Planning noted that the property should be evaluated for the National Register of Historic Places and the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. This report was commissioned and completed as mitigation for the demolition of the Silver Spring Armory. In 2015, former Montgomery Planning architectural historian Claire Kelly featured the building in the department's publication Montgomery Modern, as shown on the screen. Historic preservation staff evaluated the resource as part of the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan in 2020. Public presentations to the community in fall 2021 noted the significance of the resource and identified it for future study for the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. The historic preservation recommendations that became part of the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan were unanimously supported by the HPC, the Planning Board, the County Council, and the Fed Committee when they were presented in 2022. Recent public process included 2 public hearings and work sessions at the Historic Preservation Commission. One hearing in September focused on the property's eligibility for listing in the Locational Atlas, an index of historic sites, and a second hearing in December for its eligibility as a master plan historic site. With respect to master plan guidance, the approved and adopted Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan called for the evaluation of the building for the master plan for historic preservation and encouraged the adaptive reuse of the building if the occupant and use changed. Weller's Dry Cleaning is located in the Fenton Village District at the corner of Fenton Street and Thayer Avenue, as shown on this illustrative diagram from the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Community Plan. The site is located at the blue box. This diagram from the plan highlights several opportunity sites shown in black hatched marks and areas for proposed public open space shown in green. Neither the Weller's Dry Cleaning site nor the adjacent parcels were identified as opportunity sites. This doesn't mean that they can't redevelop, but it just wasn't a priority opportunity site identified by staff or the community at that time. In determining whether or not to designate a site as historic, the Planning Board is charged with balancing historic preservation with other public interests. In addition to protecting the inherent architectural value of this historic resource, the preservation of Weller's Dry Cleaning would accomplish the additional public benefits of enhancing the sense of place in Fenton Village, a key master plan goal. The Wellers provides a placemaking quality to the greater Silver Spring business community and Fenton Village. There have been questions about the redevelopment potential of the site and whether historic preservation would prohibit or substantially reduce development potential. The present zoning for the site is CR3, C3, R3 with a height of 70 feet. The property is also located with the Fenton Village Overlay Zone, which reduces the height to 65 feet along Fenton Street. Staff created preliminary back-of-the-envelope redevelopment scenarios if the subject property were combined with the 2 properties to the south. Staff estimated that 3 parcels combined would yield approximately 69,000 gross square feet for a potential project. With the zoning requirements, this could theoretically yield between up to 70 units at 1,000 square feet per unit. Such a building would require a 2-story base with a step back to an additional 4 stories per the design guidelines in Fenton Village. We have our colleagues here with us as well from the planning department. Tara Margulies can answer questions during the question and answer period if you have specific questions about the zoning on the site. Also, the recently adopted master plan kept the building heights relatively low along Fenton Street on purpose to retain the character of the Fenton Village Overlay Zone. Most importantly, historic preservation would not prohibit this scenario, as staff believes this building could be incorporated successfully into new construction, as has been the case with other historic sites in downtown Silver Spring, such as the Canada Dry Building and the Dyers and Cleaners buildings. Now that we've discussed relevant master plan guidance, I'll shift to the discussion of the architectural significance of the building. Architect Ted Engelhardt designed the building in the Googie style, a subset of the modern movement for the Weller brothers. The dry cleaner opened in 1961 and is a significant example of roadside commercial architecture in Montgomery County. And on the screen is a recently provided historic photograph of the building and sign during its construction. The architect relied on the elements of the Googie style to create a landmark building in downtown Silver Spring. He successfully contrasted the solid porcelain enamel box to a stone veneered and lighter projecting section featuring expansive windows and a cantilevered awning that floated in the air. The roof form permitted greater visibility with its floor-to-ceiling windows. In addition, the business featured an original, distinctive Googie-styled sign that oriented travelers on Fenton Street and harmonized with the design of the building. All these features combined to create a playful and quirky landmark that engaged the everyday consumer with a modern and popular architecture in lieu of the high-style austerity of the international, brutalist, and expressionist styles. And shown on this slide is the building and its signage. It's important to address the question of whether a building still retains integrity even with alterations to its original architecture and design. Nearly all historic resources have some type of change over time, and this is especially true of commercial properties. Many storefronts in the Silver Theater and Shopping Center have been altered before the resource was designated and rehabilitated. In particular, at that site, key features of the theater had been demolished, notably the vertical signage and the silver marquee, and a chimney on the theater auditorium. Yet the complex was still designated as a historic site and successfully rehabilitated, enabling it to contribute to the economy in a sense of a place of downtown Silver Spring. Another example is the Flower Shopping Center, which has been altered but was partially designated in 2013. More than ample photographic evidence exists to implement a rehabilitation of the dwellers, should this or a future owner choose that path. And such work would be compatible with historic preservation and would qualify for historic preservation rehabilitation tax credits. Staff finds that the site meets 2 designation criteria related to architectural and design significance. Dwellers Dry Cleaning is a rare example of Googie commercial architecture in Montgomery County, and throughout the region and country, many of these architectural resources have been lost to demolition. The proposed site to be listed in the master plan for historic preservation consists of the building, sign, and its associated lot as shown on the accompanying map. Presently, the sign is located within the public right-of-way, but is planned to be moved to the property in the near future. The environmental setting shall include a piece of the right-of-way until the relocation of the sign. And finally, back to staff's recommendations. Again, staff recommends that the planning board finds that the Edward U. Taylor Elementary School and Weller's Dry Cleaning meets the designation criteria as outlined in the county code. List the Edward U. Taylor Elementary School and Weller's Dry Cleaning to the locational atlas and index of historic sites. And recommends that the county council lists both sites in the master plan for historic preservation. And finally, we request that the planning board approve the public hearing draft as the planning board draft and permit staff to make any technical edits prior to transmission. Thank you.
All righty. We have a lot of speakers for the public hearing. We are going to time everyone. Groups will get 8 minutes. Individuals will get 3 minutes. We will try to keep you to that. Remember that we're listening to everybody, and there's no need to repeat exactly what somebody else has said. You can say, I support so-and-so's testimony if you wish, or I support these ideas, or whatever you wish, but repetition doesn't necessarily help the argument, just so you know. We're judging this by criteria. I'm going to call up the people I think that are here, and we'll get the others in names. The first group of people I think will all testify on the Taylor School. I have Ms. Burdett from the school board. We have Moses, Mr. Mosesman on Teams. We have Dan Siemens. If you'd come up to the stand if I call your name. Dan Siemens from Boyd Civics. Ms. Kelly in person. Ms. Prattner and Ms. Schoenberg, if she would come up too, and Della Douglas if there's space. Come on up. Yeah, it's okay. All right. Are we ready? Ms. Burdette, you're speaking on behalf of HPC. You are welcome to begin.
Thank you. I will be testifying at this time for both properties.
Right.
Okay. My name is Karen Burdett. I am the Vice Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission, and I am here to testify on behalf of the Commission for support of the amendment to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation for the Edward U. Taylor School and Weller's Dry Cleaning. I was appointed to the HPC in 2019 based on my experience as a licensed architect with broad range of professional experience in the DMV, including adaptive reuse of historic properties, my lifelong interest in historic preservation, and my advocacy over the last decade for the small independent businesses in Fenton Village, and I have lived in East Silver Spring since 1999. The proposed amendment to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation brings forward two significant mid-century resources based on their importance in the history of the county and as examples of a specific period when great change was happening across the county. The Mark Royal Community Sector Plan of 2019 directed Montgomery Planning to evaluate the Edward U. Taylor School for designation. The Edward Taylor School is significant because it represents the importance of education in the Black community during the final stages of racial segregation. It took the efforts of families and organizations to push Montgomery County for equal funding for modern school facilities for the Black children in the county. The Edward Taylor School was one of only 4 segregated schools built to modern educational design standards and was the only one of the 4 that remained open as an integrated grade school. It is a visible, tangible reminder of not only segregated education, but also the period of integration in the county. Edward Taylor stands as it was just as a connection to the county's past, to the social history of that Black community, and to a specific architectural style. The testimony at the HPC meeting of former students Rita Talley and Della Turner Douglas also pointed out that the school was an important employer of the Black women in the community and was a social gathering place for children. By designating the Edward Taylor School to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation, we will ensure that future generations will be able to see and appreciate this hard-fought success by the Black community for equal access to modern educational facilities. In agreement with the staff draft plan that the Edward U. Taylor School met the criteria for designation 1A, 1D, and 2E, and after hearing the testimony from the public, the HPC voted unanimously on October 12, 2022, to recommend the Edward U. Taylor School to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. The HPC asked that the Planning Board do the same. In 2022, the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan called for the evaluation of Weller's Dry Cleaner for listing on the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. Weller's Dry Cleaners is another mid-century example of the dramatic changes that swept the county in the 50s and 60s. In the post-World War II period, Montgomery County began the rapid change from a predominantly rural farming area to new sprawling subdivisions. Downtown Silver Spring quickly became the major commercial district in Montgomery County, serving the new expanding neighborhoods. A World War II veteran, Charlie Weller, opened a dry cleaning business, and in 1961, he relocated his business to Fenton Street in his new building, styled in the Googie architectural style. For the next 60 years, Weller's Dry Cleaners served the local community, 50 years of it with Charlie behind the counter. Weller's is unique in the counter, an iconic architectural landmark for Silver Spring and the Fenton Village Commercial District. We don't know how many Googie-style buildings there were in Montgomery County in the 50s and 60s, but we know how many are left now. There are 4. And Weller's is the most significant of those 4 buildings remaining. In the 2002 Historic Site Survey and another survey in 2020, both surveys found that Weller's met both were recommended evaluation to the National Register, and in 2015, Weller's was included in the book Montgomery Modern by Montgomery planning historian Claire Lease Kelly. Weller's has long been recognized as a significant building by the county and experts in the field of mid-century architecture. In agreement with the staff draft plan that Weller's Dry Cleaning met the criteria for designation 2A, 2E, and after hearing the testimony from the owner and the public, the HPC voted unanimously on September 21st, 2022, to recommend Weller's Dry Cleaners to the Montgomery County Locational Atlas, and then on December 7th, to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. HPC asked that the Planning Board do the same. I want to close by talking about the HPC and historic preservation. The county has determined with its ordinance, the HPC office, the HPC staff, and the HPC, that preserving the past is not only worthwhile, but is necessary in Montgomery County. We don't preserve every building. We don't preserve buildings just because they are old or pretty or popular. We seek to preserve those that have significance, that are examples of the county's history and culture, and to preserve parts of the built environment for future generations to appreciate, learn from, and be enriched by. Additionally, designation on the master plan does not freeze a building in time. We actively encourage adaptive reuse, and the HPC spends most of its time reviewing historic area work permits for residential and commercial resources. We work with the owners to find a compromise that protects the resource while allowing the owner to use the building to its full potential. And we have one of our cases today that is more than likely possible to use as adaptive reuse. And we think with support and encouragement, the current owners can have a successful development that they want and Wellers can be part of. In conclusion, it isn't either or, it's both. And the HPC asks that you list these valuable county resources on the master plan for historic preservation. By doing so, you will ensure all of the users and their cultures become part of the ongoing history of Montgomery County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear on teams from Mr. Mosesman from the MCPS.
Thank you very much. My name is Gary Mosesman. I'm the Director of Design and Construction for Montgomery County Public Schools. And like noted, I am representing the school system. We're in support of the designation of the Edward U. Taylor Elementary School to historical status. And to be honest, there's nothing more I have to add to that.
Well, thank you. We appreciate the brevity. Next, we have Mr. Siemens from the Boyd Civic Association. I think there he is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dan Siemens. Good morning to everyone. I was trying to submit written testimony, and I failed to reach the deadline, so I'm going to skip over some of it and just say that I'm in support of the testimony provided by the Boyd's Historic Society, verbatim, and I'll proceed with there. I hope I don't have a technical glitch. I'm all thumbs with it. I forgot to bring my hard copy. Mental error. My personal assistant didn't remind me, so. But anyway, I'd say the Taylor Elementary School building represents the culmination of many years of struggles to improve educational conditions for Black children in Montgomery County. The style and quality of the construction illustrates the commitment Montgomery County finally made to desegregation. Having listed and indexed it will provide those who seek it valuable information. Its designation as a master plan historic site will I'm sorry, I lost my place here. Something's going wrong here. Designation as a master historic site and having it indexed will provide valuable information. Its designation as a master plan historic site will assure its preservation as a significant feature. It is. Black and white school kids attended school here together for the first time under official sanction of Montgomery County. This was a long struggle, and there were disparities, deep ones between black and white schools. Edward U. Taylor himself was fought for this thing. He died prior to its construction. They immediately decided to name the school after him. I really appreciate the testimony I've heard online that was submitted, talking about the Boyd's community is a community, has been for a long time. There were separations there. There were racism. People made racist comments off the cuff and intentionally. But it was a community there, and this school illustrates a change in people. And it should be preserved. It is a community. We had my stepfather was asked to chair the first PTA meeting. And people arrived there with apprehension, and the black community sat on one side, white community of Boyd's sat on the other side. And he said, this isn't what I was hoping for. And he pointed out to the members present that, they knew each other. They'd known each other all their lives. They'd grown up together. They'd worked on farms. They, shared the Boyd's market. They chatted at the Boyd's market. They knew their kids. They may have known their grandparents. And so this sort of broke the ice with things. He said, next time, let's see people mix it up a little bit. I attended 5th and 6th grade, 1961 through 63 in the spring. There were apprehensions among the kids, but I think the kids sorted it all out maybe better than some of the parents did. Of course, one thing was completely universal in agreement, and that was recess. Everybody agreed to that and liked it. So I'm just saying this school really did break the ice, and it was unique because I think the statistics will show, although I haven't confirmed them, that it was a majority black school, which was rare, and it was against the 33% ratio of blacks to whites that was attempted but was not obtained by the county. So it was given to really this community to sort things out, and they did. It was sort of handed to them against the objective of the county, and it was the only school in the county that was built into, or that was designated for desegregation, even among high schools that had this type of ratio. So it has a significance. We have an open house at the Boyd's Negro School, and people show up and ask pertinent questions, and we're trying to expand that. I'm finally taking part on it. Over the years, I was too busy to make a significant mark on the efforts, and so now I have time to do so, and I'm glad to be it. I'm president of the Boyd Civic Association. I think it was stated earlier. So proud to be so. And Boyd's would be very proud of this building remaining.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kelly?
Thank you. I am Joan Taylor Kelly, the daughter of Edward Ulysses Taylor.
Thank you.
Ma'am, can you press the button until it turns green? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We all struggle with technology here.
I am Joan Taylor Kelly, the daughter of Edward Ulysses Taylor, and I want to thank the Montgomery County Planning Board for considering this honor of his memory by giving the Edward U. Taylor School building historic designation. We are pleased when one of the 4 consolidated schools for Black children constructed in the 1950s was named in his honor. our pleasure is added with your consideration for a historic designation of this structure. Edward Taylor came from a family that instilled in him the value of education so much that his education was extended to be obtained in the District of Columbia institutions, Dunbar High School and Howard University. After earning his baccalaureate degree from Howard University, he returned to his Montgomery County community and was named the supervisor of colored schools by Dr. Broom. His office was in his home, where he assumed the duties and expenses of operating that office. He was involved in many of the initiatives related to the training of Negro teachers and the creation of the first high school for the Negro students. Ask her if she will.
Okay, good morning. My name is Jacqueline Kelly, and I'm the daughter of Joan Kelly, and I'm the granddaughter of Edward U. Taylor. So these are her words, so I'm going to be reading it as Joan Kelly. The area, we're talking about the Boyd's area, is of historic interest as a building adjacent to the preserved Old Boyd Negro Elementary School and next to the Cal Ripken baseball field. Edward U. Taylor developed a terminal illness and died in 1950 without knowing that he had been honored by having a school named after him. And Joan Kelly is the sole survivor of Edward U. Taylor's children. And again, this is in the words of Joan Kelly, I am pleased that he is again having an action taken to honor his memory. Thank you.
We have a
Thank you.
You-
Believe
okay,
it
we'd
or
like-
not, as a mother-daughter team, you've made it on time.
Okay, we have, and my husband with Retired Teachers Association. Would you like to have some words to say? And if you will, bring the portrait that used to hang in the school for many years when the students were being taught there, before it became the Science Materials Center. Hopefully, on the designation of this school as a historic site, we can re-enter the picture, the portrait of my father, to the hallways of that building. I've talked to Mr. DeMars, who's the supervisor director of that science center, and hopefully we can work out something and have it restored on a special occasion of the designation.
Thank you.
With my husband, who's also a retired teacher, would you like to say something? He doesn't hear me, okay.
Okay, the only other thing with time permitting, that my father, John Kelly, and Joan Kelly, just as a note, they were retired Montgomery County Public School, retirees from Montgomery County Public Schools. And the only other thing that my father would add, I don't know if there's any way to amend to it, were some photographs of, I think there's a camera there, photographs of Edward Taylor during his life. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Prather, if you'd like to go, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Rita Talley, and I am one of the students and graduates from the Edward U. Taylor Elementary School. Right now, I'm just going to say I support everything that has been said. I had a 3-minute speech, but my heart is so full right now after seeing and hearing and meeting this lady right here next to me. Coming from a community where this school gave us a foundation, of love and understanding and commitment. Again, the school has already been deemed historical. Let's not take it to just page 1. Let's finish page 2 and put it on the listing. And I support everything that everyone has said this morning. And I'm so proud to meet you. My heart is full. My heart is full. My eyes are full right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from Mira Schornbaum, I think, yes, on Teams. Boyd's Historic Society, you have 8 minutes.
My name is Miriam Schönbaum. I'm president of the Boyd's Historical Society. The Boyd's Historical Society enthusiastically and urgently supports the historic designation of the Edward U. Taylor School. Since 1980, we have owned school number 2, election district 11, presently known as the historic Boyd's Negro School. We maintain and operate it as the only one-room school for African American children during segregation in Montgomery County that remains and is regularly open to the public. This was the second school attended by the children of the African American kinship communities in the Boyd's area. The Taylor School across the street was the fourth. Both schools were at the heart and foundation of these historic communities. Every year, fewer and fewer of the elders remain with us. Please do not delay the recognition and designation of the Edward U. Taylor School.
Thank you very much. Very concise. We have one other speaker, Della Douglas, who is here in person.
Thank you.
You have 3
First and
minutes.
foremost, I'd like the panel for letting us input with this project. As I said, my name is Della Turner.
Oh.
And my
okay.
family was one of the founding families in Boyd's, as well as Tallies and Duffins and other family members. My father, Harry Turner, and his siblings all attended the one-room Negro school, which is right across the street, kissing Edward U. Taylor. And I am so pleased and honored to be here on behalf of my ancestors and preserve their history. And I thank you so much for having us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panel members. If you would return to your seats, and we'll get the next panel up here.
Thank you.
The next group that I'd like to come up is, I am going to slaughter this name. I'm sorry. Ms. Delegani, the owner of Wohlers. Mr. Knight, Ms. Reardon, Ms. Chaffee, Ms. Brent. I think that's about all who will fit up here. What, did the owner? She's coming, okay. If you could come up to the speakers. Certainly not me. You have it? Oh, okay. We have it up there. Ms. Delgani, you, as an individual, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bakalach Dalaleng.
Can you move the mic a little bit closer to your voice?
Am I okay? Can you hear me now?
Better.
My name is Bakalach Dalaleng. My family and friends call me Becky. I'm an immigrant. I'm a woman. I'm a Black woman, and I'm a mother of 6 children. As you can hear me now, I also have a heavy accent when speaking English. Thank you. How is this relevant to this case? You may ask. It's relevant because I have had a long and extremely difficult journey to get to this point in my life. I have been discriminated against countless times only because I'm an immigrant. I have been kicked and knocked down countless times only because I'm a woman and I'm Black. I have been underestimated countless times only because I have a heavy accent when speaking English. In the past 2 hearings, when we appeared in front of this historic preservation committee, I once again in my life saw the very thing I just mentioned, but only this time it was from a group of people who claim to be interested in preserving history. The only history I see being preserved is the same history where immigrants like myself come to this country and work so hard against all odds, only to be told by complete strangers that I don't have the right to do what I want with my property. When I think of the time 8237 Fenton Street was constructed, what did women's rights look like during that time? That is the history I see being preserved. In the first 2 hearings, the staff of the Historic Preservation Committee spoke highly of the architect, a man who is from the deep South. What was the history of this country during the time this property was designated and built? I'm sure we can all agree it was not pleasant. However, here is you are trying to preserve that history. In the first 2 hearings, it took a lot of strength to hold in my emotion and not say what I really felt. I was crying on the inside and kept telling myself not to speak of these things. But all of are doing now is what everyone else has already done to me for half my life. This is not the first time I have faced discrimination. And it probably won't be the last. However, I truly hope you'll prove me wrong today and deny this request to designate 8237 Fenton Street as historic, because there is nothing historic about it. And when I buy this property, nobody mentioned to me that it was historic or anything. I bought it on 2020 at the end, and one lady, she came to us, and after 6 months or something, she came and she mentioned about historic. And I thought it was a joke because I didn't know that. I work hard, I paid for that place, and somebody comes and said, oh, we are going to do this. I had never heard that before. And I said, oh, forget it. I told my children, no, they're joking, but it was not a joke. And people are coming to the store, and they are saying too many things. Because I work hard, I bought that place, instead of saying, oh, you did good, and they said, oh, one black lady bought this place, and if she sold it, we have to do something. And I heard a lot of things. And
Okay.
I'm asking you to just see this case and dismiss it, please. I don't want to waste my time, your time, and the money.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Knight.
Hello, I'm Steve Knight. I'm a resident of East Silver Spring. I know many of the businesses in Fenton Village. I've lived here a long time. I not only know a lot of the businesses, I know their owners, and I patronize them regularly. And I just want to say I really admire the owner of the Wellers property. You know, you've had a difficult journey, and you're clearly a very good business person with a really good track record of success despite all of the barriers that you've had to face. I'm also a practicing architect. I work with a firm in Washington, D.C. that's designed a number of very successful and transformative projects, mixed-use projects, nationally and locally, and including here in Montgomery County, a new town center for Crown Farm in Gaithersburg, and we're also working on a new neighborhood center for Chevy Chase Lake, the future stop at the Purple Line. I appreciate that amendments to the master plan can be very tough, particularly in our older urban neighborhoods, of which we need to ask so much these days. East Silver Spring really is the gold standard for sensitively managing change and growth in a community. During the 12 years that I served on my local civic association board, just up to last year, I'm really proud that we were able to work constructively and positively with developers and property owners in the community to welcome over 1,500 units of housing to the neighborhood, much of it low to moderate income families. And I appreciate that there's more to come. This all said, preservation is not an obstruction to change. It simply means managing with just a little bit of additional thought and care some of the change in the resources we have. I really do hope we can find a way to preserve this building. And I'm really proud to see it occupied with a small, independent, minority-owned business at this time, Silver Spring Beauty Supply. I hope that continues. And I also hope if the owner so chooses to redevelop the site that they've assembled, which is not only this property, but the two to the south, as I understand it, I'm really confident that there's a very plausible, straightforward development scenario that includes adaptive reuse. I know the site well, I know the neighborhood, and I've done a test fit to prove just that can be done like I do for any client. So I support staff and the Preservation Board's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reardon, for as a community association representative. You have 8 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Zients and members of the board. My name is Mary Reardon. I'm Preservation Chair of the Silver Spring Historical Society, and I'm speaking for the organization. Our president, Jerry McCoy, has submitted a written statement to the board. Silver Spring Historical Society enthusiastically supports listing the Wellers Dry Cleaning Building and sign on the county's master plan for historic preservation and also on the locational atlas and index of historic sites. I want to begin by reminding members of the planning board that it was a document drafted by planning staff that propelled this process. The Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan, recently approved by the planning board and council, singled out Wellers to be studied for potential listing on the master plan. Wellers, of course, had long been in the sights of preservationists and planners as deserving historic designation. The Historic Preservation staff has since made an excellent and thorough case for master plan and atlas listing, and the Preservation Commission has voted for both. We ask the current planning board to approve the HPC's recommendations. As a resident of Silver Spring since the 1980s, I've often been awed by the Wellers Building. I was fascinated with its mixture of construction materials, its colorful striped panels, the bright geometric shapes of the sign, and the space-age shape and angles of the building itself, even before I learned about an architectural style called Googie. Wellers was and is unique in Silver Spring. It's a part of Fenton Village, a place celebrated by residents and the county as a special part of downtown Silver Spring, characterized by low-rise buildings and small independent businesses. Development has altered some of that character over the years, but Wellers is among the numerous buildings and businesses that comprise the village in Fenton Village. Preservationists value the more than 200 small independent businesses in Fenton Village. During the sector plan work sessions, preservation organizations urged that Fenton Village's small businesses, ethnic diversity, and moderate-scale affordable buildings be preserved. The Silver Spring Historical Society has over the years joined with other groups in supporting and defending the small businesses. Weller's Dry Cleaning has a particularly long history of service in Fenton Village, opened in 1961 by Benjamin and Charles Weller, who interestingly were the sons of Lithuanian immigrants. Generations of residents have strolled by and patronized Wellers. Along with its unique eye-catching design, Wellers easily meets the following criterion for historic designation. Quote, "The historic resource represents an established and familiar visual feature of the neighborhood, community, or county due to its singular physical characteristic or landscape." The colorful, whimsical, Googie style of Wellers accounts for meeting a second designation criterion, i.e., quote, "The historic resource embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, or method of construction," unquote. The Googie style originated in California and spread across the U.S. in an increasingly car-centric era. The slanted cantilevered roof, colorful panels, blended materials, and iconic sign of Wellers are standard elements of Googie, easily visible to motorists. The Historic Preservation Commission has affirmed that Wellers meets both of these criteria. Since last fall, the Wellers facade has changed as the new tenant has blanketed much of the building in a monolithic beige paint. But this unfortunate alteration is reversible, and the HPC in voting to designate Wellers has agreed with staff that Wellers maintains its architectural and design significance. We're aware that the owner of Wellers has expressed the view that preservation is not compatible with the family's plans for the site. But historic designation, like environmental, zoning, and other government regulations, are part of the cost of doing business. There's nothing hostile about this. Everyone has to comply. Residents and agencies have the right to nominate properties for historic designation, and all sides can testify at hearings or in writing to determine the outcome. And if a building is added to the master plan, owners may receive financial incentives for its rehabilitation. We believe that the Wellers Building can continue to be an asset and a standout in Fenton Village and to any business that locates there, and we certainly wish the owner well and hope that this building is an asset to their family and to the family of the new tenant. With its facade restored, the building and the sign can actually attract and interest passersby in cars or on foot. The new occupant of the building has used the rectangular component of the Wellers Building sign to announce a beauty supply business, and the inverted triangle element of the sign contains text in Amharic, the official language of Ethiopia. This new business will thus contribute to the medley of cultures that is a pride of Fenton Village. And the colorful clock remains in the alignment of signs. We hope that will remain. To conclude, Silver Spring Historical Society strongly urges the Planning Board to list Wellers Building and sign on the locational atlas and to request that the County Council approve an amendment to the Master Plan for Historic Preservation to designate the property as a Master Plan Historic Site. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll hear from Ms. Chalfie. I hope I got that right, from the Art
You
Deco
did.
Society, 8 minutes.
Thanks. And I had some slides for my presentation as well. Are they loaded? Great, thanks. I'll get started while they're loading. Good morning, Chairman Zients and members of the Planning Board. I'm Deborah Chalfie, the
One moment, this
Preservation
isn't the
Chair.
right, wait, I'm sorry, this isn't
That's
the right
okay.
PowerPoint. This is these are the slides, I believe, for
Yes.
Ms. Brent. I just
No,
want to make
those
sure.
are for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. I'm the Preservation Chair of the Art Deco Society of Washington. We submitted a written statement, fuller written statement for the record. May I interrupt? Why is my logo? You'll find out. You'll find out. We appreciate the opportunity to testify today in enthusiastic support for listing the Wellers Dry Cleaning Building and signage in both the county's master plan for historic preservation and the locational atlas and index of historic sites. The Art Deco Society of Washington is a nonprofit covering the Washington, D.C. region, and our mission is to foster awareness of, celebrate, and preserve the architectural, decorative, industrial, and cultural arts of the Art Deco era and adjacent modern movements of the 20th century. We have a solid record of leading or supporting historic preservations within Montgomery County, and we actively participated in the development proceedings around the sector plan. The sector plan for downtown Silver Spring singled out Wellers for master plan evaluation. It was the planning board itself that put forward preservation of Wellers in late 2021. The county council agreed, and Wellers is in the final approved sector plan. The inclusion of Wellers in the sector plan was no afterthought. As you heard from Mr. Liebert's timeline, Wellers has been publicly identified by planners, preservationists, and community residents as a gem to be preserved. The sector plan's support for designating Wellers is not only reflected in the explicit provision for its evaluation and reference to adaptive reuse, it is also reflected in what is explicitly not in the plan. The SSDAC recommended redevelopment of the Safeway, which is catty corner from Wellers, and it specified certain opportunity sites and improvements for Fenton Village. However, neither the Wellers Corner nor any part of that east side stretch of Fenton Street in Fenton Village was slated for redevelopment. In short, the SSDAC represents a consensus by county officials that Wellers is strongly deserving of consideration for placement in the master plan rather than as a parcel for redevelopment. Since the plan's adoption, the Historic Preservation Commission has fulfilled its role by recommending that Wellers be placed on the locational atlas and in the master plan. This planning board should finish the job. The staff's work documents what an excellent specimen of Googie-style architecture Wellers is. In this first slide, even Go Brent Realty, the real estate and leasing agent selected by Wellers' current owners to market the building to a new tenant last summer, advertised the building as a distinctive property, highlighting there, as you'll see in the second bullet, although it was tiny to get it all on one slide, in the second bullet, its mid-century modernist Googie-style architecture. It marketed that as a selling point to attract a new tenant. Apparently, Liz Brent's firm would agree that Googie is still uniquely cool. But Googie buildings like Wellers are increasingly rare in Montgomery County. Other great examples are either long gone or they're being diminished one by one. Can you go to the next slide, please, or can I? There we go. Here is the Huggins gas station in Kensington. Next slide. It came down just last week to be displaced by a ho-hum strip mall. The cumulative effect is that we lose an entire style of architecture, an entire era of our history. The materials prepared by the staff convincingly make the case that Wellers' building and sign meet at least two criteria for architectural and design significance, and the Art Deco Society strongly agrees. It has not escaped anyone's notice that soon after the last planning board hearing was scheduled on Wellers and then postponed, the owners allowed the new tenant to encase the building in a coat of beige paint, which had the effect of masking, but certainly not erasing, the building's brick and colorful porcelain panels. It's just paint. and paint is superficial and can be removed. All of the character-defining structural features of the building and the sign are still very much intact. Should the building be designated, the owners can take advantage of tax credits to help finance the paint removal and restoration. Wellers not only meets the designation criteria, but it's important to the preservation and enhancement of the Fenton Village neighborhoods. I'd like to point out that during the sector plan process, preservation groups, including ADSW, were among the strongest advocates for keeping Fenton Village accessible to small businesses and immigrant entrepreneurs. The small scale and affordability of the streamlined and mid-century buildings in Fenton Village are inextricably tied to the diversity that has flourished there. That won't continue if we fail to protect the small mid-century buildings in Fenton Village. We're aware that the owners of Wellers believe that historic preservation is incompatible with their aspirations for the site. Yet done right, these interests are not mutually exclusive. To the contrary, preservation is not just compatible with development, it can elevate the appeal and function of the entire development. Next slide, please. For instance, take the new Modena Reserve Senior Living Development in Kensington that was built on what used to be the Mizell Lumber Company property. The developer never considered demolishing the two small historic buildings on the site. From the start, their plan was to preserve, refurbish, reuse, and connect them to the apartment building. Next slide, please. Now they are amenities for the new apartment building. One is a hair salon just for residents, and the other will soon be a cafe open to residents and the public alike. Perhaps the owners of Wellers could do something similar with an adjacent apartment building. In any case, next slide, please. It's hard to see, but you can see the two buildings and they're connected to the apartment building. Now, in any case, the rights incident to property ownership are not absolute. They are subject to reasonable regulation for the benefit of the community. There are many types of regulation deemed in the public interest that can limit a property owner's rights. Mary mentioned a few. There are also civil rights, access to public accommodations, zoning, environmental laws, and historic preservation. As a result, there are ample precedents for requiring preservation of a resource over an owner's objection. The Canada Dry and other examples cited are examples of those. The Art Deco Society urges the Planning Board to send a master plan amendment for Wellers to the Council and to add it now to the locational atlas so that the building's protected during the remainder of the county's deliberations. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Brent.
I don't know. Thank you. Given that I have about 14 slides, I had cut a few, but given the information given here, I would like another minute or two to make sure that the comments addressed here are taken into account.
Please take your 3 minutes.
Okay. First slide. Next. My name is Liz Brent. I'm a downtown Silver Spring resident, owner of residential and commercial real estate brokerage Go Brent, and founder of the nonprofit Silver Spring Cares. I strongly oppose historic designation. My testimony will touch on the condition of the property, the fact that the family owns the adjoining lot and the lot next to the adjoining lot, as well as concern about equity in the planning process. Next. Here's a side of Wellers that I've not seen in any presentation materials. This is the expansive asphalt parking lot and the rear of the building, which includes a later brick addition. Next. These are interior photos from last summer. On September 19th, 2022, I received an email from Mr. Brian Dietz, Chief of the State Assessment and Remediation Division Land Restoration Program. In it, Mr. Dietz included the information that the property is subject of an ongoing environmental investigation due to the presence of extensive soil gas and groundwater contamination under the building and associated parking lot. To force the owner to maintain this building with its environmental issues is an unfair burden. Remediation without designation is economically plausible. With designation, remediation would be likely millions on a $900,000 purchase. Next, please. There is a domino effect here from restricting an owner from using the combination of the 3 parcels to the highest and best use. Spreading the remediation expense over 3 lots will be a critical factor to make any development economically viable. Next. Here is the street view of the 3 lots that the family owns. The middle is the former Addis Ababa restaurant. On the far right is a vacant lot. Next. Here is the vacant lot. Historic Images of Montgomery County shows the lot is vacant as far back as 1992, but it was probably vacant in the 70s. This particular block is terribly underutilized, and declaring Wellers historic would significantly reduce the likelihood that the block will get the attention it needs and the redevelopment that the community has long deserved. Next. We've heard all about long-dead owners and building owners. Let's give a minute to the actual owners. In 2010, the family was looking for a property to buy. They were looking to purchase property, not run a restaurant. But after a year of negotiation and great difficulty obtaining a loan, they came to an agreement to buy the property and the business. That was in 2012. Mr. LeCue says the experience in owning and personally running a restaurant changed my life forever because it's really hard to run an Ethiopian restaurant. Not all members of the surrounding community welcome the transition of owners. Longtime customers felt it was their restaurant and acted as though he had taken something from them, kind of like what's happening now. In October of 2015, the family was given a certificate of appreciation by the Comptroller of Maryland, Peter Franchot, for always paying their taxes on time. Just pre-COVID, they had planned for renovations to focus on a breakfast business. They did those renovations. COVID came. They did not reopen the business. The family patriarch died in September of 2020. He had COVID, was admitted to the hospital, and died of a heart attack while there. In the beginning of 2021, the Weller family reached out to suggest they offer the 3 lots together to developers. The family was not interested in selling, but they were interested in buying Wellers. In May of 2021, the family purchased Wellers. Next. In 2022, both Wellers and the restaurant were leased by us on a short-term basis with the expectation that the family would develop the 3 lots together. It's a plan we've had for a very long time. It was my late father's wish to acquire the Wellers property and develop 3 lots. Next. As the American Planning Association states, planning for equity means applying an equity lens for just and fair inclusion into a society in which all can participate, prosper, and reach their full potential to everything planners do. The Silver Spring downtown and adjacent communities plan lies within an equity focus area. Next, I'm sorry, I got back. All right. You, as Planning Board commissioners, are charged with making decisions to balance interests, unlike the narrow role of the Historic Preservation Commission. We are dealing with severe economic challenges in Fenton Village and now throughout downtown Silver Spring. We have an immigrant family who so far has beat the challenges cited in the studies, which unfortunately I had to skip. A few minorities owning commercial properties. We have an environmentally toxic setting, which only a small part could possibly consider historic. I'm asking you to deny historic process for this property.
Thank you for your testimony. That's it for this panel. We now have a whole series of people on teams. I'll call on Mr. Reed, who's representing Greater Washington. You can go back if you'd like.
All right, I'm ready when you are.
8 minutes you got.
Awesome.
Ready. Go.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Dan Reed, and I'm the Regional Policy Director for Greater Washington, a nonprofit that works to advance racial, economic, and environmental justice in land use, transportation, and housing throughout Greater Washington. I'm also an East Silver Spring resident living a few blocks from Weller's Dry Cleaners. We ask the Planning Board to reject historic preservation for this property. Mid-century modern design has value. It is considered emblematic of the 1950s and 60s and the county's history during that time. But is that value sufficient to warrant historic designation of this property? That is a serious question, and recognizing the consequences of such a designation, we argue that it does not. The Silver Spring, downtown, and adjacent communities plan identifies Wellers and some other buildings from this time period as potential candidates for designation. The plan notes that Wellers was designed by a prominent local architect and operated by the same person for 55 years, and that the building represents the Googie style, which was frequently used for auto-oriented businesses, meaning the parking lot surrounding the building is also historic. The plan also notes that Mr. Weller built his shop at a time when Silver Spring was predominantly white and deeply segregated. Mid-century modern design has value, but we urge the planning board to consider the ripple effects of such a decision. Designation would undermine the county's goals related to racial and socioeconomic equity, housing affordability, and environmental sustainability. Mr. Weller was able to build a life, a business, and wealth in this community. And we ask the board to consider how designating this property might harm current and future generations' ability to do the same. We have a regional and a national housing shortage. Home prices in the county have risen by double digits in the past 3 years because there aren't enough homes. Silver Spring is one of the few places where Montgomery County is allowing new homes today. Designating this property as historic, even a portion of it, would mean preventing the possibility of developing homes that could enable more families to establish themselves in this community, as Mr. Weller did. Now, as others have said, this building sits on a block that is owned by a family who rented the building out to a tenant while considering long-term plans to redevelop the entire site, potentially with apartments. As has been noted several times today, historic designation did not factor into their plans. Restricting what they can do with nearly half of their property by mandating it remain a single-story building with a parking lot effectively says, because other people were here first, you suddenly have to work within the constraints of the world they lived in 70 years ago. As a neighbor who has followed the conversation about this building and others like it in this neighborhood for several years, it is difficult to watch a group of mostly older, mostly white, mostly homeowning residents lecture the Ethiopian immigrant family who bought this property that they know better what they should do with it. You do not have to like or dislike mid-century modern design, and you do not have to appreciate the historical value of this property to see how patronizing that is and how much it undermines the county's efforts to promote racial equity. This building is considered emblematic of a time period of growth and change and idealism in Montgomery County, but is now being used to block it. And let's be clear, what is being proposed could very well mean nothing happens here, as further burdens are placed on the owner. Historic designation, let me repeat that, means nothing could happen here. Nothing. I want to close by asking the board to consider why buildings like Weller's Dry Cleaners are considered historic and others are not. Next door to Weller's is a high-rise apartment building called Silver Spring Towers. It arguably has a significant history by the same standards as this one. It was built in 1963 in the mid-century modern style by Jerry Woolman, a prolific developer who built thousands of apartments across the DC area, including Summit Hills and Georgian Towers, the building that caught fire last weekend, and also the very first home that my family had here in Silver Spring in Montgomery County. Jerry Woolman gained national attention for building the 100-story John Hancock Center in Chicago, and also as the hapless owner of the Philadelphia Eagles. None of his buildings are being recommended for historic designation, but they are also a notable part of our history, and they've given thousands of people, including families like mine, the chance to build lives here in Silver Spring and add to our history further. We, as an organization, want to give as many people the chance to live in and leave their mark on downtown Silver Spring. And that means sometimes other things need to make room for them. This building might be one of them, and we urge that the planning board reject historic designation for this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Alan Hess on Teams. Maybe?
Yes. My name is Alan Hess. I'm testifying in favor of landmark designation for Weller's Dry Cleaners. I'm an architect, historian, author of 21 books on 20th century modern architecture, including 3 books on Googie architecture. I was also appointed by California's governor to serve on the State Historic Resources Commission, which assesses all nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. Googie Modern architecture is a distinguishing style of the mid-20th century. It reflects our nation's social, economic, technological, and cultural advances after World War II. In particular, it was designed for a population which then went about their daily lives in their automobiles, going shopping, to work, to school. This was a new way to live for most Americans, and Googie architecture responded. Googie was entirely new, intentionally unlike any historic style, not Gothic or colonial. It reflected a new hopeful age after a decade of depression and war. Weller's is a textbook example, even if it is a very modest building in size. It used new manufactured materials like porcelain enamel. Its upswept roof reflected modern engineering principles. These bold forms and bright colors made this small structure visible to motorists passing by. Its function determined its form, a key tenet of modern architecture. Most important, Googie allowed all citizens to be part of this new optimistic age where technology promised to make daily life better for the average person. Many famous modern landmarks are luxury homes for the wealthy, like Frank Lloyd Wright's Falling Water. Googie proved that you didn't have to be a millionaire to enjoy the benefits of modern living. You could enjoy it even while taking care of your dry cleaning. Googie buildings across the country have already been qualified as official landmarks at local, state, and national register levels, including the oldest McDonald's Golden Arch stand. Finally, historic styles like Victorian and Art Deco were once considered too common or too ugly to be preserved. Now they are beloved and part of a healthy downtown scene. Just like those, Googie architecture is now an established historic style. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now hear from Ms. Stickle on Teams.
I'm trying to get on.
We hear you.
Hello.
We hear you.
Okay. And then I think, and because George French and I use the same email address, he'll be after me, I believe.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Exuberant Googie Wellers and its signage for all of us, deserving a master plan designation. Designed by Silver Spring architect and resident Ted Engelhardt. And I'm Marcy Stickle, presenting this testimony. Commencing early 2000s, my partner and I, along with many community members, worked with and on behalf of our multicultural moms and pops, small independent businesses, sibs or siblings, to make certain that they thrived, not just survived, the revitalization of downtown Silver Spring occurring around 1998. Linking arms in our initiative, we all worked together to the very effective Silver Spring Regional Services Center Neighborhood Committee. Councilwoman Valerie Irvin was a champion of this cause, working alongside community members, including preservationists and adaptive reusers such as ourselves who are on the Silver Spring Historical Society board. This initiative led to recommending, quote, targeted investment zones, unquote, within cultural heritage areas, providing Montgomery County Impact Assistance funding, creating Buy Local Silver Spring, Latino Economic Development Center, founding of Fenton Village, and Fenton Village Taste the World Days. Here are 2 lovely Buy Local brochures, which our initiative and movement had happened. George French and I, so with the Silver Spring Historical Society, provided slideshows to the community. One was at the Nora School, very well attended. Quote, multicultural sibs to thrive in their original human-scale buildings built to last along Silver Spring's original main streets and adjacent side streets, unquote, as personified in our Fenton Village. Heritage tourism is economic development. It was the clarion and still is the clarion call. Montgomery Preservation, Inc. and Silver Spring Historical Society were champions, linking with others. Silver Spring's original main streets are Georgia Avenue and Colesville Road and their adjacent side streets. Versatile Silver Spring and resident architect Ted Engelhardt and the Potomac Valley architects were located at 912 Thayer Avenue in the immediate neighborhood that's midway between Kefa Cafe and the Safeway, in that very building. We enjoyed so much, George and myself, dining at the owner's Addis Ababa over many years, promoting to others to come and enjoy also. We also enjoyed vibrant Weller's presence on the landscape and for its services. Eye appeal is by appeal, glass window wall service beguiling display case windows. And we have a tenant in there right now, Silver Spring Beauty Supply, and they should take full advantage of a wonderful gem of a building. We, Silver Spring Historical Society, were invited to participate 2006 in 2 Urban Land Institute meetings on, quote, developing a retail strategy for Silver Spring.
Please conclude.
Working together. Well, this was important because we did participate in the Urban Land Institute 2006 meetings in creating a retail strategy for Silver Spring, and the first thing they recommended was maintain Silver Spring's unique and historic character. We also helped the small independent businesses with a Purple Line construction on Bonifant Street. I participated in many meetings right on Bonifant Street with the small independent businesses in their buildings. Please take the next step, and as the HPC and their staff advises, recommend the planning board list Wellers in the locational atlas and request the county council approve an amendment to the master plan for historic preservation to designate Wellers and its signage as the master plan historic site. What I'm trying to point out is that at the turn of the century, to the neighborhood committee, preservationists and historians worked with other community members to work to help the small independent businesses to thrive, not just to survive. They were having problems with during the revitalization. Thank you.
We got it. Is Mr. French with you there?
Yes, Mr. French.
Good morning, George French.
You have 3 minutes. Please don't repeat what the testimony we've heard. Go ahead.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard not to.
It's different.
Well,
I support the HPC staff nomination of the unique Googie-style Weller's Dry Cleaners building and freestanding identification sign to the MoCo master plan for historic preservation. For over 30 years, I've been intrigued by and enjoyed the strange and whimsical roadside architecture of this wondrous structure termed Googie-style architecture, named after a modernist-style restaurant building in LA. The terrazzo floor in the lobby gave the building and business a sense of specialness to customers waiting to drop off and pick up their cleaning. Experts in historic preservation all agree that the building is worthy of protection. Potomac Engineering, satisfying the requirements of the 2002 survey, singled out Wellers for possible National Registry eligibility when it reached the 50-year threshold. Wellers warranted 2 pages in Claire Elise Kelly's 2015 Montgomery Modern. Tracery's 2020 persuasive Wellers nomination for National Registry eligibility. HPC staff's determination that Wellers met 2 criteria for master plan for historic preservation. Silver Spring Adjacent Communities Master Plan, recommending Wellers for master plan for historic preservation designation review. The overwhelming recommendation of the HPC for the locational atlas status and listing in the master plan for historic preservation. Several historical societies and organizations, Art Deco Society, MPI, DOCO, MOMO, DC, Preservation Maryland, SSHS, and finally the concerned public that appreciates the specialness of this superb Googie-style building. With all these experts and organizations in the historic preservation and knowledgeable laypersons, Wellers should clearly receive approval from this board to be listed in our master plan and afforded all protections under the Preservation Ordinance, Chapter 24A3 of our county code. Noted architect Ted Engelhardt designed Wellers and placed his signature brick in the north facade of this landmark masterpiece. Googie architecture is a rarity in Montgomery County and even scarcer in Silver Spring, if even represented at all, except for Wellers. There's been much interest over many years from the former Silver Spring Park, now a part of East Silver Spring, to protect and see the building retained for a business district built on a human scale and fast disappearing from the Silver Spring landscape. Please take the next steps as the HPC and the staff advises. Recommend that the planning board lists Wellers and location outlets and request the county council approve the amendment to the master plan for historic preservation to designate Wellers as a master plan historic site. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Doherty on Teams.
Hello, can you see me, hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to try to stick to your admonition. I'd beg for some indulgence if I happen to go over time as previous did. But my name is Carter Doherty. I live in Tacoma Park. I am here in strong support of Dagan Dickey, the family, urging you to reject the proposed designation of the former dry cleaner. I also want to urge you to dig into the reasons why the Historic Preservation engaged on this issue when it did, because I think they do bear on the overall decision. The key question is, after 20 years of this becoming eligible, why move now? A staffer told the Washington Post that this was because of thin staffing. It means the designation can take years. But let's very, very clear that is not an answer to the question. The situation of the owners, particularly if we keep in mind our collective interest in racial equity in the county's own plans, is highly relevant here. Because the timeline suggests that it was the change in ownership that was decisive here more than anything else. We know from the public record that the family purchased the property May 2021. The draft only went of the Silver Spring downtown and adjacent communities plan only went to the planning board in the fall of 2021 and was approved in June of May 22. HPC only made contact with the family, I'm guessing 4 to 6 weeks before final approval. So I think that is something worth factoring into your considerations. Now, the HPC had a hearing on this, and it reached a kind of absurd level when one of the commissioners, Commissioner Radu, told Dagan Dickey somewhat condescendingly, this is not a new thing, because a book called Montgomery Modern was published in 2015 that included entries on Weller's dry cleaning. Now, the county council passed legislation in 2001 requiring the owner of a designated property to disclose historic status to each prospective buyer before signing a sales contract. So from a legal standpoint, Commissioner Radu is dead wrong. It is an entirely new thing to buy a property and have it designated historic only afterwards. Hence materiality, hence the council said it must be disclosed. And to put a finer point on the rebuttals to people who saying that this is not an either-or question, it is an either-or question, because with the environmental remediation that would be required under these circumstances, designated historic would put this family completely underwater on this purchase price, with remediation required at a far greater cost than they paid for the property. Finally, as far as what the planning board should do, I think you should think creatively about a difficult situation here. First of all, put the plans for voting on this matter on ice. Vote it down if you have to, but put it on hold and punt it back to HPC. At a minimum, more information is needed. All the family asked for HPC was not rejection in the September hearing. They asked for a continuance, and HPC wouldn't give it to them. 2, the planning board should seek more information about exactly why this process kicked into gear and when, who pushed it from the outside. HPC staff is part of the planning board. I think that's something you should be able to do, and the information is probably nothing that isn't available under a public record. Yep. Consider revisions to the process of designating new sites and ponder some recommendations for changes to the law. Finally, I wanted to mention that Ms. Dickey's native Ethiopia is an ancient civilization, thousands of years old, with a great history behind it. And now decades of the family's hard work is under threat by a 2-year-old interest of the historic preservation community and local activists in changing this, all in the name of a building whose age is less than the average American's lifespan.
Thank you for your testimony.
You don't have to be from Ethiopia to appreciate the absurdities of how historic preservation is proceeding in this case, but it sure does help. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Now, if we have Ms. Noah Laiku here? No? Well, he just stepped out. Okay. On teams, we have a different Laiku. Excuse me? He's not here?
No.
Oh, please come up. I'm sorry. Well, that's what it says on my sheet, so that's.
Good morning. My name is Dagmawi Lako. I am an immigrant son to 2 immigrant parents. Ever since I've been in this great country, just like the rest of my family, I've lived in Montgomery County, Maryland. Montgomery County, Maryland prides itself on being diverse and a safe place for all people, from all walks of life. My family settled here for that reason, and we have been an active member of this community for over 20 years. As you know by now, nothing was given to us. We didn't have 2 pennies to rub together when my family came to this country. However, because we worked hard, obeyed the law, and most importantly, paid our fair share in taxes, we were able to grow and continue on a successful path. The 44th President of the United States, President Barack Hussein Obama, once referred to himself in a speech as the guy with a funny name. Well, here we are, a bunch of people in front of you today with funny names, immigrants, minorities, with heavy accents in the English language, at your mercy, as you heard previously when my mother testified. Pretty much begging to do as we wish with our own property. A property we purchased with the money we earned, waiting tables, working as parking lot attendants, changing diapers, and cleaning toilets. When we say we are the American dream, it's because we are. How my family got here is not easy. But to get this far, only to be humiliated in public by the Historic Preservation Committee is honestly one of the worst experiences of our lives. Even though we expressed our absolute dislike of this idea for the historic designation, the staff continued with their recommendation and scheduled the public hearing. The most humiliating part of the hearing was that the staff and the committee all pretended to care and pretended to hear what we had to say. But the truth is, they made their minds up about moving this process forward way before we even stepped foot in this room. So you see, we didn't stand a chance to begin with. There's nothing more offensive than being treated like you don't even exist. And that's precisely how we were treated. The property at 8237 Fenton Street was designed, constructed, and built by the same person. The property owned by the same family. And also, that same family operated the same business in this location for over 6 decades. It is incredible. It is an incredible irony that such a designation did not take place earlier. And all of a sudden, and I mean really, literally, when the people with funny names purchased this property, the Historic Preservation Committee starts moving heaven and earth to designate it historic. It's heartbreaking to see my family in this position. We worked hard, played by the rules, only to be told that, hey, that's enough. That's as far as you're gonna go. By the way, I hope you understand the many tough and brutal challenges that wait for us in order to develop this site. Obviously, because we're not the big time wealthy developers with well-known names in the game. But guess what? That has never stopped us so far, and by God, we are ready to face those challenges as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir.
Good morning. My name is Noah Laco. I'm an immigrant son to 2 immigrant parents. Ever since I've been in this country, I've seen my parents work so hard to build something out of nothing. They had nothing when they came here. Despite all the challenges, my parents literally worked day and night to pave the way for their children. My parents broke through so many barriers and glass ceilings, only to be told by the Historic Preservation Committee that they have to put a stop to their success and growth. My children, first-generation Americans, have such an incredible history that they will tell to their children one day. How their grandparents came to this country with nothing, worked hard, obeyed the law, paid their taxes, and against all odds were able to develop a mixed-use building right in the heart of downtown Silver Spring, Maryland. I promise you, me and my children, along with tens of thousands of others, are not walking down Fenton Street and saying to ourselves how lucky we are to have this old dump preserved as history, let alone appreciate the people who think it is. This is my parents' history, my history, and my children's history. Also, I can't emphasize enough how much my parents taught us not to take shortcuts. And because they didn't take shortcuts, they run on an incredible track record of always being outstanding citizens in their community. I respectfully ask that you reject the idea of designating this property as historic and grant my family our wishes to continue writing this beautiful history of American dream. Because my family's history is a textbook definition of the American dream. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have now a few in-person people again. Mr. Buckman, Ms. McGuckian, Mr. Coombs, and Ms. Welke. They could come up. And I do understand you may be testifying on both designations. Maybe yes, maybe no. Mr. Buckman, please go ahead.
I'm Bob Buckman. I lived in the downtown Silver Spring area from 1973 to 1994. Weller's Dry Cleaning was my dry cleaners. Charlie Weller kept my suits looking good and my shirts, and I enjoyed talking to him. He was smart, optimistic, and enthusiastic. I earned a master's degree in American Studies in the early 70s, and my research focused on U.S. suburbanization, and specifically how suburbanization is reflected in Montgomery County's post-World War II suburban growth. So let me describe how the Weller's Dry Cleaning building and sign communicates suburban history that's specific to our county, but also relates to suburbanization nationwide. There was a severe housing shortage in Washington, D.C. in the post-war, and in all major U.S. cities after the war. In our county, developers built more than 38,000 new homes to meet the need, almost doubling the county's housing stock in one 10-year period. More than half of these new homes were built in Silver Spring. More than 178,000 new residents moved to the county in the 50s, more than doubling the county's population. Half of these new residents moved to Silver Spring. Silver Spring was the epicenter of Montgomery County's post-World War II suburban residential boom in the 50s and 60s. Families, all these families moving here needed many services, including dry cleaning. Charlie Weller, the son of Lithuanian immigrants and a first-generation American, built his new dry cleaning plant building in the Googie style. It was eye-catching, distinctive, and fun. The roof-line, glass-walled entrance, bright pink and white exterior panels, and geometric designs on the sign were futuristic. But more importantly, they stood out boldly from the surrounding more traditional buildings on Fenton Street. Charlie's building was noticed by passing cars in automobile-oriented Silver Spring, and it really helped to build his business. The Googie style was adopted by many other small businesses on busy streets and roads across the country. But unfortunately, very few examples of this small business oriented architecture exist nationwide or in the county. Weller's Dry Cleaning building and sign embodies the optimism, future orientation, and confidence of post-war growth in Montgomery County. I hope you take advantage of this rare opportunity and act to protect this iconic building. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. McGuckian, you have 8 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Eileen McGuckian, representing Montgomery Preservation, known as MPI. our countywide nonprofit has advocated for Montgomery County historic sites since 1984. These two properties stand strongly on their own, and they also have much in common. Both are mid-20th century historic resources that have been overlooked for too long and are not adequately represented on the Master Plan for Historic Preservation. Both are intact, immediately recognizable historic buildings with street appeal that declares their places in local history. Both sites not only meet the standards for designation, but also represent the best in each of the respective criteria. Where they diverge is that one needs protection from being obliterated and the other has a reasonably secure future. I'll go chronologically. Edward Ulysses Taylor grew up in Emery Grove when Black students had to go elsewhere beyond 8th grade. His career paralleled that of Edwin W. Broome, who became superintendent of schools in 1917 and soon brought on a Black supervisor for the Negro schools. Mr. Taylor was hired permanently in 1924. For the next 27 years, Taylor and Broome were in lockstep. Broome's 36 years as superintendent are known for expansion from kindergarten to 12 grades and for accommodating our exploding population. Taylor fought for higher teacher salaries, summer training, and maternity leave. He helped to open the high school in Rockville in 1927 and became its principal. There he taught social studies in the morning and visited elementary schools in the afternoon. In the 1930s and 40s, he led the colored schools through closing of poorly maintained small schools in favor of larger and better facilities. So after Mr. Taylor's death in 1951, it was fitting for one of the 4 new brick consolidated schools to be named for him. Taylor Elementary was the first to be named for a Black hero. It was a move toward equal facilities only a few years before Brown versus Board of Education. And a decade later, Taylor was the only formerly Black school to become a mainstream integrated elementary. MPI concurs with planning staff and the HPC that this site meets 3 criteria to earn designation on the master plan. So moving ahead to the next decade, Weller's Dry Cleaning, as you've heard, is the best surviving example of Googie-style mid-century modern architecture in our county. Its physical presence is central to understanding Silver Spring and suburban Montgomery County today. MPI concurs with planning staff in the HPC that Weller's is eligible for designation meeting 2 criteria. Weller's has been identified by multiple experts, including planners and architectural historians, for 2 decades. It's been highlighted in multiple surveys and adopted master plans and in a groundbreaking publication. In every instance, as county plans evolve, calls were made to preserve this property. It's high time to act decisively because when a building is gone, it's gone. In the late 1970s, I was part of the Sugarloaf Trails team that assisted the planning board to create background documents and draft the master plan for historic preservation. All of us believe, naively as it turned out, that it would be a smooth process to evaluate all the sites on the 1976 locational atlas to determine which should be designated. In 1978, the county council enacted an interim ordinance that required review of atlas sites before they could be demolished. This was immediately effective in Tacoma Park, where Montgomery College was raising blocks of Victorian houses. When the master plan and preservation ordinance were adopted in '79, the atlas was kept as a stopgap to review proposed demolitions and substantial alterations, vital to protect sites that had not yet completed this lengthy process. With 143 of the original sites and districts remaining to be evaluated, the atlas is still important, and sites still should be added to it as needed. In these 45 years, the Planning Board and Council have pretty much ignored a major era in Montgomery County in history. The post-World War II era brought huge change in our demographics in commercial and residential development and architectural styles. Montgomery Modern publication, sponsored by M&C PPC in 2015, helps to fill this gap. Weller's appears in full color on page 96. Lack of concern about mid-20th century history being destroyed is short-sighted and distressing. We are losing gems and icons of period architecture, particularly in our down county suburban areas. When they're gone, they're gone. Respectfully, I want to address the objection of this property owner to designation. Owners are key to protection and restoration of historic properties. Owning one and maintaining it for future generations, whether they're related to you or not, is the most successful way to honor and use historic sites. That said, very few preservation laws in the United States require consent of the property owner for designation. Neither Maryland nor Montgomery County require it. We're on solid ground here. The U.S. Supreme Court has weighed in more than once on the rights of states and cities to enact land use controls to preserve historic sites. The court ruled that preservation is a permissible goal of government action and that communities have the right to be beautiful as well as healthy, clean, and protected. Specifically, the court stated that land use controls may be used to enhance the quality of life by preserving desirable aesthetic features of the city, and that preservation of landmarks benefits the citizenry economically as well as by improving the overall quality of life. Montgomery County has a solid record of informing owners and taking their preferences seriously. That is continuing here. Even so, there have been times when rights of the public to be attractive as well as clean have trumped owner reluctance. And in every one of those cases, this has proven to be the right action. Most of those objections faded as situations and ownership changed. Incentives were taken advantage of, creative new uses were found, and communities recognized the public benefit of preserving historic sites. So, of course, not all master plan nominations have been supported by their owners. To the best of recollections, no county historic districts, from our earliest one in Capitol View Park to recent designation of Greenwich Forest, have come in with 100%, with one exception of Potomac Overlook. Some examples of Montgomery County sites designated over the objection of their owners: Silver Spring Theater and Shopping Center has been mentioned, now a thriving arts venue with businesses; Carver High School and Junior College, which was advocated for by students and citizens, repurposed as the Board of Education building; Uncle Tom's Cabin, now known as the Josiah Henson House. The owners of that respected history, but they were concerned about privacy, so were not interested in designation. Falkland Apartments with charming affordable housing, the Hyatt Jones House on Georgia Avenue near Olney, flourishing antique business, and Canada Dry building. And our chairman is smiling over all these situations that he lived through with me. So no one is lecturing to or patronizing these owners. Designation of Wellers will not restrict this owner from developing this property. A savvy merchant will use googie charm to attract customers, which of course is what the Weller brothers did. In our time of needing to ask, which city am I in? Unique architecture stands out. With its great curb appeal, this gem could be used as the entrance to or part of a larger future residential or commercial project. Whoever the owner and whatsoever its use, this landmark deserves to gracefully age in place. Preservationists like me have no illusions about our place in this fast-moving world. In reality, we often lose battles. However, it is rare for a site to earn as much passion and support as has this little building.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay. In closing, we're requesting the Planning Board to recommend that the Taylor School be designated on the master plan for historic preservation. We're urging you to vote today to recommend to the County Council to designate Wellers for the master plan, providing full protection and incentives. We're also urging the Planning Board to immediately place Wellers on the locational atlas so it is protected during the county's deliberations. Thank you for your attention.
Ms. Coombs? Combs?
Han E. Combs.
Yeah.
My name is Hani Combs, and I am the beekeeper for NIMBY. And, he can't speak because he's a bee, so he wrote a speech. And I'll read it to everybody. Thank you, NIMBY. Dear Commissioners, my name is NIMBY, President of the Hive Mind Historic Society. As a NIMBY, I'm here to testify in support of the Wellers Dry Cleaning Building and its parking lot becoming a historic landmark. Personally, I think Wellers is the bee's knees. It was the only place I went to have my bee suit cleaned after pollen season. But my personal feelings don't matter. I'm here to make a fact-based argument for why this building is the queen bee of Silver Spring architecture for its role in placemaking. Wellers is an example of Googie-style architecture, which, ever since I Googled it just 15 minutes ago, has become the most meaningful and historic style of architecture I have ever known. Googie is a futuristic style of design, popularized in the 1960s in Southern California, a place famous for car culture and sprawling suburbs that are so big you have to spend hours in traffic every time you're out pollinating. It features bold, geometric shapes designed to attract drivers to stop and patronize local businesses just like flowers attract bees. This building is so awe-inspiring and eye-catching every weekend when swarms of drag racers fly through downtown Silver Spring and see Wellers, they stop and do donuts in front of all of the businesses. That's what I call placemaking. Like jars of precious honey, we must preserve our sweet, sweet single-story buildings from developers who would snatch them away like Winnie the Pooh on a sugar high. Thankfully, by taking advantage of historic preservation laws, my fellow NIMBYs and I can put new owners of old buildings in sticky situations. Now we can make a beeline to this commission whenever we want to halt plans of turning unimportant rundown buildings into something actually useful for the community. In summary, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Really? But old things are always good and new things are always bad. Preserve everything, build nothing. Thank you, and I look forward to moving backwards together. Signed, the NIMBY.
Okay, is Ms. Wilkins here?
Wilkes,
Wilkes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
with an S. Hi, Helen Wilkes. In a way, I'm glad I'm bringing up the rear here because I think I'm able to speak to a lot of aspects that have been discussed here. I've submitted written testimony, which I hope all the commissioners have taken under consideration, but I want to summarize some things. I am a past president of the AIA Potomac Valley chapter as an architect, maybe 30-something after Ted, oh God, senior moment, the Engelhardt, thank you, the architect of this, he was a founder of my chapter. I am a 34-year resident of the historic district in the town of Kensington. I find it enormously painful and am very empathetic with the predicament that the current owners find themselves. I find it unfortunate that there is an undertone being played out, the divisiveness of that aspect, which is, I believe, doesn't belong in this argument, the historic preservation arguments that I've witnessed over 34 years. I even won a prize, to my surprise, from Montgomery Preservation, Inc. for all my advocacy efforts in my town, which is where I've done most of them. I've seen some battles lost, some battles won. I'm not a NIMBY, I'm an architect. I understand and appreciate the balance that is required to preserve the flavor of community and the characteristics that make a community livable. I also have an immigrant story. I'm the fifth of 7 children of my Hungarian refugee immigrant parents. We were placed by Catholic Charities in Raleigh, North Carolina. Suffice it to say, we grew up in the South, but all 7 children migrated north to Washington, D.C., where we found a more international community and have all loved living in this area where we did put down roots. I put down roots in the historic town of Kensington. I think in great part, my historic preservation background has to do with being the child of immigrants who had to pick up and leave everything behind and come with nothing to this country. We did not fare as well as this family apparently has. They've worked very hard. We've all worked very hard, but I guess I'm the only one in my family who went to graduate school, but that's all beside the point. The point is that there is another way of looking at this, and it has to do with preserving the character of community. I drove here past the Googie gas station that we lost in Kensington, where there was just wasn't enough there to be able to argue credibly before you all and the Historic Preservation Commission really to preserve it. And yet I believed that it was so important to be able to tell that positive side of the history of our town, where Connecticut Avenue happened to split our town in two. It was a very beautiful little garden suburb in plan. It suffered, for years, but we've lost it, and I'm tremendously sad to have for the first time driven past it and see that it's gone. It would have been an important piece in interpreting the history of how and why Kensington developed as it did. In this case, this very iconic Googie piece of architecture is when I was 10, my father died. We came to Silver Spring, and my sister and I were farmed up. Several of us were
Please wrap
farmed
up
up.
your testimony.
Okay, so anyway, I came to Silver Spring, and what I remember, we came to see Washington, but we stayed with family friends there. And the flavor of the place was that joyful architecture. I remember, and I feel like it was instrumental, and I don't remember this building per se, but I didn't know I was going to be an architect someday. But here I am, inspired by, I believe, that period of my life, in part, and the Tinker Toys to become an architect. So I just want to say that it's important to
Thank
preserve
you.
it.
Thank you. Do we have Ms. Laughlin on Teams? And by the way, Commissioner Presley has joined us. I believe she's been monitoring online, but she's there. Is Commissioner Laughlin there? No. On Teams. No. Somebody's got their hand up.
Mr. Chair, that's me, Amy Presley. I just wanted everyone to know I've been listening to the testimony and that I have fully read the entire packet. So I will be participating in discussion, especially about the dry cleaner.
Thank you. So we don't have the next two speakers? All right, that concludes public testimony. The board has two items before it. I'll remind everybody that we are not the final stop on this train. We are making recommendations to the council. Whatever we recommend goes to the council. It's for their decision to ultimately decide to designate or not. We don't. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Branson.
I don't have any questions. Let me just say what I need to say. This entire debate reminds me greatly of the debate surrounding the Wheaton Recreation Center. They used to sit about 3 blocks from here. It was, at that point, I was on the council, and our job was to determine whether or not that building should remain. There were many people who came before us and said it was whimsical, and it filled them with great feelings about their time here in this county in the 60s. There were even rumors that Led Zeppelin had played there at one point. Nobody seemed to have been able to produce any evidence of that. But it made people feel good. They loved it. It reminded them of their past. Right now, that site is currently where there is a lovely recreation center and a library that helps prepare children for their futures. I think it's really important that these two projects have been linked together. The Taylor Elementary School, to give you a little bit of history, the NAACP was founded in this county in 1937. It was founded because African American teachers were being paid substantially less than white teachers. This became a case that would ultimately join with others and sort of make its way around to the Supreme Court. I bring that up because we shouldn't get it twisted what this 1952 building means. Let's not get this twisted. What this means is that after having come face to face with losing that case and having to pay African American teachers, the school board figured out that things were about to change. And so they started constructing schools for African American children that looked something like equal. That's why that building is significant. Not because it was some progressive notion that black kids should be in good schools. It was part of the last gasp of segregation. Let's not forget that. And it did, through sheer will, become the first gasp of integration. That's what made that building special. And that's why that building should be preserved. And then here we are again.
Well, let's take one at a time.
Okay.
Because
Thank you.
otherwise we'll get confused.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
So,
I am in favor of preserving the Taylor Elementary School for the reasons I've enumerated.
with the conditions that the staff proposes?
Yes.
Can I hear anybody else?
Yes. First of all, we're talking about Taylor School now.
Yes.
Okay. I have no problem putting it on the historical atlas, which is the action that this body is expected to do. I would ask my fellow commissioners.
No, that's not on the locational atlas. Taylor is not going.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm confused then, but, all right. I would like to suggest to my fellow commissioners that the recommendation we make to the county about designation, the county council about designation, does not necessarily have to be monolithic. And in each of these cases, I have an alternative, but I first want to ask staff some questions about this. On Taylor School, I'm wondering if we're designating the right thing. And that goes in two ways. One is, it seems like a lot of that site really is not a direct contribution to the school context, about half of it, and has this different use that is also important to the community in terms of recreation for kids. And that by not mixing those things up, do we have an advantage? That's number one. The other one's on the other side of it, though, which my understanding is that this designation is really targeting the outside of the school. And it seems to me if you're going to tell the story of education, and particularly minority education in this facility, that involves what happened inside the school, because education primarily happens inside the school. So I'm interested in any ideas about, is there something, I couldn't get into the school to see it in person, but is there something about the inside of the school that we should really be considering, not just the outside architecture? I'm personally a little doubtful that the outside architecture alone is worth preserving, but undoubtedly the cultural story of this building makes it worthwhile.
Sure, and I'll try to answer both those questions. So for designation of the entire parcel, the designation of the entire parcel is in accordance with the Master Plan for Historic Preservation and the established practices of the Historic Preservation Commission and the Planning Board. Sometimes that changes, but most of the time, per the Historic Preservation Ordinance, we look at the entire parcel. And the reasons I do that is sometimes for, any type of visual impact or, views of the school from the public rights of way that we're looking for. And in this case, particularly important to the Taylor School, you're right, is right in front of the school where you have our circular driveway that's been there since the building was constructed. On the earliest aerials, we can see that all. So those are all aspects of how the community interacts with the Taylor School and how you see the Taylor School also from the one-room elementary school on the other side of the road, and how those two buildings interact. And so I think it would be worthwhile to put those within the environmental setting to make sure that those types of views are considered by the HPC. And going on with that.
Can I just react to that for a second?
Yeah.
What I'm suggesting has nothing to do with what you just described. I'm suggesting the part of the open space down the road, which I don't perceive really is involved in the view shed of the school.
The recreation field to the west of the driveway, if you will.
Right. And, that goes back to the part about the entire, the standard practice is to designate the entire environmental parcel. And I hear what you're saying in terms of it's not, you're right, it is a secondary importance compared to that front elevation. But that is usually how we proceed with designations. And it doesn't mean things can't change there. That's an active recreation area. Staff's very supportive of that remaining an active recreation area in terms of any of the baseball fields on the property. The design guidelines try to exclude or have staff approvals for many of those types of facilities that are being considered to speed through any permits for that. But in its totality, the Historic Preservation Commission usually looks at those, in their entirety and not as pieces of the setting. Even if, they recognize that there's parts that are of primary significance and of lesser significance, and usually that's where you want to see changes to the property would be, not right in front of the school, but in the areas you're speaking of. But usually those are still within their purview to offer comments on and, through the historic area work permit process.
I just have to agree with Commissioner Hill on why designate that area of the site, particularly since it's I think it's Babe Ruth League or some other league that's using it. You've already made conditions that make permitting easier on that site. I would suggest that we just designate to the east of the driveway, if you will.
This is Rebecca Ballo for the record. Again, talking about, I don't dispute, obviously it's at the board's pleasure, your final recommendation and your motion on your own planning board draft. When we look at designating, we start with the entirety of the parcel, and we started with the original parcel that was acquired by MCPS, talking about how the purchase of that piece of land has significance. Then the building that was placed on it, the designs that the architects looked at of the building vis-a-vis the site, vis-a-vis the road. It is an entirely designed site. So the placement of the building, but then also the voids and the other spaces that were planned for active recreation by the students as part of MCPS, that is also part of what staff contends is also part of the significance of the parcel. We did reach out also to the sports association that uses the facility for the baseball games, for active recreation. We received no comments back from them. And we did talk through this issue with MCPS, which resulted in the design guidelines that you have before you.
Yeah, I would think one regulatory group on a field that will not be used for a building is sufficient, with that being the school board, but that's my own.
Well, what I'm coming around to, and I want to get to my second question too, but what I'm coming around to is I would recommend, in the kind of the same thing in both, but we're talking about Taylor School, that our recommendation to council on designation simply include this as an option, and that also gives the staff at both levels the chance to really evaluate this and report this to the county council, who will choose about designation. Right? We don't choose about recommendation, we just make a recommendation, and it seems like that recommendation can be a little bit deeper than just yes or no.
This is Rebecca Ballo again for the record. That has been done by the planning board in the past as part of your transmissions for other master plan amendments. Sometimes the board will point out, priorities for the council to consider, other options while still forwarding the recommendation for the entire parcel, and then the council has their further deliberations and work sessions. I would like to clarify one point that was made earlier on the action we are requesting of the planning board today. We are actually asking the planning board to list the Taylor School and the Wellers to the locational atlas as interim steps, and then ask the council to make a final determination on the master plan listing after the transmission, just to clarify that. And then Commissioner Hill, for your second question about the interior, would you like us to address that one now? Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. For the historic preservation ordinance, we can dictate what happens on the interior of buildings. The historic area work permit process is only for any alterations to the exterior of the property. There are still aspects of the elementary school intact, and I've walked through it. You can still see the forms of the classrooms, the gymnasium area, but right now they use that primarily as for putting those science facility kits together, so there's access between each classroom that they've added in. And just from the exterior of the building, I think important is also the fenestration patterns between the doors and the windows, and how each of those blocks represents an individual classroom. So I think you can still understand how the building was set up with the classrooms on either side of the double-ended corridor, with one door accessing the exterior. And those are all education design theorems they had from the 1950s that the building expresses from the exterior.
Okay, thank you for answering.
Commissioner Pinero, you have something?
Yes, I do have questions. I'm in favor, obviously, in terms of the overall, importance of the Edward Taylor School. I am kind of a little bit confused about the fact, the questions that raised Commissioner Hill and your response. I thought we were talking about the structure, not necessarily the entire land around it, because the land could be used for other uses,
It's environmental
recreational,
setting.
housing, whatever. So I would be in favor of just simply designating the structure, the facade of the structure, not the interior, because I'm not really sure. Right now, let me ask you, right now, who owns that building? MCPS?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
MCPS.
MCPS. Whatever they do with the interior, whether they convert it into a museum, or hall, or some kind of, exhibit, or whether they use it for classrooms, who knows? I mean, that's their decision. But the facade is what you're limiting in terms of changes to it. No, I mean, for historic preservation, that's what we want to keep, the facade.
So again, to clarify, the recommendation is to designate the entire parcel, which is the building and the grounds, because the grounds of this property were also used as recreational space by the students that were at the school. And it is practice to designate the entirety of the parcel so that, if a building were to be built, say, hard up against the facade or, connected via a hyphen, there are design considerations to take into effect so that, a new addition isn't put up front or it doesn't obstruct a view shed or it doesn't obstruct perhaps a gathering area that was significant to the students. In the presentation that I gave to the board a couple of weeks ago about the environmental settings and master plans, it really is, at the discretion of the council in the end with their final decision about what is significant. But the ordinance would cover alterations within the entirety of the environmental setting. Because we see as preservation practitioners, this is the best way to ensure preservation of the building and the site and all of the appurtenances.
Yeah. What is the size of the parcel right now?
One moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. I don't know that either.
It's approximately 6 acres.
I mean, another
is that
option
right?
might be to restrict a certain part of the parcel so that what you're saying, it doesn't obstaculize, doesn't put a building next to it or in front of it. But the rest of the parcel could be used for other uses.
The rest of the parcel could still be used for other uses. Again, so to answer your earlier question, it is 6.955 acres for the entire parcel.
Okay.
And as Commissioner Burdett, our vice chair for the HPC, testified earlier, the HPC meets 22 times a year. We review hundreds of permits for alterations.
Also, it could be.
We do. I mean, this is not a museum board necessarily. Our work is in approving alterations and permits and changes to designated historic structures and their environmental setting every month.
So in other words, it's not set in stone. Even when the county council approves the designation, there still be possibilities of reusing some of the land for other purposes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Commissioner Presley.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I have three comments to make. First and foremost, I'm in agreement with Commissioner Branson regarding the importance and the historicity of the school. And I also have, been a part of approvals on many other historic structures. And it is important, I agree with the staff that it's important to also designate.
You're breaking up a little. Repeat that.
The view shed for the buildings. I said what I would propose is going forward with the staff recommendation, but with the option, as you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hill suggested, as to leaving the west side more flexible. But I do agree with the staff on everything else, and I do think this should, most certainly be added to the master plan.
Okay, there's one other thing that I'll bring up on the staff conditions, and that is they had a statement that all non-contributing outbuildings could be demolished, but then they didn't indicate that there weren't anything called contributing outbuildings. So you might as well say...
So that could be confusing.
Yeah, you might as well say all
Right.
outbuildings can be demolished
Are
as one
right.
of your conditions. And I
Does this
think
mean,
it,
can we get
is that correct?
sorry, I wondered if they, if,
Is the question, are you asking for clarification that there are indeed no contributing outbuildings within
Yes.
the boundaries?
Yes, that's correct.
And you, in the staff report, you list the outbuildings, but you don't say whether they're contributing or not contributing. So that's something you might at least want to amend somewhere so there isn't that future confusion.
We can certainly add that clarification.
You know, I've never seen a catalog of uglier sheds in my life, but that's okay. Okay. So is there a consensus on not designating part, or just saying the council should consider?
Can I jump in for a second? Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record. Just want to clarify that with regards to the Edward U. Taylor School, there are two decisions that you have to make. The first is to list it to the Locational Atlas and Index of Historic Sites, that the board is the final decision maker for that. And then the second decision is a recommendation or not to the county council to designate it as historic. So I just want to make sure that was clear.
Right, but we wouldn't designate it on the locational atlas if we weren't recommending it. So we got to get the recommendation straight, and then we'll go back and do the atlas.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you understand there's two decisions that we have to make sure we get done.
I'd like to ask council a question, which is that in fact true that, that those are dependent actions?
Matthew Mills, for the record. It's my understanding that they are not, that they are separate, that you could designate without recommending that it be added to the plan. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it's just that the whole purpose of the locational atlas is to ultimately determine of whether it should be on the
Yes.
historic master plan. So if you're determining right now that it shouldn't be on the master plan, you wouldn't designate it.
I think that, yes, that is correct. I just think, strictly speaking, legally, I think you could do that.
Right.
I'm not suggesting it is a practical course of action.
Mr. Chair, I agree it logically follows, but it seems to me listing something in the historical atlas gives it an element of protection for the rest of the process that follows that doesn't necessarily assume the action of what follows.
It does, but it presumes our recommendation ultimately will be to recommend it on the atlas. Whichever. If you'd like to do the atlas, vote first. We'll go do the atlas first.
This
Yes.
is Rebecca Ballo. There have been times in the past where the board has placed properties to the locational atlas, but then has not recommended a follow-through for a master plan site designation, just to make that
All the
that
time,
clear.
except this time they're both before us at the same time.
Yes, that is correct.
On all other time, locational atlas are independent of whether there's a master plan recommendation, or mostly.
Many, many times that is the case.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, will you entertain a motion?
Yes.
I move that we vote to place the Taylor Elementary School on the historical atlas, and that we vote to recommend the staff findings and recommendation to the council for designation, with the addition of recommending that the possibility of not all of the site being designated travel as a side consideration in the designation question.
Please
Council.
separate your motion so we have one vote on the atlas.
Okay. I move that we include Taylor Elementary School on the historical atlas.
Second it.
second,
All right, a third, okay. I see no other conversation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Now what? Now
Would
go.
you like me to repeat that again?
No, I want you to do it just for the.
Okay, all right.
Historic
I move, by the way, I move that we include your amendment about all outbuildings in our findings, and that we forward the recommendations of staff for the designation of this site with the additional consideration that not all of the site be be designated by the further findings and evidence that can occur for the designation of the council.
Not all of the site be within the setting.
That's right.
Historic, yeah, environmental setting.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody got that?
Second.
All right, all right, even better. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All right.
Aye.
We're half done. All right, now, for the hard one, I think. It's.
Mr. Chair, may I speak on that one first?
Yes, sure. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Thank you, I appreciate that. It's okay. I did miss some of what potentially might have been the restrictions that would occur for the folks who own this property. Two things struck me about it. Certainly, especially when it was still all clad in red, I would have said, yes, that was very googie, excuse me, and a lovely thing to look at. But I get a little more concerned, you know, the difference in the school and its historic significance, and MNCPPC, but the school system owns it. In this case, we're dealing with somebody where it's a private owner, and I would like to understand more fully before making a decision what impacts that has on that person's potential for development moving forward. When a person purchases a property and it's not on the designation and they do their math, as business people do, they don't expect necessarily that there are going to be, you know, complete restrictions on the site and its parking lot and all of those things. I'm not suggesting that it's a hard no today, but I was concerned, you know, and I would want to honor the request made by Miller and Canby, just providing more time to understand a little better. Maybe I missed, since I came in halfway through this hearing, I may have missed if any of the staff had said that this doesn't impose any restrictions on the owner, but I, for one, would be in favor of postponing this vote and giving just a little more time for the owner to come forward with any issues they may have. And I mean, maybe all of those things can be worked out. Things have been worked out in the past, but I for one would abstain if we can't give this one more time.
This is Rebecca Ballo for the record. Commissioner Presley, I just want to make sure you can see the slide that we are presenting out here. This was part of the staff presentation going through a very back of the envelope analysis of the relevant zoning, going through the Fenton Village overlay zone, and then potential for redevelopment scenarios on the site incorporating the recently adopted Silver Spring downtown design guidelines. In short, historic preservation is not a change to the zoning. It is not an infringement upon the owner's right to redevelop the property. It is not a blanket absolute that the building or the site will not change or will not redevelop. Historic preservation has been successfully incorporated into multiple redevelopment schemes in downtown Silver Spring, in downtown Bethesda, frankly, in all of the county's commercial districts. What it does mean is that there is an additional design review step that the owner would need to come to the Historic Preservation Commission to receive a historic area work permit for any by right changes, and then for any redevelopment changes that would also be coordinated with the newly appointed Silver Spring DAP that the board, again, just appointed a few weeks ago. So we endeavor to work I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask, is there any concession made for that additional expense of coming back through again for approvals?
There are no fees for the historic area work permit, and we accept all of the drawings that are normally submitted to the Department of Building, to Department of Permitting Services, and the drawings that, again, would be submitted to the DAP and the Planning Board as part of redevelopment. We endeavor to have no duplication for property owners in terms of what it is that they have to submit to us. There are no fees for the historic area work permit. And then in addition, for properties that are designated as historic, there is the incentive of the 25% historic rehabilitation tax credit for, any qualifying rehab work. So repointing the stone, replacing the roof, fixing the windows and doors, any routine maintenance would also receive a tax credit.
Okay. Thank you for that response. And then just one further question, because I did not hear the owner's testimony. Did the owner testify today in addition to
Yes.
what we received from Miller and Candy? Okay. And was there anything that you think I missed that would preclude me from being able to vote appropriately?
I think you've just excluded yourselves from voting appropriately for not hearing the front of the testimony. So
I agree. Okay, so I will close my mouth now and abstain from this one.
Ms. Bello, I have a question. I mean, we've talked about the burden on the owner, but we really haven't touched much in terms of what are the benefits or what are the, I mean, you just touched on the tax credit, a 25% tax credit, let's say, for being designated historic. Are there other benefits? I mean, because one of the things that they raised was the fact that there's a lot of remediation that they would have to do. Something like that. I mean, is there any funding, any subsidies, any ways that they would benefit from this historic designation, the owner?
Thank you for the question. In terms of the remediation expenses, historic preservation does not add to or take away from them. If the site were to be developed in any way, then environmental remediation is required. Okay. This is a state requirement, and this is not uncommon for dry cleaning sites. We have been in touch with the state about this, and specifically with the State Assessment and Remediation Division, who has noted that there are no environmental contaminants on site right now that would prevent the owner from operating a commercial business, which they do have, a successful commercial business that is leasing the site currently. In terms of other benefits, there are tangible, as you've noted, in terms of the tax credits, and then there are the intangible benefits that the department and the council seek to promote with the placemaking initiatives that Thrive talks about in terms of the preservation of place, the preservation of iconic architecture. There is also heritage tourism and economic development. The state of Maryland and Montgomery County in particular, Montgomery County benefits from heritage tourism. People come to Montgomery County to see our historic sites, to see the architecture. Heritage Montgomery, which is our county's not-for-profit heritage tourism arm, has the figures on this, that it is many hundreds of thousands of dollars, some years over $1 million of taxpayer funds that are spent here experiencing tourist sites within Montgomery County. And those sites have been successfully marketed by the downtowns, and they also provide a sense of place for the businesses and the people who live within these communities. For historic sites specifically, there is the county's historic preservation tax credit. For commercial properties, there is also the state and federal rehabilitation tax credits. And then there is also the potential for other grants, other heritage tourism grants, other facade grants. I've currently been working with the county to on a $75,000 facade rehabilitation grant for the Flower Theater and Shopping Center that they are eligible for because they are a designated historic site. So there are many pots of money sort of out there that our office works as a liaison between the property owners and the other government agencies that administer those funds to make sure that they can put together successful applications for their business.
Now, in terms of other, I mean, we've heard that in Kensington, for example, they torn down a Googie building, a gas station, I guess, and there's only a few remaining in the county with that particular architecture. Do we have any idea whether those, I mean, have they been designated, the ones that are left?
No, they have not.
Okay. Do we know whether, have they increased in value over time? Do we have any idea whether, I mean, they haven't been designated historic, but have they appreciated in value because of their architecture?
I do not know.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I am in a position to answer that question.
All right. Okay.
Can I try one tactic here? And if the commission is permissive of redevelopment, why wouldn't we just designate the first 10 feet of the facade and leave the rest to the possibility of redevelopment?
Sure. So there's many different tactics in terms of historic preservation. There's facade preservation, you take the first 10 feet. There's frontage preservation, you take a little bit farther. in other types of historic preservation for buildings, they have to deconstruct and reconstruct buildings when they're adding a tower to it, and they feature very significant character-defining elements. So there's a wide breadth of options when it comes to historic preservation and adaptive reuse of buildings, and there's many different ways that this potential redevelopment could go. I don't think there's what the setting does here is that it leaves all those tables on the option. It leaves all those options on the table, and you can also just, the planning board could give the directive of certain, preferences they'd like to see in terms of how the site should be treated as well.
Yeah, designating a parking lot is always odd to me, but Commissioner Branson.
Yeah, why don't we just designate the sign? And because that is the most significant thing about this. I mean, let's face it, Googie, whatever it's called, I've never heard of until I saw this. I used to live on Thayer. I lived 5 blocks from this place. I passed it every day. And that was in the late 80s, early 90s. It's, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And I didn't see anything special about this building. This is, at the time I lived there was a Safeway on one corner, a gas station on another corner, an auto body place on the third corner, and on the fourth corner was this dry cleaner. The auto body place is gone. I believe there's an apartment building there now. The entire side across the street from this site has been redeveloped with housing. It is only this side of the street, the side of the street with the cleaners, that is stuck in the 1980s. And I, for the life of me, do not understand why. This style of architecture, and when I say stuck in the 1980s, what I mean is it looks exactly the same way it did when I lived there. This style of architecture was developed in California. From what I understand, the name Gucci, or whatever it's pronounced, was solely because that was the name of the business that originally used it. So it was intended to be car-centric. It was intended to be somebody's version of what the space age was going to look like. And it was, and this is the really important part, it was intended to be commercially eye-catching. It was intended, if you're driving down the road, stop and patronize this business. Guess what? We don't live there anymore. That is not what downtown Silver Spring is about anymore. Why would we preserve such a silly thing when we are promoting walkable communities all over this county? All of a sudden, we want to preserve something that speaks to a car-centric culture. Absolutely the dichotomy of what we are saying this master plan, this county's general plan is supposed to be about. Oh no, this is not okay. And when it comes to the good folks of Fenton Village, as you all may remember, I used to be on the council. I used to represent those good folks. I was the first council member to actually make sure that they got money for Fenton Village. The whole point of Fenton Village is to be a part of this walkable community. You know what you need for a walkable community? You need people living there. And so to take this incredible property that this immigrant family has managed to amass in downtown Silver Spring and tell them, oh no, you just can't, you can't do that. You can't do that here. I have never heard of anything more ridiculous in my life, that we would tell these people that your American dream will be put on hold because of somebody's 1950s memory. So let me just be 100% clear. No way, no how, I am not voting to preserve this.
So noted.
I am moved by Commissioner Branson.
Well, let me,
In the sense that I hear the immigrant story and the owners.
okay, so let me be a lawyer for 2 seconds. Forgive me. I look at this code, and it's very specific about the planning board's job. It says, in considering historic resources for designation as historic sites or historic districts, the planning board shall apply the following criteria. And it deals with specific findings that you have to make. In this case, the staff has found that it has character and interest or value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the county, state, or nation, and it, as the historic resource, represents an established and familiar visual feature of the neighborhood, community, or county due to the singular physical characteristic or landscape. We've heard a lot of testimony that dealt with other things, that dealt with balancing other interests. There is also a purpose clause for historic preservation that really does that type of balancing, that says, is this in the general interest of the county? I think our job is to look through the historic criteria and determine whether it's historic. If you think it's not historic, what you need to say is it doesn't meet this criteria because of some reason that I'm sure you'll give me. But what I would do is go through the criteria and leave the balancing interest to the council. That is my own both legal and used to be professional point of view. I dealt with a lot of these historic sites that were designated against the owner's interest. On the locational atlas, we had the shopping center right at Colesville in Georgia, car-oriented, that we celebrated in the Art Deco Society, and we preserved that as part of that development. So we have done these things. And I believe the council put us in a somewhat box, and they have a bigger box that they can deal with. So that's all I have to say. And I'll entertain a motion from anybody.
Mr. Chair, can I speak to this first? I haven't had an opportunity. First of all, I take your point that we have fairly narrow criteria we have to find, and my heart is not one of those criteria. I don't agree entirely with what Commissioner Branson said, because we preserve things to preserve representative pieces of our past culture. And we try to represent the best ones that we can find that have survived to represent those. And that's one of the purposes of our historic preservation. It's not just a question of rolling over the past. And in fact, the car-centric nature of this business is part of what we are losing in Silver Spring and the period that it represents. But I have you've already referred to it, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to build on that, and it kind of fits with what I also talked about for the Taylor School, which is I would like to suggest we make a wider recommendation than just yes and no. And it goes to the fact that when I look at this building, and I consider this site about architecture, not about culture. And when I look at this building, I think there are three important components of the architecture involved. One is just the form of the building, the angularity of the building, its building form is different, significant, and I think qualifies. A second part of that is the color scheme is actually significant to the expression of this building. And one of my concerns is getting back to that as a restoration. In that color scheme, I would also include the sign, although I would very much suggest that that sign be moved to a different place on the site, which was referred to. And the third part of this, which hasn't received a lot of attention, I think it's critical for this site to have the glass entryway return to being some form of glass entryway, not just blocked over, because that's an important part of it. And my vision, which I don't get to determine, is this could be a lobby. This could be a really expressive lobby to a building behind it. But I agree with you that not all the site, I think, really contributes to this, nor is it a good balance against what we are after, which was Commissioner Branson's point there. And taking my three criteria and looking at this site, I think the front of the building and enough of a representative sides of the building to include the color schemes down the sides is what I think is really worth preserving here. And I think that gives the applicant a better opportunity to sympathetically engage and use it and preserve that important part of it, as well as gives them more flexibility to use their property the way they suggest. So that is my preference going forward.
Is that a motion?
No, let me just say that we are, let's be real clear about what we're doing. We are heightening the importance of an architectural style, quote unquote, that is not embraced in any other building in this county. The question was asked, has any other Googie architecture been preserved? And the answer was no. What we've learned today is that the discussion of whether this particular example of Googie architecture should be preserved has been floating around for 20 years. I say that to say that this criteria requires design significance. And what I'm saying is that there's nothing significant about this design, because if it had been, we would have preserved something else. And if it had been, this discussion would not have been batting around for 20 years. This is not a significant design expression. So it doesn't meet the criteria.
Mr. Chair, I feel the same way. I think other Goody buildings, in fact, we just heard, the Kensington one, was last year was torn down. And how many are left? Very few. So it seems to me that it doesn't meet the criteria either of architectural importance. And when I weigh people against bricks and mortars, historical significance, and I hear the story of this immigrant family trying to, do the that's how I feel.
Well, I hear the board at 2-2, which
Well, let's vote to make sure of that.
you really want to do that?
Which means?
We're obligated to vote.
But can we have clarity on what a 2-2 vote does?
Yes, ma'am, a 2-2 motion fails. So if you have a series of 2-2 votes, nothing will happen.
Which means in this instance that it would not be declared historic. Is that?
No, it would.
No.
It would.
What happens?
Number one, we can't be a block to the council's consideration. Whatever we recommend or don't recommend will go up to council. So they will make the ultimate determination. If we have no recommendation, that essentially is a negative recommendation for designation. But it'll be a 2-2 vote, and we'll explain ourselves to the council. We have the option, of course, is continuing this so that we can get Commissioner Presley to hear the testimony and vote. And I suspect that's the better option to do so that the council has some planning board recommendation or not. I see council looking at me.
Yes, that's certainly possible. If Commissioner Presley were to go back and review the entire hearing, then she could appropriately vote in the matter. And I do think, as a matter of practice and the law, it is better to send them something rather than nothing.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
I'm, totally happy to go through, review the parts that I didn't hear to participate. The questions that I had, I think were answered in full. I agree with the points that you're making that we're not deciding whether it is historic or not. That has criteria that, according to what the staff has outlined, has been met. So my only concerns were the extent to which it would put a hardship on the owner and whether or not we needed to extend the time for them to provide further input. I feel that I can competently vote, having read the packet, if I go back and listen to that testimony. And if that is legally acceptable, while you all take a break for lunch, I'll go listen to the testimony.
How about if we continue to what is March 2nd?
I would point out that that is potentially the last meeting that this particular composition that just heard things today could vote on it.
That is correct. That is partially why we did this today.
There are other aspects, Mr. Chair, that kick in if this is not voted on today. New legal requirements, climate assessment being at the top of the list. So if possible, if you could continue it until after lunch and give Commissioner Presley a chance to review, that would be the preferred option.
Okay, I think. I'm looking around.
Do you have something? Unless staff has something to add, I'll make a motion.
I mean, can we change our vote?
Well, thus far you haven't
There
voted.
hasn't been a motion, so we haven't voted other way. So go ahead.
I believe I can speak on behalf of the staff. We will be fine if this is continued after lunch to give Commissioner Presley the time to listen to that earlier testimony.
Is there any advantage to stacking this on the end of the day?
I would recommend
Well, I guess if people want to stay and see, then.
I would recommend that you complete this matter as soon as you can before you move on to other items on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue this action until after our lunch break to give Commissioner Presley the opportunity to review the first part of the testimony and participate.
Do I hear a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll continue.
Aye.
We're going to recess, Commissioner Presley, we're going to recess to 1:35. Okay, we'll come back at 1:35. Okay, and that's for everybody
I will
else.
be prepared.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. It's February 23rd, 2023, Planning Board session. We're going to do item 7 out of order. This is Preston Place Preliminary Plan number 1, 2022-0130, and Site Plan 8, 2022-0180. Although I would normally go to staff, I believe the attorney for the applicant wishes to make a motion for a contiguous, which I'll entertain. We'll see what you have to say. You can't make a motion. What would you like, Ms. Harris? What is your request?
Thank you. For the record, Pat Harris with Lurch Early and Brewer. As the chair indicated, on behalf of the applicant, we respectfully request a continuance till March 9th in order to make sure that we adhere to all noticing requirements.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we continue this matter until March 9th.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's it. We're continued.
Thank you.
Till
Thank
March
you.
9th. Right. Good afternoon. It's 2023, February 23rd. We are continuing our discussion on the master plan for historic preservation amendment. We dealt with the school, and now we are on Weller's Dry Cleaners. Ms. Presley is joining us after looking over the record, and we were at the point of entertaining motions to do something or nothing. Or, well, make a recommendation one way or the other. Ms. Presley, you have your hand up.
Yes, first I want to thank you for allowing me the time to review. I want to assure everybody I was able to review all of the testimony I had not heard. So I am comfortable now moving forward, and I'm going to hold my comments to hear where the other commissioners stand on this, but I do have some revised thinking.
Okay. Well, that means I'll entertain.
That means we're in discussion, right?
Well, we can have discussion, or we can have a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we take the action of putting this on the historical atlas with the recommendation to my fellow commissioners that it is a severable action from the actual designation, and I think it might be warranted in this case to hold down the status quo of this site until the full public process can run out.
Do I hear a second? It's to put it on the atlas. No. I'll second for the purposes of a vote. All those in favor of putting it on the atlas, which is a board authority, really pending whether it's a historic or not. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Amy, you're it.
Amy is on mute.
I'm sorry, I was a nay.
Nay, okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. It's not on the atlas. All right, now, we're at whether we should recommend historic designation to the council.
I'd like to make a motion on that.
Please do.
It's not as stated. I would like to move that we comment that we are going to send this back to the HPC for a continuation to do further research, especially relative to the issues regarding the potential contamination of groundwater, et cetera, et cetera. Also, I was enough moved by the other testimony I hadn't heard about the balancing of historic preservation versus meeting the needs and providing the equity today, and whether or not this building truly meets enough of the historic designations to qualify. So if the commission does not want to go with pushing it further down the road, then I'm opposed to any recommendation.
Excuse me?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, this is Rebecca Ballo with Historic Preservation. The issue of environmental contamination and remediation is not one that the HPC is permitted to address under Chapter 24A or under any consideration for whether or not a site should be designated as historic. As the chair noted earlier, the county council has broader purview in terms of looking at other issues that the HPC does not. So I wanted to bring that back to the board's attention.
Great. And with that in mind, I'd like to make a motion that we do not send a recommendation to the council to add this.
Send a negative recommendation based on?
Correct. Not based on those particular factors, but those are a few of many factors that I don't believe sufficient time was given to review with the HPC and the owner of this property to work through. So if the decision is a simple yes or no today, I am a firm no and would make that motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may, I would urge the board to please make this decision on the basis of the criteria in Section 24A3 of the code. Those are the criteria we have to go on. We can't go outside those bounds. So please keep that in mind when making your decision. Thank you.
Yes, and if you review, some of what I saw from the testimony that I hadn't seen before I joined was the back of the building. I already mentioned in my first commentary that I was struck at how different the building is today than it was. I don't know whether or not you'd be recommending that they put back the red, it wasn't acrylic, I forgot the material, but enamel. It does not, yes, the enamel. It does not look anything like it looked before. And I don't find that it has as many, meeting of those criteria as the HPC has put forward. That's my opinion.
Can I suggest that you've, number one, I think you are suggesting that the finding that it has character of interest of value as part of the development heritage or the cultural characteristics of the county or state cannot be made because of alterations to the building.
That is my opinion. That is my opinion, yes.
Well, that is a real
question on the motion.
Is that?
Yeah, I believe that I believe what you are saying is we should recommend denial of this of the designation to the council based on the criteria that Jeff just read. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
And I second it.
Okay, we have a second on the floor. Commissioner Presley, you still have your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's down.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Okay, the ayes have it. It'll go forward with a negative recommendation for one and a positive recommendations for the other. Thank everybody for your time.
Mr. Chair.
Positive recommendation? Oh,
for the school.
I got it.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm sorry, there is one last item. If we could put back up the staff computer, we need you to vote out approve the public hearing draft as the planning board draft with the edits that you've made and permit the staff to make any technical edits prior to transmission to the county council and executive. We actually would need a vote on that, please.
So I'm confused because the public hearing draft plan, does that include the staff's recommendation?
It will be as you have directed us to amend it. We will put your amendments in the cover letter, and we will capture all of the planning board's recommendations here today in the planning board draft that is sent to the council.
Right.
Okay.
Because we can't change the HPC's
Right.
recommendations or the staff's recommendations. It's still the staff's recommendations. We're changing ours. So that goes, you want both documents sent up that way? Yes.
It'll be the one
Oh,
document
that's right.
that's
Don't
transmitted.
forget, it will be one document. See, I started out with two documents here. That's my problem. Okay, could I have a motion to send it up as indicating the board's vote?
So moved?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
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 I will say, I'll probably have a dissent, but that's just me. But I respect the majority's opinion, and when I go up there, I
Mr.
present
Chair,
the
are
parties.
you saying you're going to append a minority opinion to that document?
Not a whole opinion,
Okay.
just dissent in the cover letter, please. I have enough work. Okay?
Okay.
All right. That concludes this item. Again, thank you all for your time and attention. Good afternoon. It's a beautiful February 23rd in Wheaton. We are on item 8, proposed amendments to the Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage System Plan. These are category amendments. I'll let staff give us their thoughts right away, and then we have 5 speakers, and Commissioner Hill has a disclosure.
Yes, I have a quick public transparency disclosure, which is I have dealt with this issue in almost the same place as a municipal commissioner for the city of Rockville, which does give me special knowledge, but I don't think that special knowledge biases me in any means to participate in these proceedings.
But you haven't participated on these cases?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, to be honest, I'm not sure which properties I did. It didn't stick in my mind, but I handle properties on Scott Drive. But I want to make sure that's clear, but I don't think that special knowledge biases me for participating.
Thank you. And I'll turn it over to staff.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Catherine Nelson in the Up-County Planning Division. Here also is Alan Sukup from the Department of Environmental Protection. Before you today are 7 water and sewer category change requests. The changes are initiated by the property owners by applying to the Department of Environmental Protection. They are the lead agency for the county's water and sewer plan. They evaluate the application in detail and get analysis and comments from the Department of Permitting Services, Well and Septic, WSSC, the Planning Department, including Parks. These cases are not administrative. They are the cases that will go to the county council for decision-making because they don't fit well within existing policies and guidance from the master plan, and therefore the council decides. State law does require that the planning department make recommendations on whether these applications conform to the recommendations of the comprehensive plan for the county. Just as an information item, the image on the slide shows the Travilla Quarry owned by Barden. It's currently being evaluated by the Council of Governments, WSSC, and the Interstate Commission on the Potomac River for a future water supply reservoir. All right, the first case, the National Heritage Trust. And the properties are outlined in black. And the area within the Potomac Subregion Master Plan sewer envelope is within the circle. The applicant requests sewer service for 2 to 4 single-family homes. This area is adjacent to the Lower Greenbrier Branch subdivision, which is here, and was built using a pressure system. But the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan excludes this part of the sewer envelope from their peripheral sewer policy, which in other locations allows limited extensions. In addition, WSSC, as part of their analysis, has provided alternatives that would enable service to these properties. But they're not planned, and they're intrusive to other property owners who are between the sewer mains and the subject property. And so these little red arrows would have to come across several private properties in order to access or in another direction. So this is not planned. This is not consistent with the existing sewer envelope. And therefore, the staff recommendation is to deny S3 and maintain S6 and not allow sewer service. This is in conformance with the executive recommendations.
Commissioner Hill?
The green hatching on that map represents forests, so this would also involve trenching through forest land and destruction of that.
That's correct. Okay. It's also located on top of the serpentinite outcrop, which means the soils are extremely thin, and any kind of development requires extensive disturbance.
So based on that, does this mean they can't have a septic system?
They may have a septic system.
They can, okay.
However, it will be difficult because of the serpentinite outcrop.
Okay. So if there's no sewer and there's no septic, then that means there's no development. I'm just trying to cut to the chase.
There is not a home.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, the next 6 cases are located within the Glen Hills area of the Potomac sewer envelope, and that is circled on the sewer envelope and outlined in blue. And there's a cutout also that highlights the area. This area has a number of challenges. It was subdivided in the late 40s and 50s under very different development standards and using well and septic, which were approved under very different development standards. It has high water table in places and areas with rock outcrops. Due to the complexity of the area, the master plan mandated a subsequent sewer study to develop comprehensive solutions. And to discuss that so that you have a framework for the decision-making, I'd like to ask Alan Sukup to summarize the study, which he headed.
Good afternoon. For the record, Alan Sukup with the Department of Environmental Protection. Yes, we conduct, as recommended in the 2002 Potomac Master Plan, DEP and DPS conducted a study of the Glen Hills area. As Catherine said, development in this neighborhood primarily occurred back in the 50s and 60s under very different septic regulations than we have today. That has meant that in some cases it's been difficult to find replacement septic areas for some of these properties. Some of the septic systems that exist today would not be approved today. The other complication in this is that back in the 50s and 60s, you did not have to have a successful percolation test or septic testing in order to establish a building lot. So we have quite a few building lots out here that bring them forward to today, and there's no suitable septic area on the property. Or as one person once told me, it's a lot of money for firewood. We conducted the study. We looked at a variety of potential limitations in the Glen Hills area with the idea of making recommendations to the county council about how we should move forward with this neighborhood. Should we declare it, the entire neighborhood, a septic problem area? Should we try to craft policies that address the limitations that we're dealing with today? And so what we did was we took the recommendation that's in the 2002 master plan that said the only reason to provide new sewer service in the Glen Hills neighborhood was for documented public health problems, failed septic systems. And then the recommendation also moved us towards doing this study, which we completed in 2012. As a result of that study, we determined, or our recommendation was that the entire neighborhood is not a septic problem area. There are parts of the neighborhood, about 1/3 of the neighborhood, where there are potential limitations to providing either new septic systems or replacement septic systems. Those areas were outlined in the study. However, they were not established, again, as septic problem areas. What we wanted to do was to evaluate the properties on a case-by-case basis as they came forward looking for public sewer. We also established that many of the existing policies effective in the Potomac subregion could also now be applied to the Glen Hills area, which is for public health problems, obviously, but also for properties that abut existing mains. That's something that we use countywide. And one that is unique to the Potomac area is what we call the peripheral sewer service policy, which means that properties that are adjacent to or confront the planned sewer service area in the county's water and sewer plan can be considered on a case-by-case basis for approval of public sewer. There are some constraints in that policy. We don't want to extend sewer service across streams or stream buffers or sensitive environmental areas. And the idea, which will come up in the discussions here, is that we're trying to fill out the existing sewer service envelope. Prior to the 2002 master plan, areas like Glen Hills and other areas zoned for RE1 and RE2 development could be considered on a case-by-case basis for public sewer. When we get to the 2002 master plan, that recommendation is turned on its head. We're not going to consider properties in the RE1 and RE2 zones for public sewer if they're not already part of the planned sewer envelope. And there are quite a number of properties that are zoned RE1 and RE2 in the Potomac subregion that have been approved for public sewer and have received sewer service over the years. But it's all case by case. It's all here and there and there and there and there. And so we end up with gaps or holes in the envelope. Your neighbor, one house over, requested public sewer in 1988, but your septic system was fine. Now you want to do something with your property, but the septic system won't support it. The sewer line's there or nearby, then we don't want you to be out of luck because your neighbor has sewer and you don't. And so the peripheral service policy was applied to the Glen Hills area. The only thing that it doesn't apply to, and I'm not sure you can see it in this map, is that part of Glen Hills, the northern and western side of Glen Hills, is in the Piney Branch watershed. The Piney Branch watershed has its own very special, specific sewer service recommendations and constraints. And so any properties that within Glen Hills that are within the Piney Branch watershed have to obey the rules of the Piney Branch watershed, which are more strict than you'd find elsewhere in the neighborhood, including the application of the peripheral sewer service policy. Now, none of these particular cases today is within the Piney Branch, but there will be some coming down the road, I'm sure. So just to give you some background on that, we have approved a number of category change requests in Glen Hills over the years. They've all fallen under the specific policy requirements that we have set up. We've also done one septic survey in the neighborhood. This is another option that is available under the water and sewer plans general service or specific service policies. And this was on the lower end of Overly Drive, which is like almost the very southern tip of the Glen Hills area, mostly within the Potomac Highland subdivision. Our study of that neighborhood showed that there were some significant constraints on the use of septic systems in the area. And based on our recommendation, the county council approved most of the lots in that area as eligible for public sewer service. The property owners continue today to work with WSSC Water and the state on funding for a sewer extension to serve that neighborhood. The neighborhood that you see on the right-hand image here is what we refer to as North Potomac Highlands. This area was also considered for a septic survey. However, as we worked through that survey, we were also updating the water and sewer plan, and in 2018, when the plan was approved, there was a requirement added that in order to do one of these surveys, we had to have at least one property owner with a failing septic system, which could not be replaced or repaired by an on-site replacement. This survey area did not satisfy that requirement. None of the property owners were interested in having their septic systems evaluated. And so consequently, we stopped the survey.
Help me out here. Do you have a recommendation on these sites?
For the North Potomac Highlands? No, we do not. We were in the process of working on that.
So you want the planning board not to act on these requests?
Well, these requests are, none of them is related directly to the septic survey. They are all coming in under what's referred to as the peripheral sewer service policy.
Right.
They're not asking for a survey right now. They're
Right.
saying because we're adjacent to the planned service envelope, we should be considered for public sewer service.
So what is your recommendation for these requests?
For two of them, we are recommending denial because we feel that they do not adequately satisfy the peripheral service policy. For three of them over on Carriage Court, we have recommended deferral because they're claiming that they should get sewer service because they're adjacent to the envelope within the city of Rockville. And not to put a bad name on Rockville, but their sewer envelope has nothing to do with our service envelope. And so we have recommended, and the council has adopted, an amendment to the peripheral service policy that excludes properties within the Rockville service area.
Okay.
And that policy is currently under review with the state of Maryland, with the MDE. And so we have recommended deferral on those until MDE makes a decision on the policy revision.
Okay.
One property up on Scott Drive is within the planned sewer service area for the city of Rockville. That means that they should be served by the city of Rockville. And the city of Rockville would be perhaps nonplussed if we extended WSSC service to it. So we have deferred action on that request. This is 22 TRV 10A,
Right.
pending an annexation agreement between the property owner and the city.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
I have two
Yes.
questions on that. One is, you said that there would not be some action here until there was evidence of public health situation. To a layperson, that, to me, would mean someone gets sick. Is that what you mean? No.
It means that, for us, it means that the Department of Permitting Services has identified a septic system failure. And that generally means either that septic effluent is coming to the surface of the yard over the drain field or the seepage pits, or septic effluent is backing up into the house.
Okay.
Another indication of that is that the property owner, in order to keep those issues from happening, is pumping out their septic tank on a more frequent basis than we would really recommend. And so they may be pumping that tank out every month, every 2 months, every 3 months. They're also trying to limit, we hope, their use of water in the property.
Okay. I think heard you say that there does seem to be some issue in this area based on the criteria being old and not meeting current standard, but that there's really, in terms of doing good planning, there should be a comprehensive solution for that in the neighborhood rather than one-by-one properties.
Interesting that you should mention that. One of the recommendations that came out of our septic area-wide survey was that we needed to deal with the Glen Hills area comprehensively as part of a master plan amendment to the Potomac subregion plan. The council endorsed that recommendation. But then when it came time to put that effort into the planning department's schedule, their calendar, the council decided that they would not do that at the time and asked us to look at some other options that would be really more on a countywide basis. The options that we looked at really were not viable on a countywide basis, and they received a great deal of opposition from local environmental groups and civic associations. So those did not go forward. So we are dealing with Glen Hills on the basis of the policies that the county has adopted in the water and sewer plan that are included in Appendix C of the plan.
Okay, we're ready to proceed? Catherine, or?
So this is background on the cases that you have before you within the Glen Hills area. Would you like to go through each case one by one?
I think we'll wait after we hear the testimony if we need to.
Okay.
We have 5 speakers. I don't know if they're online or here. Mr. Call, I'll call first. Kaul. Oh, Ms. I'm so bad. Any of those chairs?
Oh, there we go.
3 minutes.
3 minutes. I'm sorry, I've not done this before, but I, Komal Kaul, resident and co-homeowner at 11720 Wood Thrush Lane, Potomac, Maryland, am presenting testimony associated with sewer category change request WSCCR 22 TRV-01A to describe the negative impacts this contemplated sewer request has on our property, which sits directly at the base of the slope property of the applicant. Our home was included in option 2 defined by WSSC in the summary report for the item number 8 on the planning board's agenda for today. Neither we nor our next door neighbor at 117216 Wood Thrush Lane also proposed as a part of the option 2, to the best of my current knowledge, have granted the applicant an easement of any kind to run sewer between our properties. In addition, both our properties are included within the HOA of estates at the Greenbrier Preserve, who are adamant that they would not approve a utility easement across any of our lots within the HOA for running utilities to a lot that does not belong within the HOA. There are several environmental impacts, as noted by WSSC in the request summary report, to our home that would result if the applicant received the ability to run sewer through option 2. Not to mention harm to our home environment and disruption and destruction of our lives and property with a 20-foot wide trench going through our driveway and potentially blocking access to our garage. The applicant's property is a consistent slope towards ours and our neighbor's property, which are along the Wood Thrush Lane. There's a stormwater runoff stream that is reinforced many years back, around 2012, that takes stormwater runoff and routes it to the community drain installed by the developer of our community. If the sewer were to run to the applicant's property, it would destroy the portions of the stream that us property owners at the bottom of the slope rely on to keep water out of our homes. During the last week's rain, the stream was already at full capacity. With regards to the community drain, it sits directly at the middle of the 2 properties, directly impacted by the WSSC's option 2. There's an easement already in place on the deed of 11716 Wood Thrush Lane explicitly for the stormwater management purposes. That easement cannot be repurposed as it is required for maintenance of the drains. Within that existing easement for the with that existing easement for the stormwater management being there is not the required 20 feet width on either side of the easement. That community drain cannot be removed in favor of running sewer between our homes. In addition, we counted over 60 trees that would be needed to be removed in order to implement the WCC's option 2. Most of these trees are very old, mature, and established, and 80% of them provides privacy between our homes and our neighbor's home. Removal of these old trees is a dramatic step towards deforestation and subsequent impact on the local environment. On a personal front, these old and mature trees were a big reason in choosing our home to create a safe and private home for our children. Lastly, and importantly, a large portion of our lot is under the forest conservation preservation, with large signs visibly posted all along the backyard of our house. We have respected and maintained this conservation very strictly for over the last 12 years of our residence here. The proposed easement will come very close to, or actually be within the zone that disrupts what we believe is the regulatory required conservation on our property. We are absolutely opposed to the sewer category change request for the reasons described above.
Thank you. So you agree with the staff recommendation to deny?
We do. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from Mr. McKim?
Yes, sir. Hi, my name is Eric McKim. I'm a resident at 11716 Wood Thrush Lane, which is, I guess, one of the 2 homes that is part of option 2 as proposed by WSSC. So I want to kind of reiterate, I submitted written testimony, but I just wanted to follow up with a few more points via my in-person testimony. But I just wanted to make it clear, because it was not stated within any of the summary documentation, that we have been approached for an easement by the applicant in the past and have adamantly denied that. And that hasn't changed, because we have had big time problems with water coming to our homes. And the developer, I want to make mention that the smaller of the parcels that is in question as part of the applicant property, that used to be an outlet of our community before one of the residents purchased that property. And that's what the developer had started with, grading changes to the land to have all of the water routed to, as Komal said, the community drain. But what I would say is that if we don't have that, I think all of us on Woodthrush Lane would attest that we've had water in our homes because of some problem up on that lot. So we are very conscious of what happens on that property, and for the well-being of our homes. And one thing I noticed, I just wanted to also make mention of the fact that I know this request, I'm not sure when it initially went in. I know he applied a long time ago, but as Mr. Sukup was talking about, kind of that whole North Potomac Highland septic study, I think it was determined that any sewer category change request be evaluated by the prevailing sewer policy at that time. I would just like to request that be the case here as well, because right now the sewer policy does not support that particular request. And then this application is tied to development, a subdivision development, but there's no ingress egress specific for that purpose. I would just like to make mention that even with a sewer category change or anything that would happen like that, there's still no direct access. This is a landlocked property with a specific easement by necessity, just to access on an as-needed basis, and it was never contemplated for a development of a small subdivision back in that landlocked property.
Thank you.
I'm not going to repeat the other points. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Again, you concur with the recommendation to deny, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Now we have, I think it's Mr. Anan. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong.
Ms. Anan is not going to be here today. I think she submitted written testimony in lieu.
Okay. I did get testimony this morning. Amy Ambler. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm terrible. My name is Zients. I tell people it's just like Smith, only different.
Well, my name's Amy Eber, and I live at 11704 Woodthrush Lane. Again, I'm on the low-flow sewer line, and just a few houses down from the second easement option. Our backyard ends on a forest conservation area that extends all the way up and butts up to the proposed development area. And I just want to briefly address a couple of environmental concerns. Both the state of Maryland and Montgomery County have established tree conservation programs with the goal of a zero net loss of forest. And according to a recent study sponsored by the state's approaching the goal of zero net for deforestation, but over the last 10 years, Montgomery County has already lost 4,000 forested acres, the second most of any county in Maryland, and Potomac alone has lost 500 acres of forest in that time. Now, I wouldn't ask that all development be stopped in order to preserve the tree canopy, but at the same time, the county shouldn't go out of its way to grant exceptions to existing sewer plans for developments that would result in the loss of some of the county's remaining tree cover. In this case, one of the two parcels under discussion is covered in trees. And in addition to the loss of tree cover on the properties themselves, the installation of sewer lines using either the proposed easements would necessarily involve further tree loss, which directly affected the property, which the property owners who are directly affected have already spoken about. But another environmental concern, which she brought up, is, in this case, the property is located on the Serpentine Rock geologic formation, and of course, I brought a prop. This is all of Montgomery County. It's this area right here, and the properties we're discussing are right down in this corner, completely in this zone. Now, it's a really unique geological formation. Like I said, the only one in the county and one of the most important in the entire East Coast. The composition of this rock layer, which is really close to the surface, as she also mentioned, results in this really rare conglomeration of trees and plants and grasses, with many of the plant and animal species very unique only to these serpentine areas. Now, for many years, the county has been protecting this really rare ecosystem. There are 3 serpentine Barrens County parks in the vicinity, one of which actually abuts Greenbrier Estates and Glen Road, and the protected area is literally like 300 yards from this proposed development, and the proposed development also sits on this. So the special importance of this rare serpentine zone should be considered when you're asked to grant an exception. And thank you for taking these concerns into consideration. I'm sorry.
And again, you concur with the recommendation to deny. Okay, we have one more speaker, Mr. Gilbert Terrier.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time, I will be very brief. We also reallocated at 11407 Glen Road, and we fully concur with the position of the staff, the Montgomery County staff. We actually sent a letter with 3 of our neighbors to Mr. Sukup last week to tell him so. And therefore, I just would like to thank the staff for their very thorough and hard work. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, too.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, I guess we should go through these individually and make everybody nod their head and then have a final vote, you think? Maybe?
Can we just all make it one motion?
We can. If everybody wants to support the staff recommendation, we can do that.
Mr. Chair?
Alan, it was never this easy.
I move that we, for the following things, are all WSCCR 22 TRV, 01A and 04A are denials of S3, TRV 13A is denying S1, TRV 05A is deferring S3, as is 06A, 09A, and 010A for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Wow, this is amazing. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 Aye. And full disclosure, I walk in this area all the time. I'm right near here. So I know this area very well, but I leave that as an aside. Okay, thank you very much. That's that item.
Commissioner Presley, if you can stay on the call one moment, please.
Yep.
Commissioner Presley?
Yes.
Did you vote with the majority on that last item?
I did. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now we're paused? Thank you for that. Good afternoon. It's February 23rd, 2023. We are on item 9 of the planning board session, the Tregoning property pre-preliminary plan number 7, 2022-0020. It's a public hearing. We do have speakers in Zoom. I will hear from staff first, then the public testimony, and then the applicant. There was some public testimony that we got last night, this morning. I'm not sure the staff has had time to really reflect on all of that, but we'll raise it as we can. Okay, if staff would like to go.
Sure. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name's Jeff Server. I'm the lead reviewer for the item before you today. It's the Tregoning property pre-preliminary plan number 72022-0020. Just a quick introduction on pre-preliminary plans, as I suspect this may be the first one before this board. Per section 50.5.1.a of chapter 50, before a subdivider submits a preliminary plan, the subdivider may seek advice on limited aspects of a future subdivision plan from the planning department staff, the development review committee, or the board as appropriate, or seek a binding decision from the board through a pre-preliminary plan application, which is before you today. The staff recommends approval with the recommended binding elements of the pre-preliminary plan and supports the submission of a preliminary and site plan application that addresses the recommendations on the issues of the Hoffman Drive connection, the off-site connection to Damascus Recreational Park, and the location and distribution of MPDUs. In looking at the site and its vicinity, the site's located southwest of the intersection of Kings Valley Road and Preakness Drive. The surrounding properties are mostly residential in character. The Damascus Recreational Park and the Magruder Branch Trail are located to the west. Cedar Grove Elementary School is located to the southwest, and the Cedar Grove Historic District is located further south. Looking at the site in more detail, the subject property is made up of two parcels. There's parcel 104, which is close to 18 acres, and parcel 617, which is close to 20 acres, both which total up to a little over 37.5 acres. The focus for this application is going to be parcel 104, which is where the majority of the development is proposed. The subject property is subject to the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan and Hyattstown Special Study Area. Parcel 104 in its existing state is vacant and undeveloped. Parcel 617 is developed with an existing residence, which is planned to remain. Little Seneca Creek is located to the west, and both parcels are zoned RE1. The proposal before you today is seeking binding decisions on the following issues, the first of which is the Hoffman Drive connection. The second is the off-site connection to Damascus Recreational Park. And lastly, the location and distribution of MPDUs. Parcel 104 is proposing to have 37 single-family detached units with 7 MPDUs using optional method. Parcel 617 is not subject to be developed, but will be transferring 20 of their development rights to put 20 units on parcel 104 while retaining 2 development rights. So one would be the existing residence and then possibility for a future one. Staff has received correspondence from the Sweepstakes HOA board and neighboring residents. In general, the correspondence expressed concerns about the general procedural questions that are a part of pre-preliminary plans, proposed density, safety concerns along Kings Valley Road, age of photos that were used for illustrating and documenting Hoffman Drive, school capacity concerns with future development, layout concerns regarding open space and yards, and the connectivity of Hoffman Drive to the subject property. The staff has addressed the majority of these concerns, as they're actually issues which will be addressed when there's a preliminary plan and a site plan being filed in the near future for these. So the other concerns about the extension of Hoffman Drive, we'll be getting into more detail. in just a few slides. So looking at the Hoffman Drive connection, the issue with this one is that currently, if you look to the image to the right, you can see there are two dots. There's the Hoffman Drive terminus, and then there's a Preakness Drive / Kings Valley intersection. The missing link would kind of logically seem to be made by connecting those two. There's extensive master plan guidance that is calling for interconnecting communities. That's in the existing master plan and certainly in our new general plan, Thrive. So currently, there's limited access for existing residents in the community to some of these public resources. When looking in detail at the current state of Hoffman Drive, this is a photo that we received from a community member. And the current condition is what's kind of is illustrating what it is right now, and that is it's a non-standard temporary terminus. So it's not built to any of current standards that we would support. There's also evidence of vehicles which have been overrunning the pavement, and that in turn adds difficulty for maintenance, delivery, or any emergency vehicles. So in its current state, it's not something that we would like to see remain and say that this is a standard that we want to maintain. So what the applicant is proposing, in looking at this image to the right, what you see shaded in gray is an ADA paved shared use path that would connect the end of Hoffman Drive to the proposed development, in this case, what would be Public Street C. This would provide limited bike and pedestrian connectivity. Staff's recommendations would be to provide a full road connection, so connect Hoffman Drive to the proposed future development. This follows closely with the master plan guidance for interconnecting communities, as I just mentioned. It would also improve access for existing and future residents to Cedar Grove Elementary School. It would improve access for maintenance and emergency vehicles across all of the community. And it's worth noting that the connection alignment is flexible, so how that actually is determined would be shown in the future preliminary and site plan. Staff also would recommend that, or propose to say that the connection would also lend itself well to providing a low-stress bike connection, which is shown in blue. And providing this would actually provide a connection for bicyclists to avoid any type of dangerous high-stress corridor, such as what you would find along Ridge Road. Providing this connection as well, the image that is shown here to the right is an exhibit that was provided by the applicant team showing one possibility of a connection made with Hoffman Drive. This possible connection does show that there would be limited impacts. In this case, the red line's indicating where the limits of the LOD would be, potentially, and the green line's indicating the edge of some existing forest. This would in turn impact about 1/10 of an acre. So staff recommends that the applicant, let me back up. The applicant proposal does not actually address the master plan guidance. So it's not actually showing that connectivity for a connected community. So it's not improving any local connectivity to public resources, and it's not improving the existing condition of the Hoffman Drive terminus. And it's worth noting that this also is not accommodating any additional maintenance or emergency vehicle access, particularly for the proposed development. The second issue is the connection to Damascus Recreational Park. Currently, there's limited bike and pedestrian connectivity to Damascus Recreational Park. The nearest pedestrian connection, it's non-ADA, and it's located within the existing sweepstakes community, and the configuration is shown in yellow in the image to the right. Without this connection, there isn't an efficient bike or pedestrian access to the park for the proposed community. Trying to use, if you even knew that connection is available, it's questionable if future residents would know that that is there. Existing residents may use the existing connection per what the applicant is proposing. It's worth noting that this is an HOA-owned property. Staff's recommendation is to construct an approximately 1,300-foot side path off-site that would be located along the west side of Kings Valley Road. This would connect the subject property to a point opposite the existing parking lot for the Damascus Recreational Park. This is shown with the arrow running south of the subject property along Kings Valley Road. So staff's recommendations are to construct that 1,300-foot side path along the west side of Kings Valley Road. This is a photo showing the current state along Kings Valley Road, and this is very close to where that connection would be. This would connect from the subject property to a point opposite to the parking lot for the recreational park. Providing this connection would provide a valuable, safe, low-stress connection. The property of the south is under common ownership with the subject property, so it's the same landowner. And construction would be required for any future development on the southern property. It's also worth noting that providing this connection also provides an intersection with a future master plan connection that would be to Ovid Hazen Wells Recreational Park. This is illustrated in the image to the right, the red being the off-site connection, and then the green being that future park connection to Ovid Hazen Wells Recreational Park. And the last issue is the location and distribution of MPDUs. The applicant must provide and distribute 7 MPDUs on the subject property. This would be meeting the 15%. MPDUs are to be distributed throughout the subject property, and they are to be compatible with the 37 market rate single-family detached units. The image to the right, the units that are shaded in yellow would be the single-family detached units. The images in the light red would be the MPDUs. Initially, the 7 MPDUs were provided within a single stick of townhomes that faced onto an isolated open space. Early on, staff expressed concerns about the lack of the distribution of the MPDUs within the greater subject property. The applicant team revised and redistributed the MPDUs within the development. Staff has worked closely with the applicant team on the layout and distribution of MPDUs on the subject property. The MPDUs are to be provided as 2 duplexes and a triplex, which are distributed pretty widely throughout the proposed development. The MPDUs are to incorporate building massing that would be compatible with the market rate units. And staff has also provided layout and design review comments that are to be addressed within the future applications. So in conclusion, staff recommends the approval of pre-preliminary plan number 72022-0020 with the recommended binding elements.
Thank you. I think we'll reserve our questions when we get through public testimony. We have in teams Tammy Chiragani. You're muted. You're bigger. Oh, there you are.
You're bigger.
Hello?
Hello? You're on.
Yes. Can you hear me? It's an echo. Can you hear me now?
You're still echoing, but we can hear you.
How about now?
Better. Good. Good. Go.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm a resident at 24105 Ridge Road, and I'm opposing this development. What? And because of the traffic that is going to be, we already experience a lot of traffic on this road on 27. And I think a development like that is going to, cause more traffic and the capacity of the school and everything like that. And I'm opposing this development.
Okay. Thank you. Some of those issues will be handled at preliminary plan, not pre-preliminary plan, but thank you for your testimony. Can we hear from Mary Jean Martin?
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to express the concerns of our homeowners association regarding the proposed Tregoning property development. I'm Mary Jean Martin, and I'm on the Sweepstakes Homeowner Association Board of Directors. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Sweepstakes community. Our community sweepstakes, and that's what I'll refer to in the future, I will be calling it the Sweepstakes community, has more than 240 families that will be most adversely impacted if this proposed development plan proceeds as written. I'm here to convey to the board our most profound concerns and request that they pause further review of the plan until our concerns are fully addressed. In its present form, the proposed development plan of a dense housing area will create significant safety hazards to sweepstakes. Our concerns are largely centered around three focal areas. Number one is safety. Number two is the impact on local resources. And number three is the irrevocable erosion of the local Damascus community identity as a rural community. Our principal concern is the unnecessary safety risk posed by the proposed land on traffic on Kings Valley Road, Glade Valley, and Preakness Drive. And if you looked at that map, that's where there were going to be two intersections coming out, one at Glade Valley and Kings Valley, and one at Preakness in Kings Valley. Kings Valley Road is classified by Montgomery County Department of Transportation as a country road. It was not designed to be a major thoroughfare to Route 27. At present, at least 4 developments, our Sweepstakes, Goshen Oaks, Preakness, and Park Overlook, use Kings Valley Road as their access point to Route 27. Although there's a traffic light at Kings Valley Road and Route 27, which is quite often a very quick signal, rush hour in the mornings can back up on Kings Valley and go beyond Glade Valley Drive. Due to the topography of Kings Valley Road, which is hilly, curvy, and narrow, and no easement or shoulder, as you just saw in that one picture that Mr. Server showed, and as you crest the hill from, and it's also a dangerously short line of sight distances are created at Glade Valley Drive as you crest the hill coming from 27. This results in hazardous driving conditions currently without any new development, and it will only be exacerbated if road access from the proposed development is allowed to proceed unabated to Glade Valley Road. There are no obvious mitigation solutions that would remedy the hazard. For example, traffic circles or stop signs, etc. Likewise, on Kings Valley Road, as one approaches Preakness Drive from the Damascus Recreational Park, there's another line of sight road hazard exists due to the topography of Kings Valley and the absence of the easement or shoulder. These hazards exist now. With modest road traffic that we have, it's only going to become more pronounced if development proceeds. Due to the rush hour traffic on Kings Valley Road in the morning and in evening from 27, We have, we have significant concerns that Preakness Drive, which is the primary artery through our community to Sweepstakes, also to Preakness Homeowners Association, and to the Park Overlook community, will become a de facto conduit to the proposed Tregoning property development to and from Route 27. Preakness Drive was not intended to serve as an auxiliary overflow. Any increased traffic on Preakness as a result of the proposed development poses a direct safety threat to the existing communities along this road, increasing the risk to pedestrians, and particularly school-age children and their parents. Preakness Drive has multiple bus stops for school-age children. Children and their parents stand in the swales because there are no sidewalks. For the record, the Sweepstakes community on Preakness Drive does not have sidewalks or cyclist paths. So that cyclist path that you want to put on Preakness, there are no sidewalks. In fact, there are no sidewalks in our neighborhood at all. They do not exist. There are walking paths, with which Mr. Server said, and yes, they are community owned and maintained, and they're also non-ADA compliant because they were put in before the ADA was required. They're also a distance from Kings Valley Drive and are intended for use by the contiguous community. They are certainly not a solution for the Elm Street development to request of the board to create park access. Again, I want to iterate. Sweepstakes has no sidewalks. It is also not likely that the Elm Street development would receive an endorsement from the Sweepstakes community to use these paths for access to the park. They do go through the neighborhood. We do maintain them, and they're not ADA compliant, and they're used by the local contiguous communities. The second point that I would like to make is the impact on local resources. The proposed development will have an unknown impact on local resources as well. It will most certainly contribute to the commuting delays being experienced by Damascus residents during peak traffic hours on Route 27. A problem created in part to the overdevelopment of Clarksburg from Brink Road north to Hawks Road. Unless additional expansion on Route 27 is planned from Brink Road into Damascus, traffic congestion will become worse. To our knowledge, no additional expansion plans for Route 27 are under consideration. However, construction continues along 27. For example, the housing at St. Anne's Episcopal Church on 27, and the construction next to Damascus Elementary School, which is also on 27. Incidentally, there was another car accident Tuesday night, February 20th, 2023, as I was writing this paper, and it was at the light at Kings Valley Road and Route 27. This is the fourth such accident on Route 27 between Kings Valley Road and Sweepstakes Road in the past 2 months. How is the county going to mitigate all of this extra traffic on Route 27? Also, the proposed development will have an impact on the local schools. Before the development should be approved, the planning board should coordinate with the MCPS to determine whether the affected schools have sufficient capacity and resources to accommodate additional students. The third point is,
can you summarize,
the
please?
recent residential, excuse me?
Could you summarize, please?
I'm summarizing is that this dense community that you put in will increase the traffic in our community and will impact us effectively. Also, I'm summarizing the fact that I have complaints, but I also have a solution. Maybe the county could possibly purchase the land on Kings Valley all of it and connect it and make it part of the Damascus Recreational Park. That way it will be what Thrive to 2050, providing green spaces, also paths and walkways to connect the communities.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We have one more speaker, Gina King. Gina, Gina? No?
Hi.
Oh, okay. Got it. Please go ahead.
Did you mean me?
Yes, I did.
I'm Gina King. Sorry. I think the previous speaker did a magnificent job. I too am concerned. I live in Park Overlook. I too am very concerned about the amount of traffic, not just on Kings Valley and on 27, but that will be going through our neighborhoods. And there are no sidewalks, as was noted, and there are quite a few bus stops. If you are going to, and I really think you need to have something besides Hoffman Drive, you need to have like another road that can go into and out of that community that doesn't empty onto Kings Valley, but maybe directly onto 27. I think you, at all of these intersections, you need to have a traffic light. And please check with the schools so that we don't have horrible overcrowded schools and overburdened teachers again. And that we don't have to have our students, when my kids were growing up, students had to transfer to, well, Rocky Hill. There wasn't enough room there. They refused to build a middle school in Clarksburg. So our kids were going to be bused to Flower Hill. Don't make alternate plans. You have to work with what you have. And you don't seem to have considered the school system at all.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
That's all I have. Do you need a summary?
No, I'm good.
Look at building another road instead of just using our roads, but without expanding them or adding sidewalks.
I know we will look at roads and school capacity issues when this gets, or if this gets to preliminary plan. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all the testimony I have. Yes, yes. Everybody's saying yes. No? What? Okay, if the applicant would like to respond to some of the what? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Presley has a question.
I do. It's probably more of a rant, Mr. Chair. Please forgive me. So, I'm a resident of Clarksburg and have been since all the promises were made about the development and what was going to be achieved for people coming from Damascus to help them out of the traffic situation. One of the biggest issues was M83. That has been on the table, off the table, on the table, off the table for so long that it's really quite distressing for me. And I only bring that up, even though it's peripheral, to leave some mark on the staff and the board that when we have master plans that have road connections like that to provide rungs and ladders, which was the terminology used in the Clarksburg master plan, this is the impact. If you don't do it, it really causes a chokehold all the way back up. So it's no wonder people are upset to try to think of getting out onto 27 because they've been waiting more than 2 decades for an additional outlet through M83. So I just wanted to express that so it can be on the record. We can't have master plans that require supporting elements that never get delivered and then think that we can keep adding development. If we don't have the support that we stated we would have in place for development, then we need to say, whoa. That's my opening comment, and now I'll be quiet and listen.
Thank you. We'll hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Kate Cubitt. I am a vice president at Elm Street Development, and I'm the person that's kind of shepherding the pre-preliminary plan on our end through the process. Elm Street Development, just to give you a quick overview of the company. We are a locally owned small development company that has been working in Montgomery County for over 40 years. We have been active in Clarksburg Village since the 1990s when my boss was working on the 1994 Clarksburg Master Plan. I have been working out in this part of the world since 2006 when I started with Elm Street Development, and I'm very proud to have helped build the Clarksburg community and be a very small portion of that. Today, I want to just talk a little bit about the site and some work that we've done on the site, and then I'll turn it over to Bob Harris, who will talk a little bit more about the issues. For the Tregoning property, in addition to the description that was provided by staff and the people that live there, I just would like to point out that we believe, and we worked very hard with our layout in this particular plan to provide lot configuration and sizing that is complementary to the existing communities. So the hope is that this community kind of helps to blend in with the existing communities that are already out there. The lots on the Tregoning property will be about 9,000 square feet for single-family detached lots. Those match the lots across the street approximately at the sweepstakes community, which our lot size is about 9,000 to 11,000 square feet. In addition, with our pre-preliminary plan, we've worked very hard over the past several months to come up with a pre-preliminary plan that both staff and we were happy with a lot of tweaks that we've made over the last several months. These tweaks include, from the original plan that we submitted, we reconfigured blocks and layouts, and we've added rear serving or alley serving homes and townhomes to the plan. They were all, when we submitted, everything was originally front load garage plans. Now we have a mix of unit types. And we also reconfigured the street layout. We redesigned the location and the massing of the MPDUs to make them look more like single-family detached units, hence the duplexes and the triplexes that we propose. We've also modified and updated the open space location configuration and added, as I mentioned earlier, rear load garages. The additional comments that we got from staff with respect to the pre-preliminary plan will be addressed in future plans that you will all see, the preliminary plan and the site plan. And we look forward to getting some guidance today from you all on some of the issues, and so we can move forward with the preliminary plan and hopefully as close to the pre-preliminary plan as we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Bob Harris, working with the applicant here. As Kate has indicated, the pre-preliminary plan process has been productive. We've made a number of changes that your staff has suggested, and we think that the plan is very approvable. Although well-intentioned, we do have concerns about two of the staff recommendations that we'd like to voice today. And again, staff's been great to work with, but sometimes there are different objectives that come into play. The two issues are the Hoffman Road connection and the pathway, the bikeway along Kings Valley Road. In terms of the Hoffman connection, Kate worked extensively with the local community, meeting with them and talking with them, including the residents along Hoffman Drive. Hoffman Drive's a short dead-end street. I think there are only 16 homes there. They've been there for about 50 years in that configuration. And not surprisingly, the people there do not want a road connection through their neighborhood that would encourage cut-through traffic. And so they've been very vocal about that. They like their quiet street, quite frankly. So we proposed a bicycle path as a way to connect the community without creating cut-through traffic. The staff, is interested in a road connection. And we do think that creates problems for the community. You heard some of that from some of the speakers here today. So we continue to believe that a path connection is preferable to a road connection. And we're trying to keep the community happy. And by the way, I think, well, back up. So as an alternative, we showed staff, and they showed you in one of the drawings, a way in which a road connection could be built that would not encourage cut-through traffic. It would be a little bit indirect, if you will. You would have to make a turn to go through the neighborhood, hopefully discouraging pure cut-through traffic. We'd rather not do that, but if a road connection has to be built, we think that's the way to do it. In terms of the bike path along Kings Valley Road, here again, we oppose that requirement despite the good intention on which it's based. There are multiple legal and practical problems to it. First of all, from a legal standpoint, as I read the subdivision regulations, we're not required to do off-site improvements like that. Secondly, it's not recommended in any of the applicable master plans, the Clarksburg Master Plan, the Bikeway Master Plan, the Park Trail Master Plan, Complete Streets, or the Pedestrian Master Plan. So it's not even based on that. I looked as well at the growth and infrastructure policy standards, the measure by which adequacy of public facilities is measured and under which improvements have to be made, and the LATR guidelines that go along with that. And neither of them require an off-site improvement of that sort. So we don't think it's required legally. From a practicality standpoint, Kings Valley Road is what is known as a prescriptive road. It means it's just been there. Nobody dedicated right-of-way, nobody bought right-of-way. And so the right-of-way is basically the width of the pavement. And so there is no right-of-way in order to build a bicycle path. And, in addition to that, on the west side, where the staff is suggesting we do it, there are some embankments, there are trees, et cetera, that would make construction of the path costly as well for that 1,300 feet there. I looked at the county's general estimates for constructing side paths, and irrespective of looking at the particular geography here or the topography, it could cost as much as $46,000 per dwelling unit here to build that, which is, we're trying to build housing in this county that normal people can afford, and to add $46,000 to everybody's house price to build a path, it's counter to our purposes, I think. There's also a further practical issue, as some of the people have said. Kings Valley Road is a rural country road, and it's roly-poly as well as narrow. That's the last place in the world I would expect somebody to be crossing the road on a bicycle or as a pedestrian. And, particularly where it's not at an intersection. Sometimes when we all approach an intersection, we sort of are on guard that somebody might be crossing there. But when you're driving down a country road in the middle of a cornfield, you're not expecting somebody to be crossing the road. So I don't think it would be very safe either. If the county really wants to do a path there, the county needs to condemn the right-of-way. We don't have the right to condemn the right-of-way. And as I said earlier, the subdivision regulations, et cetera, don't require us to build something off-site like that. So there is a provision by which we can be made to make a contribution for up to 250 feet. That's determined to be a fair share contribution, and I wouldn't be surprised if at our preliminary plan stage we're required to do that. But to have to build something that's going to be $46,000 a unit, or up to $46,000 a unit, just doesn't make sense. So
hang on a second.
Sure.
Commissioner Presley has a question.
Yes. Again, I'm going to try not to be emotional here, but first and foremost, I need to say that Elm Street Development has done a phenomenal job taking over a disaster in Clarksburg. And these folks are good to the neighborhood. They know what they're doing. I am in violent agreement with Mr. Harris. I don't know why we're going to add exaction upon exaction to things that prohibit the building of more affordable units. We continue to run into things that are juxtaposed. Do we want the developer to pay for a bike path that legally he doesn't need to pay for? Or do we want to say yes to the development and let's put some conditions around it? So I wanted to express that, and I'm sure I'm in agreement with the folks in Damascus who feel like they've been blocked and had all this traffic issue. But I already mentioned earlier, the problem is that we have not facilitated the things that we said we would put in place to support this development. But that penalty should not fall on developers or on our ability to attain more affordable units and meet the plans of our the goals of the master plan. So I appreciate Mr. Harris's testimony, and I wanted to state for the record that I agree. Too many exactions. These are not legal in my opinion.
Mr. Chair, may I heard Mr. Harrison, and I'd like to ask the staff to respond to those 2 points, the expansion of Hoffman Drive and the bike lane, because that's what you're recommending, and you've heard, unless are you finished with your?
May I make one further point?
One more point, and then I'd like to hear the staff.
I like your question, but let me, what I forgot to mention is that we already will have to pay impact taxes for transportation in schools. The impact taxes will be more than $1 million, okay, for this project. So there again, if the county wants to use that $1 million to build the bike path, go for it. But it shouldn't be yet an additional extraction from us. And then to answer the community's concerns, we will have to prove at preliminary plan that there is school capacity, that there is traffic capacity. We've already done initial tests to give you some level of comfort, and there is capacity for both. So
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
sorry
thank
for
you. I
cutting
mean,
off.
I just, I heard Commissioner Presley, and I hear you, and I sympathize, but I want to hear with the staff why they're recommending this, to then have kind of a more objective reasoning.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Patrick Butler. I'm going to cover first the off-site sidewalk extension. It is the authority of the board per the subdivision regulations to require off-site improvements if the board deems it reasonable and can connect to things such as bus stops, public transit, existing proposed bike share stations, or a public facility, in this case being the park. Trying to, again, you've heard a lot of testimony about the lack of pedestrian safety in the area. Seeing our Damascus Park just south and east of this property, felt that that was the most important amenity to try to provide connection to, not just to this community, but the surrounding community as well. So I'll just say that succinctly.
Is that the purpose of the Hoffman Drive connecting to?
That is the
Preakness?
off-site extension of the PED connection on the screen here in red, connecting to this community and the surrounding communities that can use this facility as well to provide a safe pedestrian connection to the park, which you hear are lacking in the area. So that was, again, staff felt that of all the amenities, there is a bus stop up at 27 in Kings Valley Road. We felt that this was sort of more a priority, that it would provide a bigger bang for the buck for the entire community as we integrate this proposed development with the existing community. So that was staff's recommendation. I just want to make it clear, you do have the authority should you choose to exercise it in the subdivision regulations. With that, I think I'll transition to the larger connection, building on connections. Again, we're trying to create compact communities that are well connected and integrated, again, with existing development and proposed development. I will turn it over to our transportation planner to walk you through some of the positives that we get from extending Hoffman Drive through the property.
Hey, may I piggyback on the question of the path before you get to the road? I'm looking at figure 2. And what I see on figure 2 is that this parcel meets at a catty corner with the park. And I'm wondering if there's another way to connect to that park property that doesn't involve 1,300 feet.
Yeah, we did look at that extensively with the Parks Department, saw the same proximity and how close that is, and it seemed too easy. It seemed like the most logical choice, and I'm going to pause there and let Parks walk you through why they feel that is not achievable.
Yeah, so thank you, Patrick. Henry Coppola, for the record, Park Planning Stewardship's Park Development Review Coordinator, and so that's the good intro to it, exactly, and we looked at the same thing. The proposed alignment that planning staff is recommending is also park staff's preferred way to get to the park here, and that stems from starting at looking at our master plan trail connection that should, there was a great slide on round number 17, I think, showing the wider connection that we have planned over to Ovid Hazen Wells Rec Park, and we have a planned crossing of Kings Valley Road at the current sort of entrance and parking lot entrance to the park. So that's where we want to make the crossing of Kings Valley Road. You're right, we saw the same thing that you did looking at the caddy corner, and so we had a crew of our park staff who would be responsible for designing, building, maintaining trails go out to check on the feasibility of that. And the very short answer is they went and investigated and did not feel it would be feasible to put a trail through there. But we've got Kyle and Bob and a couple of our trails team folks who are on that site investigation who can answer sort of more specifics about that.
When you say
if you'd
trail
like.
through there, you mean it's not a good place to enter the park?
Yes, exactly. There are a variety of constraints that led us to determine that it would not be feasible to construct a trail through that corner of the park.
Commissioner Presley has a question.
Yes, I just wanted to know if the staff calculated the additional cost that would be incurred by the developer per unit to accomplish this.
No, we did not.
Okay, so my input there is that I love the idea of having those connections, but we might need to think about transferring that responsibility back onto our parks side if that's the way we should accomplish the connection.
It also strikes me that if it's feasible to do anything there, extending this path down to the road crossing that's part of the master plan might be really what we need to do for the next property down the road, not this one all
Yes.
the way down there.
Mm-hmm.
I think staff was going to answer the question on Hoffman Road as well.
And for the record, Chris Van Osten with the Up County team. Very, very quickly, I can comment on Commissioner Hill, your last comment on if the next property should be the one to do the path. And that is something we looked at. And again, I just want to highlight that these properties are under common ownership. We prefer to do it at this stage simply because this will produce because of the zoning, many more houses. So 40 plus houses as part of this development. If we rely on the next stage, that property to the south, that's going to be, I believe, zone, what is it, zone agriculture? Much lower density, so many fewer units. So the cost burden would be much, much higher to do it at that stage, and that's probably unlikely to happen. So I do want to highlight that this is pretty much the only opportunity to get this path. We'll try again, it's just that the level of cost for the scale of that development is going to be much harder to achieve.
Yeah,
What
just
you're
to
saying
clarify,
is
the
that
zone is RC,
they
but-
own the property south,
Yes.
but that zone is, that area is zoned for agriculture.
Zoned RC. Yeah,
RT.
just to clarify, it's zoned RC. The highest yield of units collectively of the properties that are under common ownership right now is going to be this property that you're reviewing right now.
I see. Just clarifying, we're talking about a pedestrian, is that the same thing as they're referring as a bike lane? Or is that separate? Because they talked about a bike lane on the western side of that road.
Well, this would be a shared use path, so it's both for pedestrians as well as cyclists. So our current standard would be like an 11-foot wide asphalt trail.
And
So
there's
both-
enough
for both.
space right now on the
That's-
road to build that.
This
There's no
would have
spa-
to be, to the applicant's point, there is no dedication of this right-of-way. It's prescriptive right-of-way, so it's a historic right-of-way that's not to our typical standards. So this would have to be constructed essentially on the property to the south, so off-site on that property, with that space being provided through easement or additional dedication to the county.
So,
Commissioner Branson.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. So, tell me to what end we're doing the path. I mean, the path is going from point A to point B, but what is point A and what is point B? Because I'm totally lost at this point. I don't understand why the path is absolutely necessary except to get from the proposed development to the park? Is it necessary for any other reason?
Yeah, we think the park is a wonderful amenity for, again, not just this proposed development, but the larger neighborhood, and we're trying to provide a safe connection to get there. And
But that is the purpose.
That's
It's
the
a
purpose, yes.
development to the park. That's it,
Yes,
okay?
yeah.
And that's why it only needs to be 11, what'd you say, 11 feet? 11 feet wide, all right. So, and how long, is this the 1,300 feet we're talking about?
Approximately 1,300.
And so the applicant is saying this will add $46,000 to the cost of each unit or each house?
That's a unit.
That's no, but they've got these duplexes and triplexes too, so I'm asking if that feeds in. And you all are saying you haven't done any estimation of the cost, period?
Right, correct. This is the first time that we hear about this cost per unit as well as the total cost. So it has not been part of our analysis. It has not been part of our review.
And so even the total cost, I mean, the cost per unit, I mean, I think that's kind of a slide thing, who knows? I mean, but the total cost has not been something that you all have considered at all?
It's not factored.
Okay, and
into
it's
our
not a
analysis.
factor, and it's not something you're required to factor in, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Commissioner, if I may interject, I apologize. It will be something that you have to factor in. When this commission, your predecessors, looked at the issue of off-site improvements like this last year, they concluded that there is a point at which the demands are unfair, and they set a maximum extent of 250 feet for constructing something, and the rules further say that if it's infeasible to do it even within that 250 feet, because there's a lack of right-of-way, like here, then the applicant can write a check for it based on a prescribed formula.
And that would occur at preliminary plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Anything more on Hoffman Drive?
I will say I'm a bit confused by it. We do have a policy on proportionality that's largely focused on oversized properties. So that would be like largely single-family homes and large lot subdivisions. We don't think that policy would be applicable here. So any kind of larger scale subdivisions such as this, those proportionality guides would not apply.
Yeah, I believe,
Why?
Mr. Harris, if you can clarify for us, I think we're a little confused. Are you talking about administrative subdivisions that produce 1 to 3 lots that might have a substantial amount of frontage? And then in that case, we're confused as to what you're referring to.
No, under the local area transportation review standard, well, under the growth and infrastructure policy, there is a limit for off-site improvements based on the number of units. And if it's under 50, no obligation. If it's more than 50, number peak person trips, okay? And if it's more than 50 peak person trips, we're just over 50, then there is a prescribed formula of 250 feet. It's not, all due respect, it's not just for single lot subdivisions.
Yeah, I will mention that seems to be linked to our LATR guidelines as part of the growth and infrastructure policy. So that at this stage, the applicant has not conducted a multimodal study that will be likely required for a preliminary plan, but that has not been done. As part of that process, there are several scales at which you do an analysis. So these are analysis zones. So that would likely be a 200-foot analysis zone to look at, particularly in this case, bike and pedestrian infrastructure and determine if mitigation would be needed. So this is something that's not related to GIP, to LATR. This is a separate process.
Matt,
Could
do you
you-
want to help?
Could you tell us something about the Hoffman Drive? Because I'm still confused. I mean, they're saying that the neighbors that live there, it looks like it's a private road right now, and what they want to do is just like a paved road, but you want to convert it into a
Yeah, so the idea would be to extend Hoffman Drive as a public road. This is a public road available to the public, publicly maintained, to extend that to Kings Valley Road to provide additional connectivity. This is something that we believe is extensively written in both the Clarksburg Master Plan as well as in Thrive. So what we're doing is quite literally our role of completing communities, providing complete communities through these connections. It's kind of it's not quite the same, but the comparison would be to what Commissioner Presley was saying about we're not providing these links like M83. So this is a much smaller scale version of that. The idea of this, instead of providing a commuting connection, this is a multimodal community connection. So it literally would be the tool to connect these communities together to provide one complete community. Again, I want to highlight these important public resources nearby. So we have the elementary school, we have Damascus Recreational Park. So we need to have the tool, the road, the connection to be able to get people to and from these facilities. These are key investments, these are valuable assets. So we want to make sure that everybody has equal access to these features.
Okay. When they do the traffic study, can they look at the impact in terms of traffic if they expand Hoffman Drive? Because what they're saying is that a lot of the traffic is going to cut through Hoffman Drive to go into, what is it, Preakness Drive or something. So it's going to create, people trying to get through. I mean, can they look at both options, keeping it as it is, Hoffman Drive, versus, expanding it into a main road? What are the different traffic impacts?
It would be analyzed at this stage, since we're asking the board for binding elements. Whatever is decided today would be what is studied in the transportation study. It would be looked at. To be honest, the vision for these, for Hoffman Drive and whatever we call any extension, is going to be a residential street, so very low volume, very slow street. So we're talking something that congestion standards are not really, the tool that we use is probably not the best tool, because the volume is going to be so low that we primarily look at intersection capacity issues. This is not going to have intersection capacity issues. Potentially we could have a signal warrant analysis on Ridge Road as well as the Kings Valley Road, just depending on how much volume we anticipate here. But
I see.
The bigger picture is, again, this is going to be a low-volume residential, slow-speed road.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, Mr. Harris referred to a road that would come up and turn. Is that agree with what staff has as figure 14 in the staff package? It's on page 23.
Yeah, so that is the one option that they've presented. We are, again, asking as a binding element to look at one additional alternative that would be a more direct connection to Preakness.
Okay, so you're asking us as a binding element just to say there will be or there won't be a connection, not...
So there would be a couple binding elements. So there is the one on the connection period, and then number two, that as another binding element, that the applicant produces another alternative besides the one that we have in front of you to connect directly to Preakness Drive.
Okay, but we're not agreeing on which of the two of those we're binding to. We're saying...
But we're binding to
what does that look like in terms of diagrams?
Well, we would have the one in front of you, so that one's done. The second one would be direct. Maybe I can't quite point it, but if you could just
well, but that's material to the layout that appears here if you're
houses.
Connecting that road to Preakness Drive directly, right?
Yeah.
So
there could be some.
If we're going to
some
bind to
layout
that, I think we have to have a
issues.
diagram of what that is, and
Yeah,
it doesn't sound like that's ready.
How it affects the houses, yeah.
It could have an effect on the layout.
They're
But
just
yes,
saying
we're
that's
asking for
an alternative that they'll present at preliminary plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So during the course of review, we did ask for alternatives to this connection. This is the only connection that was produced, and so we're just simply Again, trying to consider grade, minimization of grades and impacts to
Yeah.
a surrounding stream, et cetera. We're asking for 2.
I got all that.
Yeah.
We're pushing that down the road, but it seems like the second choice you're asking us for is a commitment to do something that involves what the layout is.
Yeah, one could result in this. It could be an indirect connection from Hoffman Drive to Kings Valley, or there could be another one that was a more direct connection.
Okay, but I'm still confused why that's considered a binding element when we don't have the detail of what we're binding to.
The binding element is that it connects.
Right, that's number
somehow.
one. I understand that one.
No,
Straight line.
either way, it connects in one way or the other.
Okay.
Okay.
That's,
Right.
and I look at the connections and I say, that's a public street, isn't it?
Yes, it would be a public street.
Okay. Just making sure. Oh, yes.
Let me just, okay, so now that we're all clear on the connections, I want to ask you about what this means, MPDUs to be compatible with the 37 market rate single-family units. So what is your definition of compatibility? Because I'm looking at these sizes and I'm not seeing compatible. I don't, so I'm trying to understand what that means. Because you've got duplexes and triplexes, and then you have single-family units. So I need to understand what compatible means in that context.
By compatibility, it just means if you think of it, without getting into the details of what the doors and the windows and sort of the trim, if you want to think of it that way, would be, it would be looking at the general massing. The idea would be that if it's a duplex unit, that the duplex, the massing of that building would look very, very similar architecturally to the market rate units and the triplex units following as well. So there's an architectural character or language that is consistent across the different housing units.
Okay, but it's.
Mr. Branson, I think the changes that we made in this regard is in order to address that. Originally, we showed a townhouse skip, and they suggested we break it up like this so that it was compatible. So I think that issue has been addressed. I hope so.
It has been from staff?
Yes, we are in agreement with it.
Okay.
And the setbacks will be similar as opposed to what's in this diagram that looks a little strange. It looks like they're set deeper back than the other houses, which would be
Yeah,
very
again,
strange.
all 7 units originally were all connected together, and they were sort of buried in the southern portion of the property, and we wanted them better dispersed throughout the development.
Okay.
For reference, this is an image of what was an initial concept
okay.
plan. And
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, originally these were the MPDUs clustered together in a single stick of townhomes.
Got
What
it.
you see to the right is the revision, so.
I think this is reasonable in terms of a negotiated agreement. Usually MPDUs, the idea is that when you drive by, you cannot tell which ones are market versus MPDUs, but I understand that, you guys worked out a compromise here.
I
and
think that's
it seems
the-
reasonable.
That's the easy one. I think everybody agrees on the MPDUs. That's 1 out of 3. All right. Now we have a.
Mr. Chair, as we're winding down, I'd like to just pluck out a couple things to explain to people that have testified here. One was Mr. Prost, who suggested the possibility of adding a right turn lane at Kings Valley Road and Route 27, which would probably be part of the LATR analysis, right? So it's not yet, at this stage, appropriate. He also mentions a lack of sort of backyard space and sort of the tightness of this, and I think there may be 2 reasons for that. One is the transfer rights that put more lots on this parcel, and the other is the retention of the forest area that really cuts into the space that's available on this lot. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's accurate. There are also grade issues which are driving some of the placements as well as setbacks.
Okay.
So there are some engineering challenges that need to be addressed.
I thought you said it was 9,000 square feet was compatible with what sweepstakes is. So-
Okay, I'm just trying to get some things out to the public to understand this better. And school capacity and impact will be analyzed down the road. It's not appropriate at this stage.
Correct.
And I think there is a question on Route 27 for transportation. Ms. Martin brought it up, and Commissioner Presley spoke to it. But it's hard to hang our hat on that for this particular site, because that's really almost a regional question about what's happening with this major road, right?
Yeah, I would say 27 itself, and well, let me answer it a different way. So, in decades past, you can see in some of this development here, the cul-de-sac development, that there are collector streets that eventually funnel out to a primary road. So everybody is forced to use almost the same path to get home, and they're frustrated getting stuck in traffic because there is no other alternative. So, this Hoffman Drive connection to Preakness provides an alternate route immediately for this community, but there's like no other way to really get around 27. You're going to go back to 27 unless you're trying to get further south and east, much further detached from 27.
But I think what I heard was a real frustration about the capacity of 27 and its situation, and you're talking about the connections to it. But that's not something that we can hang on this particular parcel.
Yeah, correct. I mean, in the larger regional sense, yes, exactly. But again, it's another reason why we are trying to not continue the development pattern of cul-de-sac communities, provide connections when we have those opportunities as remaining parcels are developing, so that at least that immediate neighborhood has additional options, connections. Although, yes, if they're going to points further southwest and northeast from here, then yeah, everyone will have to eventually hit 27.
Right.
So
A bowl with one hole is a funnel, right? And a bowl with many holes is a sieve. And,
right.
Okay. And
I'm sorry. The staff is making a strong point here on the connection, and I'm following them, and I'm following you. At the risk of yeah, thank you. At the risk of upsetting the Hoffman neighbors, I think the way to split the baby here, if that isn't too tired a phrase, is to agree to the connection, so long as it isn't a straight-through connection that will encourage cut-through traffic, and we could do that.
Okay. And just one last quick question. Kings Valley Road, I think has been referenced as a rustic road, but I assume that doesn't apply to this frontage.
correct. Yeah, it's further north and west from here. It's not along this section of Kings Valley.
Okay.
Okay, so we need somebody to make a motion on Hoffman Road.
And I do want to highlight that we still have that binding element on that second alternative. So what Mr. Harris just brought up, it seems to be against that second alternative that we're requesting. So do you want to mention that we do have that element if we want to continue that or not?
I haven't heard a motion either way right now.
Okay, Amy Presley, is it possible to make a motion for decision on that factor at the next stage? Do we have to pick one or the other at this point?
We have to pick whether it's going to go through. That's the whole purpose of a pre-preliminary.
Okay, yeah.
What I'm hesitating about here is the pathway and what we're doing with that. I don't know what the sentiment of the other commissioners is.
First get Hoffman.
Oh, okay, just on.
I'm in agreement with you, Mr. Hill.
Do you want to break this down into the binding pieces?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I move that we, for a road connection at Hoffman Road, that we direct staff to follow the two possible options of the binding road, but we do support the idea of having that connection.
A second.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor of that, say aye.
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 Second motion,
Yeah, right.
that the plan for the distribution of MPDUs on this site is acceptable to us.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yes.
Yes.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 That was the easy one.
I know.
Okay, now we're down to the trail, the bike trail.
My feeling is it is significant to have some connection there. I'm not sold that having 1,300 feet of connection assigned to this property is the right thing to do, but I'm not quite sure what the other solution is.
Could we propose?
I have a solution.
Some kind of a partnership with the parks? Some kind of an agreement?
That's my solution.
Yeah, maybe half and half.
I'm interjecting here. I don't believe it is fair to put this on the developer. And if the parks wants to step up and make this connection, I think that's fine. I would be able to approve the staff report and recommendation without the requirement for this developer to provide the bike path. I think it's excessive.
Essentially, by not requiring the bike path, you leave open the possibility of the financial contributions to be used toward it and to make whatever
Correct.
arrangements they need to do with park.
I will mention one thought
Correct.
that I've had here, which is I think the primary users of that park are going to be young people going to recreate there. And I'm actually wondering whether they're going to bother to go 1,300 feet to go to the park property, except for across the road to the playing field if they're going to the ball game. And that gives me a little pause.
I agree, Commissioner Hill.
I think with that, we can explore some alternatives that you've discussed through the preliminary plan, but that we would not bind this at this point.
All right.
It's kind of what I'm hearing.
Not at all binding. That's what I hear. So with those three pieces, do we need to vote on the last piece? I think that was clear.
No, it's clear.
No, we're all okay.
Yeah.
All right. You have your binding elements. You got some, you didn't get some. It's the nature of this 80-degree day in February. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. And for those of you who are only a little while on this board, thanks for serving while you were here. And for those who have punishment ahead, good luck.
That's very kind of you.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon. It's 77 degrees in downtown Wheaton. It's February 23rd, 2023. We are on item 10, review of County Executive FY23 capital budget and FY23 to 28 CIP for transportation. With that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Steve Aldridge from the Countywide Planning and Policy Division, and we're here to present our review of the transportation components of the county executive's recommended fiscal year 24 budget and the amendments to the fiscal year 23 to 28 CIP. So I'm going to talk briefly about the county capital budget process, give you some summaries of how the recommended amendments for the CIP have changes compared to what has been approved last year. We'll then talk more specifically about transportation projects and the impacts to those projects. And then we have some staff recommendations and then certainly planning board discussion. So the budget process, the capital improvements are programmed over a 6-year period. We're currently in the fiscal year 23 to 28 CIP. So when you look at the numbers on that list, fiscal year 23 has already been mostly expended. And so at this point, we're looking at 5 years left in the CIP. The county adopts a new CIP every 2 years in the odd years and makes amendments in alternating years, the even years. And I think I might actually have that one backwards. We are in a alternating year, which means it's a off year. And my apologies for that. And generally, it's anticipated that changes in the alternating years should be limited. Next year, in the beginning, the planning for the new CIP will start this summer, and then the cycle repeats. So the county exec submits his recommended capital budget and 6-year CIP or CIP amendments every year on January 15th. Then planning staff reviews those changes, and planning board is requested to provide feedback. So I wanted to summarize the overall CIP because this is a quite unusual year. I've been here 6 years. This is the first time that transportation is proposed with a reduction. Typically, transportation is the highest item in the list, and every year it seemed to go up. This year, and it was pretty clearly stated in the county exec's summary memo, there are a lot of reasons for that. A lot of them relate to Montgomery County Public Schools and other higher priorities, but it is significant. It's $89 million. That's a 5% reduction compared to the adopted CIP. Within the transportation category itself, there's some significant changes between the adopted CIP and the recommended. And you can just sort of see that some of these categories have funding increases, some of them have funding decreases. And it's basically the loss of the $89 million. What I'll tell you right up front is that one project is 55 of those million. And then there are a bunch of $10 to $12 million projects, which I'll go through in detail. So the percents don't really mean as much. It's just that it is a, like I said, an unusual event where transportation goes down. This is a quick comparison between the adopted transportation CIP and the recommended amended transportation CIP. And again, you can see that the largest change is actually in the bike ped category for good reasons, as we'll talk about in a second. And then some quick summaries, which are going to lead into our discussions of the $89 million. It's quite a large sum, but there are, in addition, 2 new transportation projects recommended to be added to the CIP, which is pretty modest and it's pretty typical for the off year. There are 7 transportation projects that are recommended with major funding decreases. There's one notable transportation project in the list that shows no funding change but a 2-year delay. and that is a project that was certainly supported by the planning board through a recent master plan. And there are 3 transportation concerns that planning staff has identified that were not addressed in the county executive's recommendations. So starting with the new projects, there are 2 projects. The first is the Farm Women's Market Parking Garage, and the second is the new Transit Maintenance Depot. The Farm Women's Market Parking Garage is really linked to a development project, and as part of this, the site would be redeveloped. There are 2 current county lots, and the county was going to purchase the underground parking garage, and so essentially it's a joint redevelopment project. The funds are programmed for the first couple years. The second project, the Transit Maintenance Depot, $2 million was added into this. There's really a pressing need to find an alternative site. The site has not been identified to date. Assumption is that that money would be used to help continue that search and find an ideal location. And that's just for this coming fiscal year. And then before I go into some of the other topics, I just wanted to show, we have a web map which we included in the staff report. So I just want to and the link works. All right, so topics we're going to cover in a second. Major projects in the planning board's priority list. So sort of as a backdrop, every 2 years, the planning board does a evaluation of the top 100 transportation priorities. The last time this was done was in 2021, and that list was included as an attachment to the staff report. And then we look at those, we really try to focus on the priority order, and are they being addressed within the recommended CIP? And as you can see here, some major projects, some of which we talked about when we talked about the joint priorities letter, the 355 Central route, the Veers Mill BRT route, the Capitol Crescent Trail, a big priority in the planning board's list, the Forest Glen Passageway, and I think those are the ones of note that are impacted by this budget, and actually an Observation Drive. And when you looked at the link, you actually would see for the project whether there was a proposed change in the 6-year CIP. And so, for instance, here for Observation Drive, it shows a $12.5 million decrease. Capitol Crescent Trail, it's a $54 million decrease. And Forest Glen Passageway shows a $0 increase, but as I mentioned, this is the one project that has a delay, and I'll go into that in a second. Next, I want to talk about other projects that are in the recommended CIP that are not in the top 100 priorities, and the reason for that, some of them is because they advance pretty far along in terms of the design, so they sort of fell out of the list. And I would say potentially we shouldn't have taken them out of the list because then delays happen, and then you're kind of wondering like, why? I thought we were done with that. And we have a lot of projects that start and stop, and they take a long time. And I think the lesson learned is that I think in the future we're not going to take projects out of the list unless other projects are more important or the project is complete. If we're waiting until it's well underway, projects can start and stop all the time. So there are a bunch of projects in here, some of which we've already seen through mandatory referral, including Goldsboro Road, Bikeway, and some projects I think are in support of BRT, like the US 29 ped and bike improvements, which is a great project. And then I will note that the bottom 2 projects on the list, Cherry Hill Bike Facility and Norwood Road Shared Use Path, they're brand new projects that were added in the last CIP, and they were planning board recommendations. And I think also as part of the bicycle monitoring plan, really from an equity perspective, which is that our bike plan, we're building not enough facilities to serve people in equity focus areas. These were two projects that have sort of been catapulted to the front of the list, and work is continuing on that, and the county execs does not propose changes to that, thankfully. So now I'm going to go back to the presentation. So we had a few projects with CIP increases, at least notable ones. The first one is the Burtonsville Park and Ride improvements, $4.5 million. Similar to the Farm Women's Market, this is linked to a redevelopment project. The county is funding the cost for the construction of the parking garage. And again, the funding is just for fiscal year '24. And when projects like this come through, they often create ripple effects. And so here's a $4.5 million ripple effect. And I think the Farm Women's Market is another one of those. So the share of parking in the parking category went up significantly, but it doesn't explain, the problem with our evaluation is that we just look at transportation, but the numbers get set based on evaluation of all the different categories. So, why this category lost $89 million? Most of the answer is from sources outside of transportation.
I'm struck by the irony that the two new projects and this one you've mentioned for transportation are all about vehicles that aren't moving.
Yes. Another project is the Dennis Avenue Bridge project, and I believe this was, there were some slight delays, there's some carryover funds, and probably a little bit of escalation. It's $1.9 million, and that would get completed within the next couple of years. This table was in the staff report, and I think this is a pretty important one because this really shows not just the planning board priorities on the left side, but it shows projects with recommended CIP decreases. The decrease numbers are shown in red, and the increases are shown in green. And so what you can see is that, for instance, with the Capitol Crescent Trail, not only is, there's some, advanced spending early, but by and large, there's an awful lot of money being shifted into the later years.
Help me out. That's the underpass on Wisconsin?
That's the underpass, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, this PDF project description form was set up for, I guess, all county expenditures related to the Capitol Crescent Trail. And at this stage, the only expenditure is the tunnel and connections, the connections to the tunnel, including a bike parking garage underneath one of the buildings, and a lot of good stuff, and also some improvements at Elm Street Park. So this is the list of the projects with CIP decreases, and I'll go through some of them in a little bit more detail. Again, Capitol Crescent Trail, this project was proposed to have a $54 million CIP reduction, but at the same time, $28 million was added based on escalation. So that's where we ended up with the $82.5 million. So we end up with an awful lot of money needed to still construct a facility that ideally should be completed in time for the Purple Line opening, which is scheduled for 27 as of now. Easily could be 28 before we know it, but and it is a top priority for the planning board. It certainly has been a priority for the council in the past. Observation Drive extended. The county exec has proposed a $12.5 million reduction in the CIP. And this is, you can see on the graph, on the map, there's two phases to this project. The funds in this project right now is just phase one. So this is a connection, an extension of Observation Drive from its current termination at Waters Discovery Lane, over Little Seneca Creek, across West Old Baltimore, up to an extension of Little Seneca Parkway, and then improvements to Little Seneca Parkway back towards 355. This would provide an alternate form of access between Germantown and Clarksburg. A lot of that now is reliant on 355. So a pretty important project. This project is, I think phase one might be the number 38 priority from the planning board's perspective. Summit Avenue Extension in Kensington. This is a almost $12.5 million reduction. And a lot of the money was shifted out of the current CIP. This is not in the top 100. This is a very expensive project, and while it's a priority for the town of Kensington, it requires a lot of property acquisition. And so it was added in last year, and already it's been shifted. Falls Road Bikeway, $11 million CIP reduction. This is probably one of the more long-standing delayed projects in the transportation CIP. It often is subject to being bumped and moved. It's been ever since I've been here 6 years. It constantly gets shifted. In some ways, it's almost at a point where it needs to be reevaluated.
This is the gap between the trail coming south out of Rockville and coming up from the river?
Yes.
Okay.
Bradley Boulevard Bikeway, this, again, a $6.6 million CIP reduction. The roadway plans are complete. This shows a 2-year delay for construction and show that, the funds would shift from 26 and 27 to 28 and then probably 29. So 1 year out of the CIP. And then again, currently it's not a top 100 transportation of priority, and on the bikeway plan, this project is not in the tier 1 priority for the bicycle master plan. It does have some history, and it is pretty important for folks in this area. It does provide great connectivity to downtown Bethesda, so it certainly does have value. Goldsboro Road, this came through mandatory referral several years ago. They're proposing a $5 million reduction here, which would be a 2-year delay for construction. This project actually went through a redesign after it went through mandatory referral. The current project is a much more environmentally sensitive project, but it's currently not in the top 100 in terms of transportation priorities. This provides a great connection down to MacArthur Boulevard from this part of Bethesda. Forest Glen Passageway, this is, the funding has not changed or is not proposed to be changed, but there is a 2-year delay proposed, a 2 or actually possibly 3-year delay in this. Basically, the project would be completed within the CIP timeframe, but a delay was proposed. This was listed as the number 7 transportation priority. So as before I go into this, you can see that the fact that we talk about the transportation priorities, we talk about the fiscal impact. There's a little bit of some things don't quite make sense, and so I think our recommendations really sort of look to if we have something that's the highest priority. Our due diligence for the planning board is to say that was the priority set by the planning board. That should get the first priority, and it should be constructed. And especially if it's tied to a major infrastructure project, there should be at least the attempt to complete it as close to that date as possible. Before we get to recommendations, the last item that we typically look at, we look at transportation concerns. Many of these related to planning and parks and planning efforts, master plans and studies and things of that nature. And all of these sort of fall out from that. The Aspen Hill BIPA recommendation was a sort of a recommendation as a result of the Aspen Hill Vision Zero study that was conducted by Mid-County Planning. The Systemic Safety Countermeasure Program is really a next step as part of the predictive safety analysis, which countywide planning completed. And the need for expanding the bicycle rack inventory, again, is part of the bicycle master plan, monitoring and implementation. It's an ongoing effort. There really is a deficiency in terms of the bicycle facilities, especially at public facilities and rec centers. And based on where those facilities might be provided, this might not be specifically transportation improvement, but it comes off a transportation recommendation, which is why we continue to make it until we can at least try to convince people to fund it. So, planning staff recommendations, we have 4. The first is the Capitol Crescent Trail is critical this project be completed to coincide with the completion of the Purple Line, and as I mentioned, or as close as possible. The delay to this project schedule is unacceptable, and that we recommend that budget adjustments to other lower priority projects be made to fully fund this project to ensure that it will be constructed by fiscal year 27 or as close as you can. Recommendation 2 is to create a new bicycle and pedestrian priority area for the Aspen Hill area. At this point, we're not asking for a specific Aspen Hill PDF. There is a general BIPA funding program. It could very easily be added and included into that list. That doesn't mean that they would actually start working on it, but certainly, one of the early steps in the BIPA program is they do a study and they look at where potentially could we implement bicycle and pedestrian improvements, and it's usually a pretty low cost. That's something that they could start right away. Number 3, the systemic safety countermeasure program. Attachment C in your staff report had a whole list of sort of recommendations from the predictive safety analysis. A lot of money can be spent with proven safety effectiveness. The list is extremely long, and based on that, we feel like a dedicated funding source is needed. And then finally, bike racks. This is a repeat of recommendations we made last year as well. We continue to need to upgrade our bike rack inventory. And that concludes my presentation.
And if I could, for the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy, I just wanted to add a couple of words here and reiterate some of the things that Mr. Aldrich mentioned. With regard to the transportation CIP and the recommendations that we'll be sending along from the board to the council, we really view our role as kind of helping to identify county priorities, transportation priorities. And so as Mr. Aldrich mentioned, once every 2 years, we work with the planning board to identify the top 100 county transportation priority projects. And we'll be doing that again this coming fall. We try to do it in anticipation, in advance of the county agencies working on preparing the full CIP update for next year. Oftentimes, our recommendations, like the ones you saw today, we will recommend that funding be advanced for particular projects or new projects be added, or we may even recommend that a low priority project be removed from the CIP. However, we don't really view our role as to necessarily work within a particular transportation budget constraint. Ultimately, the council needs to constrain the CIP to available funding. Within the scope of what we're looking at today, we are only looking at the transportation CIP. When the council makes its final CIP and budget decisions, it will do so in a broader context that includes funding and projects in other areas and other budget categories. And so if the council ultimately agrees with our transportation prioritizations, it may be that funding for other county capital improvements get cut, or that projects in other areas. Ultimately, though, that is the council's decision. However, if the board believes it is important to identify some potential offsets to the recommendations we've made to increase funding, we have given some thought to that, and we do have some ideas that we can share. So I wanted to leave it there and say we'll only go down that path if you really want to go down that path.
Commissioner Panera.
Just a question. In the past, so I'm trying to learn how this process works. You made recommendations, not necessarily with a cost offset or cost. When you make the recommendations, you don't necessarily put, okay, this is going to cost so much or so much. How much has the council paid attention or implemented what you have recommended? Let's say last year or the last 2 years.
Well, the recommendations, they're not.
I know they're not binding.
They're your recommendations, not mine.
Well, the board. I mean, you're recommending to us, and we may adopt your recommendations.
So what I find is that that our recommendations They're general recommendations, and I think the county council, they understand generally the problems related to the recommendations. And many of them are related to specific master plan efforts that they reviewed and they approved. So as long as we make sure that we tie, when we have to speak to it, we make sure we tie it back to.
To the recommendations.
To the recommendations,
Yeah.
yes. That makes it
That
very
you've
much
made
more
in the
effective.
past.
And when we do those recommendations, we look at a number of criteria. So one is what's in the master plan, but also, equity and also Vision Zero. So when we'll do that again this fall, we'll try to, hone in on those three categories to set that prioritization.
Okay, thank you.
Can you scroll back to the previous slide and leave it up?
Sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Branson.
I wanted to pick up on what you said about tying things in. So, so how do you do that? I mean, I don't think it's a safe bet that anybody who doesn't do this every day can look at the number 2 Aspen Hill bicycle pedestrian priority area and know that, okay, this would affect these 5 things, a master plan, Vision Zero, yada, 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 yada. So, so how do you convey, in writing so that they can, take it home and mull over it, that those connections and how they tie into the things that the council has already said this is a priority, or this body has already approved. How do you do that?
Well, typically, we need to make the case through our staff report or through the planning board letter to make sure we tie that in. And so what ends up happening is that this letter goes to the council, and it goes to T&E. And as part of that, council staff reviews it, and they, in some cases, get opinions from Montgomery County DOT, who actually run, for instance, the BIPA program. In some cases, we'll actually estimate, well, how much would that cost to actually develop and run? We typically don't make estimates, especially of those type of programs. I mean, we can, but we're not the ones who are actually designing it, hiring consultants, and doing the work. So we make the general recommendation based on need, based on planning considerations, and then at that point, Montgomery County DOT would provide their best estimate of what it would cost to do that, to fill that slot and do that item.
And I would add that I think DOT and council staff are also both pretty good at keeping us involved in the conversation as this goes through the budget process too. So we'll be able to elaborate on any of these things that they say, what do you mean by Aspen Hill BIPA priority, yeah.
And that's but long time ago, I was a staffer too. And one thing, somebody told me was, you don't want to be the only one in the room that knows, staffer. And so I took that to heart. I didn't need to be the only one in the room who knew. So say, for instance, this number 2, what I'm getting at is, do you provide them, a whole chart as to all the things that number 2 impacts that this body, the planning board, has already done? Or a master plan, a sector plan, a site plan. Do you tell them just a nice little list of all the things that this impacts, and for each one of these recommendations, provide them that? Because I'm gonna tell you, it's not gonna jump out immediately at them or at anybody who doesn't do this every day. And more importantly, we should not be strangers to the notion that in any government, different departments have different ideas and priorities. And so our folks who are our friends one day might not be our friends on another day. And so your your opportunity to present the best case, comes at that moment, and not from the outlook of another department, if I'm being clear.
So certainly, the staff report did provide a link to the Vision Zero study, which is on the department's website. But I think that in the letter, we can provide some more reinforcement. And certainly, this portion of at least the Georgia Avenue section of the Vision Zero area, it's on the county's high injury network. It's not a safe part of the county. And certainly as, just, I think it was last night, Councilmember Natalie Fanny Gonzalez had a workshop to talk about it. And that's more of a linear focus of the entire Georgia Avenue corridor. But Aspen Hill is a pretty major part of that. And I think the difference between those two focuses is that the Aspen Hill was looking at Aspen Hill Road and Connecticut and the whole crossroads through there. But they're all part of the same problem, I think. Often we, I think even in the staff report, we talked about recent fatality, at Hewitt Avenue. That's within this project.
In fact, let me add to what Commissioner Branson's saying. I think number 2 should be number 1. I live in the Aspen Hill. I cross Georgia Avenue when I walk on the Matthew Henson. I cross Connecticut Avenue. I cross Aspen Hill. And the number of fatalities, the number of people who get injured, is just amazing. It's just, this is like a critical area. And if you, I think most of the council members got to be aware of what's going on in this area in terms of the Vision Zero. But to the extent that you can, my other concern is, number 1, for example, would require so much funding, and it's pretty much a policy decision. The other projects that you have here may not cost as much. So you have to also make a decision, a strategic decision. Okay, if something is not going to cost that much, maybe that should be a priority rather than, this Capitol Crescent Trail. Wow. Maybe they're looking at it like, the Purple Line is not going to be built by FY28. So that's why they push the can down the road. They say, well, we don't need that money right now. But the other 3, I think, are critical, particularly the Aspen Hill Vision Zero study. So that's my opinion.
The one thing I'll say is that they're trying to stay consistent with what this board said in prior.
Yeah,
and
I understand.
The one thing that you can guarantee you don't get your priorities is if you keep switching your priorities.
So this is the same priority as last year?
The Capitol Crescent is higher than
others. It's always been on the top,
It's always been on the top. You certainly could move it. That's certainly within your purview. Aspen Hill, it deserves more attention. And I think there's a recognition, my estimation would be on the current board, there's much more of a groundswell to do something and to get things done.
It's an equity area too,
Right.
Yeah. Like you're saying, Hewitt Avenue and.
Yes.
All right. Can I start with a little bit of language? The word that the cut to Capitol Crescent is unacceptable was just refuted by a commissioner. It was acceptable to him in order to get other priorities. What you really need to say there is not the conclusion, but what it's doing. So it's an impediment to cross-county back traffic. It puts X number of people up on Wisconsin Avenue. It's detrimental to 5 other programs. Whatever it is, it is. But that's conclusionary, unacceptable. And I think we can do better than that. Look, I understand what you're saying, and if I had to write something quick, I would have said that too. But be that as it may, once you say that you need an $80 million project to put a bikeway under Wisconsin Avenue, you sure better help the council out on what it should cut.
Yeah.
It's just not helpful to them to say we should add everything to a constrained budget. it doesn't help. You know, so we got to provide them with like an equal amount of cuts for the money we plan to respend. Because the one thing we don't produce in the department is money. And it's a constrained item. So do you have 80 million bucks in cuts or 100 million bucks in cuts?
No. So what I do have is probably close to $55 million, which would still not get the Capitol Crescent Trail Tunnel completed until '29. So it would be 2 years past the due date, but it would certainly make more progress. And, you know, when the Purple Line opens, assuming it opens in '27, there is a surface bike route, which is actually moving along. Part of it is done and works quite well. But some people don't like to ride at the street level across Wisconsin Avenue. So the idea was to have the tunnel to really sort of harken back to, you know, before, when you actually had the tunnel there all the time and people were using it. And I think the commitment was made to the neighborhood, you know, to the area to bring that functionality back once the Capitol Crescent Trail is complete.
I mean, I'm a little bit interested on board members' feelings on whether that's an okay cut, particularly since we want the three other things on bikeway safety.
So what I could do is, I did prepare some slides where I looked at projects that could be delayed, and they're not many. And I could, yeah. If you want me to go through that, I can.
No, well, let's see if Capitol Crescent is still highest on our list for 80 million bucks. No. No.
No.
No.
I mean, I think we don't head with that then. We just don't mention it. And then you can do your lower priority projects to get these bike safety projects in.
So I'm sorry, so you're saying take it out entirely?
Yep.
Yeah.
Are you certain you want, I'm sorry, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director for the Planning Department, are you certain the board wants to take out the reference altogether? I understand making it a lower priority. We definitely have heard that based off of this list, but given that this has been a priority, it does support other efforts that the Planning Department has been involved in. I'm just asking the board to be certain that you want to take out the reference altogether, or do you want to keep it in, but note that these other projects are higher priorities?
No, I don't have a problem taking it out altogether or putting it in a footnote. But what I do have a problem with not moving Aspen Hill up. And the reason is because the Capitol Crescent Trail, no matter how desirable it may be, the one thing we know is that people ain't getting run down the street over there, you know. But in Aspen Hill, there are some serious short-term problems which really should be addressed, and we should let them know that we understand the gravity of the situation in Aspen Hill.
So if I could suggest that, because I do want to make it clear that the Capitol Crescent Trail has been for a long time. In fact, it's number 4 in the current Planning Board Transportation Priority List. If we move that down to the 4th one listed here, because you're right in first a number of things. The Aspen Hill, we need to get more attention paid to that. It's also the recommendations in there, our estimate is that they would not be terribly costly to implement. And what we can do is we have some bulleted a summary of the recommendations from the Aspen Hill Vision Zero study that we can put right into the letter to say exactly what those recommendations are. We make that number 1. The systemic safety countermeasure, this is new. We did present the predictive safety analysis to the prior board and to the council, the prior council. We have not really presented that to you all, I don't believe, but that is something that, again, is not a terribly costly thing, but could make some pretty big improvements across the county to intersections and reducing crash risk. And then finally, the bike racks is actually something we've been raising as an issue for a number of years now, is a very small cost project. And so then we would follow that with what would be number 4 in the recommendations, the Capitol Crescent Trail, the restoration of that funding in some way.
Yeah, my concern is that if you start with $80 million, they stop reading after that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, let's just be for real. I mean, you know,
Yeah,
money is a
more
finite
likely.
thing, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we understand that. We
Yeah,
just
so
wanted to get.
let's move some small stuff up so
Yes.
we can get the small stuff, and then, you know, then you can maybe get some other stuff later.
Yes, we definitely understand the priority to make the Aspen Hill project number 1, as well as the other projects. I just wanted to get confirmation based off of the prior comment to take the Capitol Crescent Trail off the list altogether. But what we're hearing is we'll just make it number 4, just so that it stays on the council's radar, so that if funding is available, then hopefully that is something that they can fund in the future.
At 5 o'clock, I get pretty bold.
Can I make one comment? Because I want to channel Commissioner Presley for a moment, who's not here, who is very concerned about the delayed road construction in the up part of the county and connections that are necessary for that. And where does that fit in the picture of all these priorities?
Well, in terms of Up County, there is a project, Observation Drive Extended, which is a pretty major new road connection that's proposed. You know, and I would even say that if you had forced me to pick projects to delay, that would be one of the projects I would be a candidate. Within the CIP, there's like $46 million for construction of the first phase. You know, I think I think by doing this, you know, the Observation Drive project is still in there. You know, one thing you could consider is actually adding Observation Drive on this list if you so choose, to basically make it a 5th priority, just to say that don't take, I mean, that project, I think they're taking $12.5 million out of. And if you live in Clarksburg, you know, there are not many options to get from Clarksburg south. And, you know, the idea would be that this connection might be important. But at the same time, what I will caution is that the planning department is going to be doing a new master plan in fiscal year '25 for the Clarksburg area. And part of that master plan potentially could be re-envisioning the Phase 2 part of the Observation Drive roadway. We may not need a 4-lane road. We may not need a 4-lane road through the section that's Phase 1. And so delays to that project are likely to be beneficial, especially if the full design and construction occur after '25.
Was Observation Drive on your list of cuts?
Yes.
It was.
Yes.
So
Delays.
Delayed, right. So why don't we just put, if the council sees the needs to reduce other elements of the CIP, we'll be there talking to you.
We certainly could do that.
We say that. Everybody okay with that, rather than having to delineate it here? So.
And I will mention the other project that is a pretty large project, but I think in terms of, it's a tunnel project, which is the Forest Glen Passageway. That's the number 7 priority, and that is programmed to be fully funded within the CIP. So it's like number 4 versus number 7. There should be some balance to it.
Well, the other thing is your own analysis should say which link is more cost-effective. Which link makes more trips comfortable for people at what cost per trip. So you should be able to have that analysis for the council, I think relatively easily, at least from the computer models I saw. But have we done enough damage? No? All right, so we're going to go 2, 3, 4, 1. We're going to give detail to why it would be unacceptable rather than using the word.
Right.
We're going to offer up sacrificial staff to suggest cuts, if that's what the council wants to see. Okay?
Okay.
Everybody okay?
Okay.
There you have it.
Great, thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you for a really detailed, good report.
Yeah, I want to say that, these are our recommendations, but we have to lean into you. Having 100 things on a priority list as a part-time commissioner with lots of other regulatory things in front of us is not a position that is really informative, and I appreciate your thoroughness and expertise in that.
We also try to be sensitive to the fact that this is the planning board's list from 2021, which is not the current body. And so we realize that, that priorities can change.
Yeah. I think going through that 100-year priority cycle recalculation sounds like an interesting thing to do.
Yes.
Yeah, and I also want to just recognize Mr. Zach Dreyer, who created the map tool that you saw there. That was not the
Very
county's
cool.
map tool, that was our own, and we found that in being able to talk through some of these things, it's great to be able to look at a map. They don't do that when they're at the council, so I think one thing we'll want to do is let them know we have this available, and it may be useful for budget discussions at T&E and whatnot. So.
Yeah, and you will have new staff up at council. Glenn Orland is
Right.
retiring, so you'll have to train somebody else.
Or so he says.
True. True enough. Okay, thank you very much. Are we, yes. Happy late afternoon on February 23rd, 2023. This is still the Montgomery County Planning Board because there's still daylight out there. So we're still in session. We're on our last item, item 12, ZTA 2301 and Bill 0623, Sharing Economy Rental. It is a public hearing with no speakers. We're preparing for comments for council work sessions on this bill. I'll turn it over to staff.
Pressing the green yes button does nothing to turn the mic on, apparently. Ben Berbert for the record, Countywide Planning and Policy. I figured I would tease us on this 80-degree February day with a beautiful pool that we are not sitting around right now. So planning staff is recommending the planning board transmit a memo to the district council supporting ZTA 2301 and Bill 623 with some comments. The overarching comments that I think staff wants to relay through the report presentation and hopefully to the council is that the current standards are really written in a one-size-fits-all approach, and they are pretty much based on the short-term residential rental use, which, while there's some similarities in that you're still renting out your residential property to strangers, there's kind of stark differences in that that is sort of one defined use for a limited number of people, whereas there's an almost limitless number of potential types of rentals that could occur under the sharing economy rental. And so there's shortcomings to not thinking about that. And I think that the key distinctions that staff sort of realized matter in all of this is that the sort of size of the rental, as in quantity of people, as well as size of the property, frankly, this is happening on, as well as location on property, namely, is this an indoor activity or an outdoor activity, really kind of seemed to keep jumping out as we looked at the standards. And I'll kind of go through some of the points as I go through this. Background of this, these were both introduced on January 31st of 2023. The main reason for the introduction was to address the continued growth within the sharing economy. This whole thing, it actually, from looking at the history of it, it came up pre-COVID, this idea of renting out private property through some of these other apps that have been developed. But it really took off during COVID as a lot of things were shut down and people were still looking for ways to, in smaller groups, get out and recreate. Currently, because of the way the codes are set up, people who are doing this currently in the county are conducting a commercial operation on their residential property that's not a defined accessory use. And so by creating this definition, use standards, and licensing, this provides a legal framework for homeowners to be able to rent out on that short-term basis their property for additional income. What this is doing, as far as the ZTA is, it establishes a new use that is a subtype of accessory residential use that is called the sharing residential economy. Places it in section 331I. And for a technical note, that is currently where the short-term residential rental is. It bumps that down to J. I'm just going to go ahead and read in here. A definition of a sharing rental economy is the rental of any portion of a dwelling or the property on which it sits for a fee where both the property and the dwelling are privately owned by the same person or entity and where the rental period is less than 12 continuous hours. I think that's where the primary difference starts getting in from the residential rental. That's an overnight accommodation. This is clearly geared at a much shorter term. There are a number of limited use standards that are then established through this ZTA. I didn't put the double E in there. That's in the ZTA. Obviously, that is something we'll note that needs to be corrected. I don't want to run through these standards kind of out loud. We're going to get into a lot of them going forward, but this is the list of standards that are here. And again, the companion to that is Bill 623. This is actually establishing a whole new chapter of County Code 25C that would be called the Housing and Sharing Rental Economy. The main things this new chapter does is it creates the license requirement to actually do a short-term residential, or not, excuse me, a sharing economy rental on a property, creates its own list of what I call use standards, or really certification standards. And then there's other sections of the code which are sort of pretty standard for how the applications, approval and renewal, challenges, suspensions, revocations, appeals, complaints, and violations would be handled, should the need for these come up. So staff generally on the bill, we didn't do a lot of deep analysis on it. it pretty much seems to mirror what the ZTA is doing. And I think the only comment we'd make is if there are changes made to some of the standards of the ZTA, they need to be reflected in the bill so that they're consistent with each other. But generally, the framework seemed acceptable to us. So the focus of this is going to be on what's in the ZTA. As I said before, the standards that were established were pretty much pulled from the short-term residential rental use standards. As such, there are kind of 4 of these standards that, when staff looked at, really had no comment at all for. That the sharing economy must be the property owner or owner authorized resident's primary residence. I think that's pretty intuitive and makes sense. That the property owner or authorized resident must be present at the residence during the rental period, also probably good policy. Property owner or authorized resident must obtain a license under 25C. That's probably a good footnote in there. And that a record of all rentals must be maintained and available for inspection, also not a bad idea.
I thought one of your recommendations is to put as few standards in the zoning code as possible and put them all in the licensing requirements.
Correct. So that's why I've actually got C and H footnoted on here, that the text and policy seems okay. We will get to that there might be a desire to move those 2 standards over to just being in 25C. I guess if for some reason the board decides they don't want to do that, we're okay with these as they were written.
And okay, here's my question. This is written as though the property owner or the owner's authorized resident are somehow equal. They're not. So if I have a tenant and my tenant decides that they're going to rent out the pool in the backyard, ultimately liability is going to rest on my shoulders, regardless of what I put in that lease. That's where this kind of breaks down for me. When we're suggesting or we're allowing folks who are tenants to essentially sublease. You're allowing a tenant to sublease without saying it. And
If authorized by the owner.
Authorized by the owner, yeah, they can add that.
that's the point I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Am I saying, does it say that somewhere?
Yes, right there.
Where?
It says property owners or owner authorized residents, primary residence.
It says must be present. The property owner,
Yeah,
yeah.
you could say the property owner or owner authorized residence, authorized by the owner, by the
Right.
property owner, something
Right.
like that.
My point is this, the tenant cannot be, sui sponte, able to engage in this activity.
Right.
That's the point. And I do not see something that clearly states that the tenant must. That's why I don't like this use of the word owner's authorized residence. Just call a lease a lease. I mean, this person is a lessee. I mean, I don't know who else they are. And this is a sublease.
It could be, so like my 19-year-old daughter lives at, I'm sorry, for the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of
With a
Countywide Plan.
19-year-old daughter.
Yeah, but, who is not an owner of my house, but could be an authorized, and not necessarily a leasee, right? It could be someone who I, as the owner, have authorized and is a resident to be the person who's responsible for being home during this rental period. So,
And in the law, we call that a guest. I mean, what I'm saying is that, we don't have to make up new legal language. We need to stick with the old legal language, because when you start making up new legal language, you end up in new legal problems where none need exist. Okay, and so it's a lease, it's a tenant, it's a guest, it's a sublease. I mean, that's my ultimate point here. Am I getting through?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director? I was looking at the definitions, in the bill, and there is no definition of owner-authorized resident. So perhaps that could be a comment, if the board is amenable, that we could flag to say that what it means to be an owner-authorized resident isn't clear, and some suggestions were raised in terms of how that could be interpreted, which may not be the intent. So perhaps we can make that suggestion.
Excellent, thank you.
Good idea.
I have a really high-level thing that's probably too late to engage, but I find the sharing economy rental to not be a publicly accessible term. Right? Aren't you renting an amenity of your property? And isn't that a better way to label that for the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair comment to make. I think it makes sense to me in the sense that the sharing economy is becoming a somewhat common term, and this is a rental based on the sharing economy, but maybe the word choice is a little convoluted.
Or verbose.
Yeah. I just think, I think the general public, when you say the word economy, doesn't think of places and things. It thinks about, a landscape of economic activity. And I think that will be confusing for people. And in the end, you're going to have a lot of private owners, I think, who have to come read this ordinance to find out what they can do and what they can't do. So making sure that it's accessible to them is kind of an important thing in this particular place, too.
I know internally we've thrown around the term short-term recreational rental because it's closer akin to the sort of existing standard, but I think even that could be misconstrued as who or where, but I think there might be something we could recommend.
I would suggest replacing the word short-term there with hourly, because a short-term rental is a couple days usually, so making sure that you're not confusing those is, it seems to me, a common sense thing.
Would an hourly residential rental make sense as a?
I think that's better than what calling it a sharing economy rental. But if people aren't interested in wordsmithing this, that's fine, but
I think what we can do is just raise the issue in the board's comments.
Yep.
If we don't necessarily have a solution, and just leave that to the council to sort out.
Okay.
Now, who's going to be administering this?
So 25C places the licensing under Health and Human Services.
HHS.
I've talked to our friends at DPS, and they said that what effectively happens is DPS is the primary enforcement mechanism for them, but the licensing itself and sort of any quasi-judiciary things that need to happen as a result of bad license occurrences would be handled through HHS.
Should we raise a concern about whether DPS or HHS have enough staff
Capacity.
or, I mean, this is basically a new thing, a new license.
What I guess what I would say is currently that since the county sees this use as illegal and it's happening anyway, there's already violations that are being issued and noticed for people doing these who don't have a process to do them.
Okay.
I would presume that would just shift over to sort of enforcement of the legal operations now. So I don't want to speak for them. They have an opportunity.
They could raise the issue, DPS or HHS. Yeah.
So there are violations of what? They're saying the zoning ordinance?
That is what
Because
I've
of
been told, yes.
So that would be DPS for sure enforcing that one.
Right now, it's seen as a recreational outdoor use, which is not allowed in the residential zones. And that's what I've been told they've been issuing violations under.
And they would issue a violation to somebody renting their driveway space for a golf tournament?
Can't answer that.
Well, it's a little personal, so
Yeah.
no. But you see what I mean?
This goes, yeah.
Well, and I think this is why
become a
the
big
council has
issue.
identified that we need to do something to codify this use because it's happening a lot and there's no standards which to fall back on.
Because you don't see a lot of it, unless you're
Doesn't get
looking really
reported.
hard. And you don't know whether the party in my backyard, not that I'm having one, but the party in my backyard is my party of my
Or
gas
your
or a
neighbors.
rental. And all I have to say, they're my friends. But there's a ton of enforcement problems with however finally we craft the language. And it's both capacity to enforce and straight up the ability to get there in a timely manner to see that there's a violation. This is transient stuff. By the time my neighbor calls on my party's gone. It was a rental, by the way.
Don't disagree with you on any of these things. I think short of suggesting that we just don't see the need for the ZTA, I don't know what we can do to
Yeah.
fix some of these enforcement issues, unfortunately.
I think the point is to point out the enforcement issues. I mean, because there are, you know, I have a pool. People asked me during COVID, could they rent it out? I said, no, stay your germy self home. But what I did do is that, you know, some friends had some kids who were having, you know, birthdays. And so, yeah, y'all come, you know, come splash around in the pool. If this had been in effect, and if I had neighbors who didn't like me, I could have a real problem. You know, I could get fined for doing something that is an okay thing to do, because I wouldn't have had a license, right?
I think the difference here is, would you have been charging them money for it? And that's where I think anybody can invite anyone.
Money is fungible. So say for instance, I got these little kids at my house running around, and I haven't charged anybody any money, but maybe their mom gives me a cake as a way to say thank you. It's an in-kind payment. So does this deal with in-kind payments? Are in-kind payments okay or not okay? Because I don't think, you know, can you tax them? Yeah, sure you can. So that's all I'm saying is that I think we can point out that there are a number of enforcement issues that will need to be considered. The issue of in-kind payments, the issues of whether if someone has a license but is allowing their property to be used for personal, you know, non-business use. Where is the burden of proof in all this?
I think the basic enforcement mechanisms will be, are you advertising on the web?
Yes.
To rent your house or rent your pool?
Do you have
for
a
half
written
hour?
contract?
And that
rather
way you
than a
know
verbal?
that they're going for the commercial stuff, they should have a license. That is exactly what we argued for the Airbnb. Because I can see whether you're advertising on Airbnb.
Yeah.
I can't see whether you're actually renting it out, but I know you're advertising, and you should have a license if you're advertising. I think that's the way this will go. But still, this really, really sort of temporary use will drive the enforcers nuts.
So I can make all the money I want as long as
You
word
don't
of mouth.
advertise.
Right.
Yeah,
If nobody,
Word of
right.
mouth.
By word of mouth.
Nobody's the wiser, right?
I said, if you lived in New Jersey, you'd understand this happened all the
Some
time.
people make money.
You know,
Perhaps what will be a good idea, again, is for us to document these issues that you all have raised, because clearly there's a number of questions that are coming up, and we can share these with the council.
And if I could, I think when Mr. Berber continues with his presentation, you'll see that a lot of our recommendations are like that, right? Where if you think back to the ZTA that changed the ADU, accessory dwelling units, and you think back to the short-term rental ZTA, I think when they came before the board, there was never an expectation that as introduced, this is going to be the final thing, and this will be the final opportunity for the board to say, you know, specify this word should be different and that. there was a recognition that this was probably going to be something that was going to have multiple work sessions and conversations and might look very different in the end. And so I think one thing that we're trying to do with a lot of this, and I'm getting a sense from the board right now, is identify the issues that we think need to be addressed.
And I think the staff report did an excellent job on saying, look, this is a problem on just an adult number, not a total number. Maybe you want that full number. There's a whole number of standards in which you're looking at getting either more specificity or clarification between the bill and the code. I think it's all good and proper information for the council.
All right, to that end, just so that sort of the final recommendation probably cleanly being what's in the staff report plus the list we're keeping, I'm going to run through those real quick just to make sure we have consensus on them. Again, the first concern we raised was sharing economies prohibited on farm tenant dwellings or a site including an ADU. I think the farm tenant dwelling made sense in the ownership concern. I'm a little less clear why the ADUs are a limitation. I'm guessing there was an attempt to reduce sort of the number of accessory things that could happen on a residential property. You know, I'm not sure that's the best way to do it, and if we are going to keep some semblance of that, probably banning all of them seems unnecessary, because this could be as simple as me renting out someone's exercise studio for an hour, and that's really has almost no impact, and I don't want to perpetuate that. So I think at least raising the concern that I'm not sure why ADUs need to be blanket.
I think the ADU is in there to simplify, because once you start with ADUs, that's a partial renter of a primary unit. You know, you're already a step removed from the owner.
But this doesn't even say it can't happen in the ADU. It says it can't happen on a property that contains one. You know, we could make a recommendation to word it like the tenant dwellings, and that it can't happen in the ADU, but it could happen on a site with an ADU. But again, I don't want to.
Yeah, they're just trying to simplify the world. So if you have an ADU is enough of an accessory use, let's go on with our lives.
Does the board agree that's appropriate?
I'm wondering if this is a little bit of a holdover. The assumption these would be like outdoor pools and all, and if you have an ADU use on the property too, the space you have to do anything gets more constrained. And I agree with the chair that that's kind of a simplification, and I think that the premise is you only get one bite at the apple, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that one's okay.
Okay, noted. One that got a lot of conversation, including in the testimony that we did receive a couple days ago, the rental may operate for a maximum of 120 days in a calendar year. This is, you know, when we brought this up internally, this was probably the hardest one for us to grapple with, because our mind all went to this is going to be for pool parties, I think, because that's the biggest app is Swimply that sort of promotes this. And at 120 days a year, that's just 4 straight months of late May through mid-September of daily pool parties and quiet for the rest of the year. And I think there is a fair expectation that that might be too much. I know DPS in their initial sort of comments to us was to propose 10 per month. As a way of spreading out the 120 days over the year. You know, another way of looking at that is 2 to 3 a week. I think the letter that we received raised concern over consecutive days as being maybe a bigger concern. You know, they cited that they used to live on a property that had someone sort of illegally running a swim camp that was doing this years ago, and that for like 4 straight weeks, it was just every day constant. You know, and it just, so again, we could probably leave this just general as, you know, this has been raised as a problem, and I don't know if we're going to find the right solution today, but this is just to kind of point out all the iterations it could take.
I know a number of jurisdictions on short-term regulations are going to the number of reservations as opposed to the number of days because it's easier to enforce. Right, you can go to the web and figure that out and monitor that, whereas figuring out what number of days, particularly if there are partial day rentals.
And we kind of hit on that as a sort of a closing thought to this, so.
Why do we limit this to rentals? I mean, I could be a condo owner, and there's a pool there, and
wow.
I decide
You don't have to write.
I'll rent out the pool.
Talk to your condo
There's not a
association.
limit of how many guests you can have.
Yeah, but you're not the owner of the pool.
You're not the owner of the pool. The condo association owns the pool.
But he's a resident.
But I'm a
And-
resident,
and
I
in-
can
in
use the pool
previous-
and I can say,
that
you know,
might be okay.
4 people,
But-
go
But
use
you're
the
not an
pool and
owner
pay me.
authorized resident.
Are you an art, exactly, it's the tenant problem again.
Right, and
Versus the owner.
to clarify, the use of the term rental on this slide here, when we say some
Oh, it
rentals,
says
is talking about the
renter.
the rental of, you
Oh,
know,
okay, I
of
read
the
the
space for the
renter.
4-hour party
Right,
that
I
we're
see.
having at Commissioner Branson's pool. Right,
I see.
after this.
Your 19-year-old's out of it.
Got it.
I'm curious as to why, I'm curious as to why it needs to have 120, I'm curious as to why it needs to have a specific number, period. And whether there could be different language that would imply a regularity that that affected the neighborhood or something like that.
I
You
think
know what I'm
from an
saying?
enforcement perspective, that number doesn't help much, because you still have to catch them, but I
You still
think.
have to catch them. You still have to prove 120 days. Who has the burden of proof? 120. So if I'm at 119, I'm good? I mean, that's just like, that's a really arbitrary cutoff, is all I'm saying. And what I'm suggesting is that what's more, I don't want to say important, but what matters, I think, to people in the neighborhood where this may be going on is how is it affecting me? How is it affecting the parking and the noise level? So I'm suggesting language that does not have a specific day limit, but instead defines this in terms of the adverse impact on my neighbors.
I think the problem I foresee with that is
Too
if we could
hard
come
and
up with that
subjective.
language, the hearing examiner would love us indefinitely, because this is every conditional uses conundrum as well. I mean, I think we can make the comment. I am not sure I'm even the correct person to come up with that language. It's such a, and like what is considered a nuisance to one person is not another. And I think from a clarity standpoint, it's easy to say, tracking aside, that you're in violation after you've crossed a certain quantifiable number of things. I do think it gets way too arbitrary. Like, who determines what's the nuisance? I could determine after 2
But
rentals
you
that.
just answered the question. The question is, what does the law currently say constitutes a nuisance? And whatever that is, that's what needs to say, that's
No.
what this needs to
It's
be.
determined on a case-by-case basis.
A
You know-
nuisance is determined on a case-by-case basis, too.
Yes, it is. Well, that's what I just said. That's what, but I think what you could say, the objective of getting to the number is so as not to be obnoxious to your neighbors. Whatever that turns out to be. And you could say, number of days in a row, too many days in a row is a problem.
Yeah.
Too many days overall is a problem. And then, of course, it goes into time. Too late in the evening is a problem. So those all go toward the same thing.
So 5 consecutive days in a 10-day period. And whatever we have time constraints on, like, construction, when somebody can mow the grass and that kind of
And the
thing in
noise
the
ordinance,
neighborhood.
yeah.
Right, the noise
That
ordinance.
would- that would be this slide.
Airbnb regulations
Yeah, well-
like that?
Air-
Airbnb, do we limit how many days?
It's 120
we
if
do.
you're not present,
do.
and it's unlimited if you are, I believe. It's the current rules.
All right, keep on going.
So this gets same idea. One of the standards in the ZTA is limiting rental hours from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Again, at a minimum, I think staff does point out that there are what the county considers the daytime noise hours where louder decibels are allowed.
Good point.
And they're a little more restrictive than this, and so it makes sense to match that.
Good point.
If there wants to be a caveat that the indoor uses somebody might use, maybe could be given an exception for it. I think, again, it gets more complicated, so the easiest is just to shorten the hours. But I gave a nod that there might be some uses that maybe matter less. I think in the next one we've kind of alluded to, this has to do with the guests. There's no limit on 17-year-old or younger guests, but there is a limit proposed on the number of adults. It seems that a hard limit on total people would make more sense than it's kind of splitting it out by age group. And again, I think it makes a little more sense from the Airbnb. It makes a lot
Right.
less sense when you're kind of inviting
Right.
parties.
Yeah, I agree. Your first point about context, I think, really applies to this, right? Some sites are bigger and some are smaller, and some have less parking and some have more parking, and that seems to be the gauge, right?
Yeah, and then the parking standard is interesting too, that only one space is needed to be provided, and that's unless you just tell people there is no parking on your property, and then you don't have to provide any. I think the reality is most of these are still going to be driven to, and again, this gets to be really messy to regulate, how to determine there's adequate parking. I think we have no interest in seeing people's yards paved over for parking. This came up with the accessory residential units where this is convoluted idea that like if you can prove you have adequate street parking, then you don't need the parking, and if you can't, you need more spaces on lot. I don't know if maybe looking at that is something worth doing. The other reality is I was looking into this, even Swimpley, who does the pool parties, said that more than 90% of their rentals have fewer than 6 people. They actually are finding most of them are small. I don't know if it's one space per, 4 visitors, kind of do like with the religious. Obviously, this needs to be looked at a little more probably, unless the board doesn't want to touch parking at all, which I can also note.
I think it would be good to point out that, that this may have unintended consequences. Because to me, it's better to have somebody come, park, stay for 3 hours, get back in their car and leave. As opposed to having a bunch of people drive up, drop off, leave, come back, drive off, drop off, leave. So if, it could just be made clear as to whether, there is, what's preferred. If the concern is about, disruption in a neighborhood, then the drop-off scenario is probably way more disruptive, than the come park, stay for a bit. But, depends on your neighborhood, I guess.
I think there's a conceptual argument to be made that monetizing street parking in residential neighborhoods for commercial uses is not a good idea. That's effectively what happens if you're relying on street parking to support this rental use.
And I think I talked about earlier, this does focus on days and not on how many rentals can actually occur.
State the goal and figure out a number to get to the goal.
Again, I'm envisioning it's July, so I'm going to have a 9 to 12, a 2 to 6, and then a 7 to 10 party. And is that one rental day, like that's a huge disruption versus just having one party and then it's quiet the rest of the day?
No, I agree.
And then this is the point I was making earlier. I think the first part makes a lot of sense. Let's just standardize the language. I think we can have a discussion on whether or not Chapter 59 should have a couple fewer standards than it has. I don't think it harms anything keeping them in there. I just worry about if they go to amend one code in the future, do they remember to touch both places? But it's less of a concern, I think, than some of the others.
I mean, the real problem we had with Airbnb was making sure we didn't have ownership requirements in the zoning code where we don't have the power to affect ownership, so that we had all of the ownership requirements in the lease side. So you have to worry about the zoning powers that you actually have to put the whatever standards you want, which is why you're always better off trying to put them in the lease side.
Okay. And I can make a broader note about ownership in general is not effective in 59. This is the first ZTA that you guys have seen that has our climate assessment attached to it.
Indeterminate.
Yes, so as a reminder, Bill 322 requires the planning board to prepare climate assessments looking at greenhouse gas emissions, adaptive capacity, and resilience, not only for zoning text amendments, but also for master plans. We had a lot of discussion on this, and I think it really is indeterminate what impact this has on greenhouse gases. Is this making more or fewer people travel? Would they have been going somewhere anyway, and now they're just going to the neighbor's house? Is the neighbor closer or further than the community pool? It's just impossible to come up with this, and in either sense, or in any sense, it's not likely to have a cumulative large impact that we really could talk about. And then from the community resilience standpoint, in looking at the factors that were in the planning board, what our consultant prepared for the planning board to look at when determining this, we could see there maybe was a slight benefit to this being ways of creating more resident connections, friends, things that resilience would happen in a situation, but it's nominal even at best with that. So what we've prepared is basically that this is an indeterminate or neutral impact here.
Is it accurate to say that we really need more metrics about this use before we can conclude what the impact is?
Possibly, and even then, I'm just not sure what, I just don't know how we'd ever measure.
Yeah, you
it.
always have to know the alternative to doing this. Where,
Right, that's right.
where would you have gone if you couldn't have taken this opportunity? So even knowing the amount of activity you're having under this, you can't determine what would have happened.
If I can also just remind the board that the climate assessments law does not, it provides for qualitative or quantitative climate assessments. And so it's helpful to have data to be able to plug that in and come up with quantitative assessments, but it is not required. And particularly with a ZTA, which due to the short time frame of turning it around and because of the nature of some ZTAs where it's difficult to have specific data points to plug in, we can still provide a qualitative assessment. So I just wanted to share that reminder, since you will be seeing more of these into the future.
And just the even more fun tidbit, by transmitting this next week, it actually goes before the law take effect. But if I were to take this to the board next week, which I normally would for a ZTA, the law then does take effect. And so it's forcing me to still move this a week early because we would have had to have done this anyway. And the language for the climate assessment is it has to get to the council a week before the planning assessment of the ZTA has to get to the council. So in effect, we're just having to transmit both at the earlier time frame now. The other thing that we have is racial equity, social justice. They do not have the same time frame to get that comment through, and so we haven't seen their final report on this yet. In talking to the person who was responsible for drafting them, I think they're also coming up with an indeterminate impact, not knowing who's going to benefit, who will take advantage of this. But we don't have an official report from them yet. So in conclusion, staff is recommending the board transmit a memo generally supporting the concept of what's in ZTA 2301 and 623. Again, I'd started with the broader comments about the one-size-fits-all standards being a bit problematic, and that there are some key distinctions. And what I would, from what I've heard today, probably suggest, as sort of recommended in staff report, and then here's some additional comments that, the board wants to make sure are being considered with the standards, both sort of on individual standards and just broadly, I think, that I've jotted down based on our discussion today.
Let me just understand your one-size-fits-all comment. Is that referring to the one size from Airbnb fitting this, or is it different aspects of rentals within the project?
Yeah, I think the language will be wordsmithed for the transmittal, but the idea is not that the Airbnb language wasn't a good place to start, but because the range of uses that fit under this are so broad, having one set of rigid standards that apply
Right.
to every sharing economy use,
Right.
that
So-
in itself seems problematic, and it does send you down this rabbit hole of, well, how do you parse them? And that's where I think we're just going to give guidance on ways they could parse them, but we're not going to have exact language ready for them.
Sounds right to me. I thought that's what you meant. I wasn't sure. I didn't know whether you meant you need the same standards for pool rentals versus gym rentals. No, but that's not what you're talking about. So we were
I think our point would be they probably shouldn't be the same, but they are as drafted.
right.
For
Okay.
example, we can, with WeWork or whatever, all this sharing office space, I mean, that's another issue altogether, whether you can rent for hours, let's say, a conference room or a library. I mean, this is all, it's like you're saying, one size doesn't fit all. I mean, there's many choices here
I think
in
that
terms of the sharing economy.
Yeah, and I think some of it doesn't get regulated because it's a commercial use in a commercial zone. I think what is unique here.
Oh, it's residential.
This is
Okay.
residential zones
I
that
get
have
it.
a commercial activity happening in them, and that's where I think the need arose to deal with this. Because I questioned initially, do we need to do this? And I was
For
only told
commercial?
yes from the council staff that it was interpreted that this needs to be dealt with for at least the residential zones, if we were to continue assuming people will do this sort of activity, so.
Right.
And because, and the reason they're, I think I would probably start with, at what point does an activity in a residential place, even if money is exchanged, become in fact commercial? I mean, because that's the unspoken assumption, right? That somebody's making money, so you gotta tax it. That's really what it's going.
No.
Yeah, that's what else, what do you think a license is?
Well,
mean,
it's to control and regulate.
Right, but it's not free either. It's not free.
Correct.
Okay, so all I'm saying is the question becomes, and maybe it would be helpful for them to start there, that people use their homes for things to make money, like they bake a cake, okay? That doesn't make the cake baking a commercial activity. But in this instance, if I rent out my pool for 2 hours, I have suddenly engaged in a commercial activity. There is a question of volume. There is a question of impact, so substance, that this is not dealing with, which goes to your one-size-fits-all point. But I think the question for them, for the council to start with is, at what point does an
The scale,
activity?
no?
Exactly,
Yeah.
scale. At
Scale.
what point does an activity undertaken in a residential place become in fact a commercial activity?
Yeah, the scale.
Because I can bake cakes every day and hand them out.
Yeah, and sell them, and,
At my
you make
pole.
money. Yeah, yeah.
But I'm not gonna do that. But anyway.
That's good.
It's scale.
It is a fact scale, and at some point, you need to be a commercial kitchen to bake cakes.
Exactly.
Bake cakes in your own house.
In my own house, that's right.
But that's another story. I think you have enough comments, even though we still have a little daylight. I think we're.
I think the poll is closed, though.
It's February.
Wait, we need a temperature reading.
No, it's
Thank you, Mr.
closed
Berman.
my computer, I don't know.
Can I get a quick motion
It's
to
74 degrees.
transmit
All
these
right.
comments?
It didn't mean, excuse me?
Can I get a quick motion to transmit these comments?
He needs a motion to
You
transmit the
would,
comments.
you would like a motion to approve comments that we made during this discussion?
We have in the past. I assume that was protocol.
Mr. Chair, I move that we, based on this discussion and the text that staff selects and will prepare, we transmit that as our recommendation on the ZTA to the council.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No, none opposed. Thank you very much. As having no further business on this day that went for a little bit long, we are adjourned.